One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, you'll release the stress. In the place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh, no, I just can't stop. No, nothing you could do. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop.
Rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this.
Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up.
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah. Rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah. Love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah. The flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen, looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others find they feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up, huh? You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just wanna have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
가고 있던 이건 데이자부 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 행걸로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shave. 날 주워와 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 저지 can't change. 내게 나서 plan B. 오직 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne. Broken and bruised. What's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower.
This world never saw me coming. I kick down every door they lock. No rules, no rules. Only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me.
If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. Fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. I've got the feeling, come back to me. 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 Got the feeling,
got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
I need to keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the
fake. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22 to 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why. It's not a second to waste. They're ticking away, away, away. They're ticking I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why we're on for a ride. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking
Being an EMEA fan has been rough. For 1,000 days, we've been without a global trophy. Ever since Boaster shook his booty for the world, we have been cursed. 1,000 days! Man, that is too long. 1,000 of anything is a lot. 1,000 missed shots, for example. No, not you. 1,000 ping. Or 1,000 ping pong balls. Ow. But 1,000 can also be very little. 1,000 right clicks, for example. 1,000 seconds. I mean, we're not gonna wait for that, but you get the point. 1,000 XP. But this year, we're gonna put an end to 1,000 days. They said our region is too slow for this meta. Our default's too labored. But they forgot about one small historic detail. It was Turkish teams who invented the death ball. Forget about Dambi and Paper X. No, I'm talking about 5 Turkish demons down on that stage. You better watch out, London, because you belong to soft now. Oh, and by the way, Fnatic's back, baby. This year in London, that counter is going to 0.
A 1,000 days since EMEA has won a global trophy, but only 44 days left to go before we see one of our own teams take the crown in London, baby. Welcome everybody to VCT EMEA, where today we sent our first 2 contestants to Masters. The opium has never tasted better, and the delusion has never been more real. I'm your host, Ginny, and I'm joined with Billy and Minnie to break everything down today, because it's qualification day, Billy.
It's exciting. Yeah, like, I've never seen you look so excited on this desk. You came in today, like, rubbing those hands together, the memories of, like, how it is to compete. It's exciting.
Yeah, I've got a lot of adrenaline today. There's only one thing better than, whoa, one thing is almost as good as winning the global event is qualifying to the global event. Like that feeling you have on that day, like I can feel it right now, that adrenaline, like I have that still a little bit, and I'm not even competing. So it's going to be a good day of Valorant. All those co-streaming frauds talking about our region being slow and boring, like the games we got today are incredible.
Frauds. We're bringing out Spice. You want to see more of that? Make sure that you scan the QR code because London ticket sales. You got to get those going. Minnie is talking about how incredible it is to be there as a player, as a coach, but don't forget, fans, it's London. Like the chants, oh, they better slap. They're going to slap. They have to.
Yeah, there's going to be some chants, some TMV chants coming out. There's going to be a lot of rowdiness, and I think with this meta as well, it's going to be really nice. The kind of fast speed, adrenaline, hyped kind of mode, and the Londoners coming out and doing their thing.
Mate, if we don't bring out the chants in that arena, like it's going to be a real
Apparently the
letdown.
Hypoc were theory crafted some behind the scenes, so they'll have to come out and give us
That's
some
what I
nature.
like to see. Today, we're also going to see some pretty good Valorant. The bracket specifically is going to highlight the importance of today's matches. FUT against Eternal Fire, the Turkish Derby, and Fnatic Vitality. That is going to be so spicy. Two of these teams are going to be heading over to the upper final, and with that, punch their ticket to London.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, how did Vitality get here? That's the question I think has been on everyone's minds. You know, we think back to that last week of group stage going, oh, Pacific could do the funniest thing. Well, guess what? Today, Vitality could do the funniest thing. Obviously, Fnatic coming in as those kind of clear front runners to be able to play on that home soil in London. So I'm excited for a spicy day of Valorant.
Speaking of the funniest thing in Pacific, something that you were touching on in terms of teams that have already qualified when we're looking at Masters London. That was, where's
Yeah, we
Paris?
got Global Esports and who was it? Full Sense. I'll be honest, I'm fancying our chances right now.
Okay, you gotta keep that spice going, not just for the rest of the day, but like for London as well.
I can't be too nice. Like I need to pull it back a little bit. You know
No,
what
you're
I'm
doing
like.
great.
You know what I mean?
You're doing great, sweetie. Don't worry about it. I like the energy. I like the hype. I like just what we're looking forward to. Because at the end of the day, I also would like to hear your opinions in terms of who we think is going to be taking this, because it's the road to London. You got to get on that double-decker bus, the classic red London buses. Which team do you think is going to ride it out of the 4 teams that we have today, Billy?
Well, I think Fnatic was the one that we kind of already mentioned straight out of the gate. I think that they finished that group stage so flawlessly coming into today. I think it's a real test for them as well, going up against perhaps maybe a bit more stronger competition. I'm excited to see how those teams have kind of evolved since the group stage as well. So I think, yeah, you'd be silly if you didn't kind of bank your bets on them.
Everyone has Fnatic as the kind of no-brainer, should be going to London. It's the team that we want as a region to be there. They're the team that has the most global success, and event without Fnatic doesn't feel quite right, especially with that London tie. So I agree with you, Fnatic. The second one, though, we got between Eternal Fire and FUT today.
Yeah.
And I think that one's so 50-50 to me. Like, I don't have a horse in this race at all. I think we could send either of those and I'm going to be happy. But
Do you want to toss a coin?
I think I don't need to, because there's SOP on the server today, and I think that I would go for FUT just because of SOP.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that FUT kind of came out the gate swinging this stage, is fair to say. The roster change that they had coming in, and I think that they've looked great ever since. They obviously just missed out on being able to have that 5-0 flawless run in the group stage because of that defeat against Team Heretics in the very last week of groups. But other than that, like, you really can't doubt the performance that they've been able to put up. I'd be happy to send FUT to London.
I'd also really be happy to see the bus come through. I want to see people on that hop-on, hop-off bus. I want to see people on the London bus.
There we go.
Iconic part of my commute when I used to still be a consultant in London, okay? Like, oh,
Wait, we forgot our third.
Yeah,
we
for
definitely
anyone...
did script it, so we definitely weren't going to have an argument about whether Vitality would do it or not, but we eventually did decide that Vitality would also be there too.
Really?
I think sending a high-ceiling team like them would be a very good sign for us, because I think global events, you just want to send the teams that could pop off. I want to win a global event. I want EMEA to win. I don't care about us getting grouped or something.
Then get back in the coaching booth. What are you doing on the couch? Either way, we also have an interview with Yedijay ahead of today's matchup to see how everything is going over in their camp. So Nat, take it away.
Leading up to the playoffs, you guys were a lot of talk about wanting to be 5-0 in groups, and unfortunately for FUT, you guys are now 4-1, whilst you're the top seed. Is there a little bit of shaken confidence after not getting that record?
I guess no, but of course we want to do 5-0. But it's always, when it's against Heretics, it's too hard for us. So it's okay for us. We know that's fine.
Well, your opponent that you're coming up against, Eternal Fire, they were able to beat Heretics. Were you expecting to come up against Eternal Fire today, or were you actually thinking it was going to be Heretics?
I was believing that we're gonna face again Eternal Fire, yeah. But we prefer Heretics because of the revenge. But that's fine for us now.
I like that, but there's also still, you know, that chance for you guys to prove that you're the best Turkish team, right? That's got to have a little bit to it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we of course want to win against them, and we don't care about the rivalry. We don't care about the best Turkish team. We just want to take the London ticket. So we just focus on it.
It's up for grabs for you guys right now, and a lot of what your strategy has been outside of gameplay is having that energy on stage, really throwing your opponents off mentally. Do you think that still works against a team like Eternal Fire, who also brings energy?
Yeah, we have to do it against them because we have Soap, Vlad. I know they have some history before, and I don't want to let them do some trash talk to the Soap, so I will focus to help my brother.
I like it. You're like, oh, we're going to stand together. Yeah. We're going to make sure Eternal Fire know what's up. Yeah, and of course, the other thing that's happening is you guys bringing a lot of glory back to the FUT org name. It was a bit of a slump for the org for a while. So is that extra pressure of you need to make it clean here to go through to London?
No, actually, I always see my boss's faces when they're shouting for about the win. And I just want to make them smile again. So I want to go back to international area and meet with the other nations and teams. Just want to show the people that we are still here.
I look forward to seeing that, whether it's going to be on stage today or in a couple of weeks as well, if you guys make it to London. But Yerzhe, good luck today. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you so much.
Something that stood out to me personally here, Billy, was we want to make sure that they can't say anything against SOP. They're really approaching this as that brotherhood, and it feels like, in general, when we're looking at FUT, their performances over the last couple of weeks, that close and tight-knitness of the players and the roster in general really has come shining through on that server.
Yeah, for sure. Of course they're going to feel protective of SOP today. He's come into this roster who was initially supposed to be joining that Eternal Fire roster when we think back to how they were together in Ascension and the bond that they had created over the course of Challengers last year as well. But of course SOP deciding to move over to this FUT roster side. Vlad as well being a key component of that success. Being able to bring some parts of that identity into this FUT roster as well, which I think is why they found themselves in such a good spot. So yeah, there's a lot of intertwining kind of rivalries here, which is exciting to see, especially for a spot at a global event.
Yeah, and I guess it really comes down to today whether SOP maybe made the right choice or not, to be honest, because that is what it is. It's like whichever of these teams comes out on top, it's going to be a rough lower bracket. I think it's going to be a bit harder down there, and I think it's the perfect opportunity for one of these teams to punch the ticket right now.
Yeah, it's the best way to be. And in general, when we're looking at the fact that we're having a Turkish derby here in the first game for the first qualifying to go to London, that is absolutely iconic and kind of poetic, especially, Minnie, as you already touched upon, the fact that when we're looking at the play style that these Turkish teams are bringing is what we're seeing excel so much on the global stage. So who better to go than the people who invented it?
Yeah, exactly. I think that there's a lot of common ground between these two teams, and I do get a little bit defensive about our region sometimes when I see a matchup like this to qualify to a global where both of these teams are playing very, like, if you didn't realize it was EMEA, you would probably think it was APAC. They play with extreme firepower, they play extremely aggressive, they play a death ball style. They don't make it boring at all. They're pushing on their defenses, they're grouped together on their attack sides. There's a lot of great things to watch in these two teams. I get very annoyed when people are like, EMEA is boring. I'm like, have you been watching this year at all?
Just with like their eyes closed. So not really.
No, but you're right. Like, this is a super exciting, explosive matchups, and both having very clear, kind of similar identities, like you mentioned, Minnie. And I think as well, like, I want to think back to what Yesterday had said in the Spike Drop episode recently, where he had literally said to Audaz, "Please get rid of Team Heretics. Like, we don't want to play against them. We don't want to play against Riens." And for Audaz to be able to go and do that yesterday, and then to come into today, I think is where we're going to see the real test of stamina come out from Eternal Fire. Right? We think of the success that BBL were able to have in kickoff, sending them to Masters Santiago as the first team. It really is such a great time to be a Turkish fan.
Then to kind of come back on the point of stamina, Eternal Fire has had their first game yesterday. So in a sense, they're kind of warmed up. They've played last week, they're coming in today. They've had a bit longer of a break. Do you think that could maybe make things a bit more complicated for either or?
Yes and no. We have seen that kind of first seed curse come into effect at times when teams have a bye in the bracket, but I think if you're Eternal Fire, I don't think that that's going to limit you being able to play yesterday. I think if anything, they're probably more fired up, and I think FUT with prep will look really good.
Yeah, the one thing I would say is both of these teams, again, a common ground again, is that they do change their comps up a little bit. It's not like drastic you know, mind-bending kind of stylistic changes, but it is just a little bit. And I think for FUT, that will be an advantage today, is that EF won't know exactly what FUT are going to bring into this playoffs.
And what is that?
Maybe a comp change.
Ooh, okay, a little spoiler in terms of what we can be expecting. But in general, when it comes to both of these orgs, they have that intertwined history when we're looking at the players, when we're looking at the fact that they're both Turkish organizations, we're looking at the histories, the success, and also the failures that both of these rosters have experienced. But to get the full picture, to do them justice, let's head over to Billy.
Eternal Fire came into this stage as the underdogs, but you only have to look at the results to see why they come into playoffs as a threat. A close game against Fnatic in week 1 of groups ignited into a win after a win after a win, only dropping 1 maps in groups after that very first week. No matter which opponent they went up against, they defied expectations. But tonight, it's not just any opponent, it's VIT Esports. And right in the middle of that is SOP, a familiar name who was once part of Eternal Fire Core's journey, now standing on the other side. Together, they climbed every step to get here. From their grind of Premier into a crazy run during Challengers EMEA Stage 3 to qualify them to Ascension, where they went on to lift that trophy and ascend to VCT EMEA. They've proven they belong here, and now is their opportunity to reach the global stage. Standing in front of them, a rival, a reflection, a team that understands exactly what this moment means.
Starting their year off on the back foot, FUT found themselves eliminated from kickoff with exactly 0 wins to their name. Their last international was Champ Seoul in 2024, and EMEA playoffs hadn't been reached in almost an entire year. So change was of course inevitable, and it came with a new head coach in Vlad and the additions of Sociable and SOP. A classic Turkish firepower squad that marks the scariest iteration of FUT that we've seen. They've been dominant in the group stage, but one question still remains to be answered. Will the squad have what it takes to bring FUT back to its glory days, where it was the Turkish organization to compete for?
Esports.
Next time one of these rosters walks up on stage, it will be with a ticket to Masters London in their pocket. And it all lies and comes down to this matchup. Eternal Fire against FUT. We're sending one of our Turkish rosters to a global. And what better way to start things off to know where we're going with the map veto, as we have Pearl, Ascend, and Split. We're seeing another Ascend, we're seeing another Pearl. You know what, Billy? If I'm an Eternal Fire fan, I can't complain.
Yeah, I mean, I think Minnie had an instant reaction the way that you leaned forward there. But yeah, I think Ascent really just is the summary of Turkish Valorant when we think about that across the years that we've had Valorant in play. Should be a pretty good team, for a good map for both teams here.
The Eternal Fire Pro pick here doesn't surprise me too much. The Ascent pick from FUT does a little bit.
Yeah.
I think that FUT have looked very dominant across all the maps so far, and going into a map where it's a bit more unknown territory, where Eternal Fire have been strong in the past, albeit in Tier 2, is a little bit surprising to me, but I'm here for it.
I'm looking forward to it as well, especially because, as you touched upon already, yes, the dominance that we've seen from Eternal Fire on this map has been in Tier 2, but how are they going to perform it on this stage in VCT EMEA when it comes to the amount of pressure, Billy, as well, on their shoulders of, you win this, you're going to a global. You even said it in your monologue, okay? Like, they win Ascension to go from Ascension to a global, it's BBL all over again.
Yeah, it's literally Premier, Ascension to coming in and having your full roster in stage 1. Let's not forget, they didn't have their full roster when we think back to kickoff, and they've come into this stage and looked so strong. On the opposite side, you have FUT Esports that took a chance in being able to change up that roster coming into stage 1. Like you mentioned in your monologue, Ginny, really needing to have that change. It was inevitable for them. We still have Yetijay that wants to get back to those global international events and be there, but with a completely different roster this time around.
And for me, like, there's not much to criticize here. Like, there's two teams that the expectations weren't super high coming into the year. They're both teams that, you know, I think we'd expect maybe middle of the pack, and they're here fighting with their style that is suiting this meta completely aggressive, completely fun to watch, and I'm just excited to watch them both get a bit dirty today.
Absolutely, and both these teams are getting comfortable as well in their Razor chairs ahead of this matchup, which is going to, I know this is going to be a little dramatic, but it's going to determine the future of these players, of the orgs as well, especially when we're looking at FUT. I think it's really important to highlight the jersey from FUT specifically. On it, it says Road to Shanghai. They have a clear goal in mind. They've literally plastered it on their jerseys. This is step 1, Billy, to making sure that happens.
I mean, they're certainly building a good campaign for themselves, and if they're able to lock in that global event today, it's going to be even better for them. But looking at this Pearl, it's obviously the first map that we have to jump into, Minnie. FUT haven't played this since week 1 of groups.
And not surprising here, Eternal Fire keeping same composition, I believe, and on FUT side, switching away from the Waylay and the Killjoy. It was one of the few maps they actually have a losing record on, if not the only one, and I'm not surprised here they're coming out with a new look. This is what we've been seeing from both these teams. Anytime that they find that they're not so comfortable in a map, immediately changing it and looking good straight out of the bat. So I think both of these teams are going to be looking good on this map.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a mirror matchup with these compositions, right? I think that this composition has proven to work on this map. We've seen how amazing Eternal Fire have looked on it as well. I think when I'm looking at the synergy between the duelist change specifically on FUT here, those kind of lineups that they'll be able to create with the Fades to be able to fight for that A main space, the C's, Molly, and things like along those lines, I think that this is a really good look.
And it's funny that in this era, it used to be about the Turkish Jets. Nowadays, it's about these Neons and Phoenixes, and this is what I want to see. I am very excited to see the matchup between these two duelist pairs and which one's just going to come out on top.
I'm excited to see which one of the teams comes out on top on this first map. London qualification on the line for Eternal Fire against FUT, coming up with our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Well, it's a big day for Turkey, sending one of their teams to Masters London. Big attendance from them internationally this year as well. Obviously, it was BBL who were waiting down in that lower bracket to make it to the previous. This is a big matchup, Tom. Both teams knowing each other inside and out, and more than just Masters qualification on the line, but to be the first to lock it in and to be potentially viewed as the best Turkish team. That's what these guys want. And today, a chance for both to prove it.
Yeah, this is the definition of fighting fire with fire. The two most explosive teams that we have within the region going head-to-head. A matchup that, I'm going to be honest, I'm so excited for, because from speaking to the players, we heard that, like, the teams that played against Eternal Fire thought that Eternal Fire were going to make it. The teams that played against FUT thought they were going to make it because they have been horrible to play against. And now we get to see who does it best, because only one can be the most aggressive, most fiery team within the region. And at the start of it, you can already see that contact made. Sop with a shot through the wall. We heard there's some potential bad blood between him and his team. We'll see if that's the start of something.
Certainly a strong start with FUT taking the A side as a result of that pick, landing a plant as well. There's no real way for Eternal Fire to punish what's on the other side. For FUT, they keep the control over our 3 players there, but one looking the wrong way. Echo slides in for a quick one while Izzy gets back into the action with a double. Now, suddenly, the shoe on the other foot as Eternal Fire heat up into this A site. One found by Yetijay as time ticks away. The flash up close catches Fabian. He's caught himself with it. The defuse to half. Now FUT goes swinging in and deny for a moment, buying that little more time. But the battle is what Eternal Fire wanted. 1-0 for the defense.
It's already just straight back and forth in the pistol round. And I have to say, like, coming into this series, I thought there was maybe even an opportunity for FUT to ban this map. and maybe head somewhere else just because of how good Eternal Fire have been, how awkward they make it to play against them. Of course, the compositional change, I think, definitely makes things a bit more interesting about how they'll face off against them. And then for Foot, well, I know this is something you're always going to talk about, the hometown of Ascent. We always give it over to those Turkish players. But to pick it versus another Turkish team, I think is daring.
Oh, for sure. We've talked about it a million times. Your 82nd province of Turkey over on Ascent. Things have changed in recent times, in the last year or two, really. But it still is one of those coin flips, as you say, pick up against the Turkish team. Being one yourself certainly helps you out. But, well, like you said, starting it out, this game is all about fighting fire with fire. For EF, they're the ones to draw first blood, land themselves that second round with a decent investment. A couple SMGs in there, but no player operating on a pistol here. It means the margin for error is decently low. A chance for Foot to make this an economically costly round at the very least. But look how patient EF are being. On the B side of the map, super passive holds. Yes, they've pushed up B long, but that's where the push stops. And that gives so much information. It allows a 3-stack on A. It stops over rotations. It stops panic from coming into play. And as the timer ticks on, Foot have no ground. And they haven't managed to force the fights they were looking to out of that early aggression.
It looks like they're just going to try and hit the same spot, just hoping that their push away and lack of information maybe calls for a rotation. But it hasn't done. The Eternal Fire are calling the bluff of their opponent, and when you're known as a team that goes hyper-aggressive, when you don't go aggressive, your opponents can get a little bit confused. Not a bad start, though. One of those guns already dropped, that timer is ticking, and they've traded out effectively. A couple of guns picked up, a plant guaranteed. Now the other two only just getting on the scene.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, Sop with another. This round spiraled out of control. It stands in the hands of the Outlaw and Izzy. Already managing to find an upgrade at least, a chance to take them both down now. He's got the right weapon, but a tough job on his hands. Sociable falls and Sop right behind him. Izzy with an unbelievable clutch. The round should always have been Eternal Fires, but that is outrageous. The Red Bull clutch.
That's crazy. Again, it's just the back and forth of these rounds. Like, going into the site with just over 15 seconds left, managing to trade out with basically no weaponry, a solid seize, and just some great work with the classics. And then Izzy managing to isolate both of those fights. The man to replace Sop, and it's safe to say Sop has been going for it in some of these early rounds. We heard from Ordaz, we sort of asked him, is there going to be anybody that is really gunning to beat Sop? And he said the in-game leader of Neki, the man who probably would have wanted to keep this core together. Well, to be honest, if Izzy keeps playing like that, he might not miss him too much.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a big round from Izzy. Again, though, looking at how we got there. The start of the round, it should be EF's win. And for Foot, they can be happy that they pushed it so far, that they made it costly. This should now be an easy round. Like you said, the bye week for Eternal Fire, when this could have been 5 weapons, granted 2 SMGs, 2 Bulldogs, but they've got none of that to work with now, except the one on Izzy. Look how easy these fights find their way into the hands of Foot. A little bit of a danger brewing here with Izzy up so close, already making it to the back side, but shut down and put in his place. Big round from Zeus and an in-zone flawless. That's how it should have went for Foot. And now you think about the last 2 rounds, dominantly winning the one they should here and making a very weak round that had 30 seconds left by the time they pushed the site with no ground, no info, and they brought it down to a 1v2. Yeah. The start is looking good for Foot.
Yeah, I will say, I like the fact that Eternal Fire don't over-reinvest in that round. They look at it and go, look, the last one was scuffed. Let's take an eco, see what we can do. And now go back into this one with a 4-buy. It means the operator will be in hand for Izzy, which has been a defining factor of this squad. And it's going to allow for a very aggressive stance. The reveal is fantastic, but he gets nothing off the back of it. Foot not taking any early damage. They're going to retreat back into a bit of a mid-play. Cristalli going looking, but nothing to be found.
It will be a slow burner to start. A minute 15 and Foot go walkabouts on the doors. There's one spotted. Information for Eternal Fire to work with. Having pushed up an A main, though, I think the real danger is that Izzy decides to go pushing further, that he tries to take that space and walks right into Yedege. For now, that's what Foot are hoping for, that either Yedege gets the contact or they find some space towards B, but here's the real payoff. If he can find one, and he does, beautiful work. Almost gets away with dodging the flash as well. A trade here for Eternal Fire. It's not bad, but it does put that pressure on those players stranded on B long as Foot look to finish this push.
They're going to have to give the game away, but those rotations are very far away. This double up might be a surprise, though. You can see Foot being careful to try and clear everything other than towards long, and that's where Ordaz will strike a third for him, looking to try and almost close this out alone. Well, eventually, Echo is there to help him. A fantastic round from Ordaz. Well, having a look back to their previous series as well, I feel like at times he's been the quieter member of this squad. But in their last match, he was their best player by a fairly considerable margin. And if he's going to play like this, it's going to be a bad day for Foot.
Well, we've seen that now from a few players.
You could say about any of them, really.
Yeah, that's the exact thing, right? Like, Neki ain't got on the board yet, but you know he's outgunning for them as well. So there's really no limit to what they can find in terms of individual success. And for now, the team thriving as well. As we said, round 2, round 3, they point towards upticks for Foot, but losing out on that previous, a big round for Ordaz like that, that's going to put a spanner in the works. And for Foot, they're not taking a timeout here. This is a technical pause that we're stepping into briefly, but this next round carries a lot of weight. It's where we're potentially going to see SOP pull out an op if they want it on the attack side. And even without that, everyone's going to be putting their credits on the line. If they have another one where they fall flat like that, again, opening pick, they took down the op, they put pressure on that other side of the map as a result, and they walk into one man, basically. He's got a friend with him on long, but it only took one, catching them all off.
He was basically his cameraman. He's just walking behind him like, I don't see
for the cameraman,
But no, again, it just shows the levels of these Eternal Fire players and how exciting they've been to sort of watch. And then that's sort of the cool thing about these series in general. Obviously, we talk about Foot as an organization and the fact that they have been to plenty of events before. We've seen them at Champions, we've seen them at Masters. It's nothing new to Yetege. But then you look across the board on the rest of the team, and Sociable might be the man now joining me in his 30s, but making it to that international stage hasn't been a thing. And for the likes of Zeus, like I always think of the highs of Zeus individually, but he also hasn't been there. And then you go across the stage and you have one man who has made it to an international event, which is Izzy, but that was yonks ago. I don't think, like maybe he dreams about those moments, but that has been an incredibly long time. And then the others again are those tier 2 players that had to go on the grind. I think it was Echo saying, like, when Althea was Radiant, I was in gold. Like, now getting to go and, like, potentially, well, 4 of them will be making their first international event, which is awesome.
Yeah, it's a very cool moment. A historic one for Turkey as well, as regardless of how this game plays out, it is a passing of the torch from the old guard to the new. Yeah. Albeit not much of the old guard down on that stage, but that's sort of
when Yetege is the old guard.
Exactly. So strange to see, but if Foot make it there, even though that that banner has been flown at those events before, not by the majority of these boys, as you said. And for Eternal Fire, well, the story of them making it and BBL to the event before is truly a beautiful telling of how far you can rise, literally from bedroom to Masters.
I think as well, like the coaching staff aspect also interests me a lot for both teams. Like you have Vlad and Bambino, who have both been to Lock-In. Obviously that wasn't an event you had to qualify for, both with different organizations. Afron Fire is a name that we've heard within the tier 2 for Yonks. Like I think most of the Turkish players within our league will owe something to Afron Fire. Like he is either a friend, he's a foe, or he's a teacher. And he's been a long, long time within the scene. And I think for all of the coaching staff that are currently in this matchup, there is so much to play for. To beat the other, but also to make it there themselves and have a chance to put their squad on the map. It is a very fun game for storylines, and it feels like a win-win, but obviously one of them has to go to the lower bracket, try and make it through a different way.
Yeah, it is somewhere that, you know, as well, we sometimes don't know where the value of games is at in players' heads. So, for example here, fighting for that spot at an international and having the Turkish derby hang over them. We don't know if that's a story, at least when we started telling it, that the players cared about. You know, it could be all groovy. It's just another Turkish team. They could be even happier to have a match like this because, hey, good to see our comrades succeed. But we heard it from them earlier this week from a player from every single Turkish team that's still here. And then they all said, I want nothing more than to beat those other guys.
Yeah.
I want nothing more than to beat the Turkish team.
Yeah, Jay, sometimes I enjoy watching them lose.
He said, sometimes he said, maybe, you know, I'm sat around, I'm playing Liquid, for example, and later on, Kraven's going to play. He's like, sometimes I sit around to watch them play, and I thought he was going to go, because I just love to support the boys. I was like, what a sweet comment. He goes, yeah, because maybe they could lose, and then I look even better. It's like, oh my God. But it is definitely something they put stock in, is beating, for some of them, their own hometown heroes, taking the title, taking the Turkish crown and wearing it with pride. Well,
Or
what
their
did these
teammates,
teams?
in this case.
Indeed, they're ex-teammates. For Eternal Fire, this would be a monumental victory for FUT, a sign that the changes they've made to the roster have put them back on course. The Flame heating up with a 3-1 scoreline on the defense, and Izzy is not letting off the gas. He's already found an opening, but it's returned immediately. Echo getting a little bit greedy around Art, and that's going to get the ult out of Fabian. That's probably not the flash we wanted to see, but he gets away with a kill anyways. And they're still going.
The re-swing from Izzy. There's always a second layer with Eternal Fire. You think you finally quelled the flames, and then it rises from the ashes once again to burn your forest down. And well, FUT are feeling the burn. A run back towards the B side. They think, okay, they've had, what, how many? 3, 4 players pressure us in mid? We heard the fallback. How many players can there realistically be on this side of the map? Well, the answer is 2. They are ready and waiting, already having that information. Prowler will get them 1, and Neki with the kill leaves just Crostali. A very nice start, but finding that second, impossible. 4-1, lead extended, and Eternal Fire getting further and further ahead.
Yeah, a blazing strong start from them, considering the fact that, again, we saw them look shaky in round 2 and 3. It dominated in round 3, although they only had those pistols. Was the damage in round 2. But now, finding that rhythm, going for this early aggression with Izzy, swapping his position after the first kill round to Art. And again, we talk about the aggression. Echo goes out for more, and it's a bad thing because he gets traded. What do? They do it again. They send 2 more players out to take the fights. And that's where Eternal Fire, especially because first was the Phoenix ult, then the op to post on the line after. It's tempered aggression. They're not just holding W from the second the round goes, from the second they get contact. And they throw themselves into the mix at such awkward moments. It makes it really difficult for FUT to do anything. Now on the site, a lot of presence taken, but that ult from Sop's got them a foothold.
Yeah, this is a 5 ult round. A lot of potential, even with the weaker weapons, and with Sociable already trading another. This has gone from a point of not much opportunity to a point of stealing a round away. That overdrive already doing more than its fair share. And now with Zeus having his ultimate online, it's just whether he wants to use it. A little bit labored, but once again, it's the Sociable show. A thrifty, and already they will get themselves a second.
A big round for FUT to find after that little bit of a lull in the action. Right back onto the horse, and most importantly, the lead putting the pressure onto the economy of Eternal Fire. We'll see what they get up to when we get back into the game, but I'm seeing right now a crazy mixed bag of a buy from them.
Let's go!
And it's really drawn my eye, Tom. I gotta be honest, it's not what I expected to see. 4-2 in the lead. There's been some shakier rounds. There's been some opportunities for FUT, and they just come in with an all-in play. A pistol, a judge, alongside the rifles, but that op on Izzy, we've already seen it have so much impact. Denied that opening shot, though.
And aggressive position. Prowler used to clear. They've realized how much they've lost in terms of map control. Things are scary, though. Look at how much Fabian has already taken. The pop flash, perfect! But there's 3 players around the corner, and oh, his timing couldn't be worse. It knows they're there eventually. Okay, we see Sop stop. That's the main thing. If he walked any further, he would have been dead to the judge. And now they've lost full control.
And that risk not paying off. A Sheriff, the one to find the first blood for that squad, and it doesn't last long. Izzy left with the op on the other side of the map. And yeah, that is a real big gamble taken by the squad that was in the lead, and now it's going to come back to haunt them. Foot's chance to basically equalize the scoreline. And sure, the op is going to be saved, but what is it going to be alongside in the next round? We're not going to force buy up around it, surely.
Is it going to be saved?
Well, that's the other question.
Ooh, I don't think it is! Timing couldn't be any worse. And Social, this is something we've talked about a lot. I don't think that he somehow micro-called the timing there to get it perfectly, but he does seem to be incredible when it comes to that timing, that spacing, like the wraparound behind while his teammates took full control through middle. You see that judge perfectly placed, if not for his backstab. And even though at some of the games last year where we watched him on this map, he was playing chamber and aggressively killing people with a Marshall, it seems like he can still do it while on Astra.
Sociable's been very impressive. I think on this map in particular, they only played it, what, once through the regular season against mates. But as Astra, just as strong then as we're seeing in these formative rounds. Sociable's being left unchecked! How has he gotten away with that?
He was full blind for like a good 10 seconds. Oh no! The aggression from Echo's worked! We talk about going for the second bite of the cherry and sometimes it being a problem. This is the other side of it. This man takes uncharacteristic risks. Yenergy looks to try and turn, and it's not going to be enough. Another thrifty round, and this is as manic as I expected it to be.
Another Omoda thrifty coming through, and the reality of that one, Tom, it's a head scratcher. I don't have to see that one in the replays. Like,
which bit?
Every part of it.
Which bit?
Top to bottom. They flash him, a reveal pops, and he just stands there spraying away, and yet, even though the round looks lost, that re-aggression from Eternal Fire, we talked about it. In this case, calculated, because you hear it, the shot's firing out of the Classic, he goes, he's out of ammo now, swings through, and takes his head off. A second for Echo, and the same aggressive stance that we've seen cost Eternal Fire some early fights, some advantages. It more often than not raises its head for a round win by just catching your opponents off guard. This squad, they are the ankle breakers within Valorant, and Foot are paying the price for it.
Well, we're back to a 4-buy. Uncharacteristic in the manner in which we got there. Cosmic Divide has gone down, but they haven't managed to take any space.
Supply destroyed.
Crust Alley's ult is available, but it's the flash! Never mind! Another full blind kill coming out from Echo. But I think that was just a pre-fire through the smoke. I don't know if there was a gap in maybe the switch of smokes. No, that one's only just fading away, so I think Sok just got a little bit lucky. Now the other Cosmic Divide goes down, and they're still stuck behind it.
30 seconds left.
Echo wasn't seen by the ult, but they should know there could be a gap, but sneaking his way on top of the boxes worth so much for Eternal Fire. Money on the board for Foot, and it falls flat as a result of this man yet again. Echo winning them the previous with the Sheriff, and now a thorn in their side, and the wound proving deadly. 6 locked in for the defensive side, and sure, Sociable will find himself a kill here.
For the confidence.
And they're going to keep going. The ace will be found in the end by Echo. And a 6th alongside it. That is remarkable stuff. And that's got to put the wind fully in the sails of Eternal Fire.
It's funny because the rest of his team are not doing that well on credits. So him going down there might have been silly, but you know that that extra kill was worth its weight in gold. The extra confident, the wave to sit down. And what this man is able to do, like he genuinely is sort of the kid that you go, if you keep doing that, you're going to bang your head on the table. And sometimes he does, and then the next round, well, it looks like he can fly. Like, it genuinely is incredible what he can do. And it's no real surprise that from Foot side, you get aced, you go, okay, let's take a moment.
Yeah, I think looking at how things have gone for Echo so far, especially, and here it is, you know, you look at some of the comparisons, your stage 1 stats on Viper across the board here. Echo's obviously been a staple when it comes to that Viper play. The man plays outside of his pit more often than in it, and for some reason, it works. But he's doing it here on the Cypher as well. He's shown us that he's got depth. It's just not a one-trick pony by any stretch of the imagination. And when we think about this team, like you said, you know, we've seen Audaz be there, but Izzy especially this day and age on that Neon. That was his first ace in VCT EMEA as well. I'm sure that makes it worth so much more for it to happen up against Foot as well.
Yeah, what's on the line as well? For a youngster that was only able to come into this stage. He was still on the roster at kickoff, but just wasn't old enough to play. The other youngster that wasn't able to play for Ulf is now sat across the stage from him, making his debut in VCT EMEA on Foot. And now one of them will guaranteed make it. And okay, talk about the timing of Sociable. This time, it doesn't go his way. The aggressive flash through, taking back the space, forcing them into Izzy, but he does miss a shot. A potential backstab. Sop getting even further forward, finds one, and there's a multitude of kills within a second. It puts things down to just one. Echo again. An ace in the last round. This time, he needs a 1v3.
Sickening stuff too. Izzy got hit by the stun, still managed to land what I assume was hip fire on the op. But because Sop jumped, it was into his legs. That was the difference maker. Echo. Another big play needed, and 2 lined up, but 1 very low. If he can get Sop, the second might find its way in his hands, but no. The round goes to the numbers of Foot. 6-4 now, a 2-round gap. And 2 rounds left to play for in this half. It's anyone's game.
Genuinely, at times, it does feel like, well, an overstimulated game of deathmatch. Like, we are just watching these teams run around with everything being thrown in, and whoever just hits the shots the best is the one to win. 6-4.
They are mine.
Ultimates and cash expended. This is the thing for Eternal Fire. They're not really able to keep those credits up, but then we've seen both teams somehow win with low buys. I feel silly to doubt them at this stage.
We saw Foot almost win with Classics too. And a few Sheriffs. There's no telling what's coming next in this one, but
flip a coin.
Very, very patient display from Foot to start. Breaking that Prowler in A main, but then stacking up, holding every angle, waiting for a peek, waiting for someone to put a foot in the wrong direction and give them an opening. The Molly doesn't force the fight the way they wanted it. Flash, though, is perfect. Fabian somehow stands his ground, though. A double, and he slides in for more, but Sop with a double of his own has pulled us right back into favor for Foot. In a game of what happens next, you're guaranteed to lose in this one. 3 versus 2. A pistol for Audaz on the retake. Surely, we're looking at 6-5.
He's found himself a rifle, but timing is going to... Oh, it should have been perfect! No! Sociable's whiff! And now the shots through the smoke as well! Keep flipping those coins! Every kill, it could go either way! Leaving Sop to try and clutch it out, and he can't quite manage it! Audaz will hold the line! And what he said that maybe he didn't have anything against Sop. I want you to see his reaction when he won that clutch.
Yeah, it's telling a different story down on that stage, the whole body language.
Nothing but love, he says. Let's see what he did when he won the round. Oh, how does he not get that kill?
Last player standing.
Nothing but love. That is nothing but love right there.
I do not want to see him angry.
Thank you very much for all of the reactions. That's perfect.
Oh, man. What a crazy pickup for Eternal Fire. Guaranteed the lead now at the half. And already Foot trying to respond with aggression, getting up in their face. But it's Izzy fighting back with the shorty with the off. He's playing gun game.
Spike down.
And it's nothing but net in those early fights. Sociable and Yedege all alone. The spike dropped well and truly out of their hands, out of their control, and it seems like they're out of their depth in this matchup, at least in half one. 8-4 for Eternal Fire, pending no you know, 1v5 aces from Yedege. And what a half that is to start out. Their map pick and coming in looking dominant in the first half.
It's safe to say that in the battle of aggression, thus far they have won out. But normally, it is the defensive side that if you're going to call a team over-aggressive, it is that defense. So we'll have to wait and see. They don't really need to be facing this. Of course, the time ticking away. This feels like it'll be nothing more than stat padding for Yedege. As if it wasn't hard enough, they're going to reveal exactly where he is as well. So 30 seconds left. They could all lock in a massive firing squad, just sat waiting for him to try and round this corner. And yeah, I don't even know if it's worth going for anything here. Maybe just wanting to even keep a little bit of pride, not give them the satisfaction of killing him off. Triple spray down in 5 seconds. You ever seen it before? Because I certainly have not.
No, that would be a new one to add to the books. 8-4 at the half, though. A solid defense coming out from Eternal Fire, but we know that Foot are not going to just give up. Not in a match like this with stakes like this on the line. It's time for the halftime break, but during it, luckily we had time to catch up on the Turkish round table during the Spike Drop podcast. Let's see what our players had to say about the playoff bracket.
Do you think that their side of the bracket is tougher than yours and yours is an easier route?
No, I don't think so. Our bracket is more tougher, I guess.
Why?
More Turkish. Yeah.
More Turkish, yeah, that's a good answer.
Yeah, actually, they can think like that, but maybe it's because of their position. Because we see they are not that much good right now. So for our bracket, Eternal Fire is on the first stage, and they are so close to the international event. We want to go back to against the big stage. And about Heretics, of course I know they want to go Masters or Champions. They always go there, but I think Eternal Fire and us gonna just choose who is gonna go to international.
Yeah.
I can give you some interesting information as well. That is like the teams that you played, who were here earlier, have predicted you to make it. So it's like, I think you played versus, was it Mates?
Yeah.
You played versus Mates. Starzo thinks that you guys will make it, and you played versus Vitality, and Yumpy thinks that you will make it. So clearly you both made a pretty good impression.
I think it's because of when we won against them, we always just show them that we control all of the game and we are so dominant.
Couldn't agree more. They're so dominant. But we haven't seen that today. Not so far from Foot. 4 rounds on the board for them. There was hope. There was promise for that to be a little bit more. There's some of that early half contention, round 2. What should have been round 4 for them.
I think that Sheriff round kind of broke them a little bit. Like, it was running through the smoke, getting wrecked like that.
Echo made a crazy play, but he had a few of those during that half.
I want to see how they do with this Phoenix on the defensive side, because at times teams can find it quite difficult. I think that Fabian is like a different gravy. Like, he's so good at hitting the timings on those flashes. And also, this was the side of the map that last time out versus Mates, we really saw Foot struggle on. Sure, it's a different comp. Sure, they will have put work in to adapt to that. But Eternal Fire are not going to make it easy for them.
I would be surprised and disappointed if they did. A 4-round lead. A pistol round that could set them on track to close this map out. Maybe take that crown out of the hands of Foot, moving into Ascent. Exactly where they'll want to end the series. Carries a lot of weight amongst those Turkish teams, just like this pistol carries a lot of weight for Eternal Fire. Deep play. The plant's going in.
Spike planted.
For a deep push into spawn. We've got a battle brewing on both sides, but that flash from Fabian could change absolutely everything. There goes the reveal. Counter flash in play, but he's been blinded himself. They couldn't get out there for more than just the 1 kill, and now the crunch comes in. Sup and Cristalli able to do the damage, pressing forward with another. Now the advantage in the hands of the defenders. Audas won't stand his ground, and Echo is left to make another big play. And of course, Echo delivers.
my God, this guy is in incredible form. The first one should have been more difficult, but just every single shot landing. And it really seems like, of all the people in the server right now, the one who wants to be winning this match, the one that wants to be heading over to London is Echo. 9-4. Now a very difficult road back in this one for FUT. We saw some success in low buys, and there has been a minute amount of investment here, Mitch, but I'll be honest with you, I'm feeling like Eternal Fire might have this map in the bag.
Well, if Echo keeps playing like this, that's a guarantee.
Yeah. He enjoys this map as well. I think it was last time out versus Heretics, 21-14. A lot of the time you expect that to be through just being a site anchor, but he's not really an anchor, more of like a free-flowing... I don't know what you would call that. I don't think it exists on boats.
A boy. One of those, is he?
The boat boy, yeah?
The boat boy, that's what they call him.
Where is he going?
That was a crazy push, and I don't mean that in a good way. I'm not sure what he was thinking.
One enemy remaining.
Getting down and dirty that deep into spawn, but although Izzy gets punished, Eternal Fire don't. The Flame is catching at 10-4. And for FUT, well, it's time to wake up. Money's about to go.
Here.
We fully invested into this one, and listen, if this falls by the wayside, Tom, I get more worried than I expected to be here today for FUT. Because coming into this series, yeah, history and so on, of even just the banner there, and with how the stage went, I think they do come in as the favorites, certainly if you lean on the experience of some of their players. But to have just 4 rounds, that's going to be terrifying for the next map, for the bounce back, as it should be on Ascent, of all maps up against Eternal Fire.
Yeah, it's one where I don't think I've ever met a Turkish player who isn't comfortable on Ascent, but also it's one where you don't know what your opponent's going to be running. You can guess. I think a lot of people have been running Neon Phoenix, so I don't think it's going to be anything crazy. But dealing with them could be difficult. But I was going to say what looked like a good start, but already Necky's just turned it back, and now Orders has found another. They walked up into a B site that had 3 players within it. Oh, well, they've walked out smelling the roses.
Yeah, and the fight that happens on this site makes sense. You've got 4 players pressuring through a choke point. You find the first, but they trade out in the numbers. They get posted on the angle. It is what it is. How the hell did Necky just get away with a double down long? He was alone. He was caught with a Prowler in hand, and he gets out with 2 kills. Mistakes, pardon me, like that shouldn't be happening, can't be happening for FUT at this stage. It's past crunch time. We're at do or die in this map. No signs of life for quite a while. They're teaching him how to use the mouse, leading by example. And 11-4, Eternal Fire are on the home stretch.
It's genuinely just crazy. Like, as you said, there's a lot of moments where you just feel like they're losing 1v1 fights, and that's kind of turning the round. But yeah, as you said, like it was, what, a 1v2 almost for Necky. A man, though, that has been having just an incredible performance. And as I said, I want to go back to his performance versus Heretics as well. Ordaz has just, I feel like, turned up massively over the last couple of games. Like, I think he was decent within the group stage, but if I was going to pick a player that maybe was a little underwhelming in comparison to everybody else, I might have put him in there. But for Ordaz, he's just been stacked. Like, he played insane versus a Heretics that I thought would be a problem for them. And he's come into this map as well, top of the board, 16-10. And sure, like, it's been the moments of the likes of Echo that maybe have slightly outshone him, but he's still picking him to the post at top of the board.
We've talked a lot in the past about teams having that extra game lead up, deep seeds being an advantage or a disadvantage, and it is very team dependent. I'm sure there are teams out there that benefit from watching, you know.
Turkish teams like Momentum, you're saying?
Yes, well, that's a fact. You imagine like someone like Team Liquid having a deep seed. I'm sure they would love to be able to look at the VODs of their opponents playing and gain a lot from that. But there's other rosters, like for example, FUT. Maybe they don't benefit from it. Maybe they need that lead up, that runway, that heat up time, because Eternal Fire have come in hot to the touch and they look untouchable.
Especially after losing your last game in groups. Like, sure, it's a wake-up call, but also you might need just like that little bit of, well, excuse the pun, extra footing. Either way, They've had to force this one up. Had to put everything they've got into this round. And while that B site is already firmly under the control of their opponents, they have forgotten something, though.
Yes, they have. The spike is quite far away, but you know, no issues in terms of it getting there. There will be issues in terms of who's waiting for them.
It's going to be very confusing for Foot, just going like, wow, they're really taking their time, aren't they? They really are checking every angle, every nook and cranny, and wow, this is the problem. You could have had the spike down by now. Instead, you're having to play a little bit more aggressively. This gives an opportunity for Foot to get in a bit early, but maybe they don't come out alive. The trades again. It just seems like every member stepping up when needed, and now Crystalli is all that remains. And who else but Echo?
You know that this means a lot to both teams, but it does feel like it means that little bit more to Eternal Fire, to the young guns on the other side of the stage. They've seen the other Ascension team make it to an international. Why can't they? And now, well, they're not one round away from it, but one round away from being one step closer, from being within touching distance of an international event for a team that wasn't even thought of in the league just a couple of months ago. Yeah. 8 chances to close this out, and against regional rivals of Foot. This feels like a Promethean task, and one that they're well and truly up to.
Nightfall thrown in. A lurk on 2 different fronts from the attack. Re-aggression, and while it seems like the lurk might not even be necessary, the main take has already done the work. They were waiting for players to try and come in from behind, but there is nobody left to move. Even still, though, maybe overdoing it. Wanted to close things out a little bit too soon. A 5v2 has quickly turned. It's now possible.
Possible, indeed, but difficult at the same time. That Gravwell buying much more time. The long wraparound from Neki, who they think is right alongside Echo. Well, now they're going to have a surprise extra angle as in comes Neki. The smoke fades, but Yedege lands the shot. They were cautious, and rightfully so.
That's definitely Eternal Fire getting a bit ahead of themselves. Sure, still the monumental lead, still 12-5. But that was a 5v2. That only went back in the other direction because of these players getting over-aggressive at the post line. The remaining 3, that they had to swing onto that spike eventually. I can't blame them, but it's the 2 others that get just a bit too aggressive.
And I would stand here alongside you, condemning those actions, criticizing them. If I hadn't seen those same actions...
Yeah, they've worked about 8 rounds in a row.
Yeah, they've worked 90% of the time they do it. So genuinely, any other team, I'm like, y'all through, that was hard to watch. But for these guys, you played your win condition, so it's fine. Sometimes you'll lose it. But for Foot, the way back in is so steep. It's such a difficult journey.
At least it exists.
But it does exist, and they have a chance. They did.
Never mind, it doesn't exist anymore. You know, like there was a small like 0.1% chance that just hit 0, but because Izzy has managed to hit a collat, Ordaz has got his back as well. This leaves only 2 remaining. Hey, you remember that last 5v2 where they overpushed? I would say that's not going to happen again.
Knowing these guys, I would say it would, but I see it's not. They're being patient, they're being passive, and in the end, they're being victorious. 13-5, a lesson taught down on that stage, but class is not dismissed just yet. At least one more map to go, but it's the young guns of Eternal Fire who can leave map 1 with their head held high. But before they leave the stage, let's go down to the sideline report with Echo and Nat.
I've grabbed him while I could because Echo, you have shown up in this first map, and I have to ask, did you eat something different for breakfast, or a Foot just asleep at the wheel right now?
Yeah, I ate kebab.
Okay. So it's more on you, and you still think that this is Foot in their best form, and you're beating them in their best form?
Like, we were expecting that match. Like, it's easy for us because we know they're bad. I can say that.
Okay, they know they're bad. That means a 2-0 is on the cards, in the words of Echo. And we'll see if that does happen after this break and this best of 3 continues.
World while Wingman World while
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Who's more aggressive, you or F? And how did you know you were facing another fast-paced Turkish team affect your prep for today? I mean, yeah, I mean, we have been prepping for F for a couple days now, and yes, we know they're fast-paced, and we were supposed to be ready, but unfortunately, we threw a lot of runs. I mean, like 3v1 on pistol, 2v1 on Antico, another Onico, another Antico, like at least 5 advantage rounds turned into their favor, right?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of prep, we prep for them the same way we prep for any other team. Obviously, we know how they're going to play, and we know how aggressive they are, and I think that we're just as aggressive, and we had to take that fight to them, and that's something we discussed, but yeah, I failed to execute this map for sure.
Some harsh words coming out from the side of the coaching staff for Foot after their loss on the first map. Billy, a lot of reference in terms of making mistakes that they shouldn't be making, supposedly having to be ready, but unfortunately throwing some of these rounds. It did really feel like the Eternal Fire show.
Yeah, I do feel like it's kind of those pressure moments that get to you, right? Let's not forget this is for a spot at that Masters London, and it felt as though they felt that pressure, especially in those moments, and I think that that's when you really get to see it, is when they're throwing away advantages that they have throughout rounds.
I think for the coaching staff there, I think are underselling it though. I think that there were definitely rounds in which they were throwing away, but they were getting owned on those defensive aggression rounds from Eternal Fire. Every round that Eternal Fire went aggressive, I feel like they were coming out on top.
Yeah.
And so I think that's something that Foot need to be working on for the next maps.
Yeah, for Eternal Fire, though, everything was looking pretty well, especially when we're looking at their team play. So let's check out our team up moment presented by Ayorus. This lovely bit of team play from Eternal Fire, specifically on their defense, as Mini already highlighted, has been the key to their success.
Yeah, here we see immediately start of round, mid aggression right here, and they don't stop there. Eternal Fire even going back in on that mid and cleaning up once again. It was the story of the match for me was Eternal Fire's defensive aggression. It's something we highlighted in the pre-match. It's something the coaches there on the Foot side have highlighted too as Eternal Fire's strength. Even here we see Izzy on that Neon literally running in with a shorty. He's got an op and a shorty. That's the way he starts the round. Again, once again, how are people not thinking that this is fun Valorant to watch? Like, this is crazy. Like, this is what Valorant's become in 2026. We've got some Turkish players just running at people with shorties.
Honestly, I love it. I'm here for it. I'm enjoying it. It's been incredible watching that kind of gameplay on the server. But it's not just it's not just the team play from the side of Eternal Fire, Billy, that has been so good. It's also individually. Yes, maybe they'll walk at you with a shorty, but Echo having an ace, you know, and also a 1v3 on that pistol round. Like, what?
Yeah, let's not forget this is the guy that came into this roster for Stage 1 as well, right? He wasn't eligible to play with them throughout kickoff. He was part of that original Esports core and comes in for Stage 1. And I think that he's been a real spearhead of this team, I want to say. Even throughout their campaign in Ascension last year to how they performed in Tier 1 as well. He really is the kind of pinnacle and top performer of this team if I was to highlight one.
Yeah, I was so excited to watch him. And I was hoping for SOP too, but now it's this weird situation where they're playing against each other. But Echo was the one that took over in these key moments. Ace, and then this 1v3 really, I think, basically just sealed the map for them right there.
I feel like Eternal Fire are a team where we saw it yesterday against Team Heretics. You allow them to build up any sort of momentum and build up this kind of confidence. They are the kind of team that will just completely run over you, which the same can be said for a side such as FUT Esports. It's just that we need to kind of see that bite back coming out from FUT Esports going into the second.
The confidence specifically for Eternal Fire literally came through from the first round that we saw. They won that pistol round. We haven't even left this analyst position yet, and they got up and already started shouting at FUT. Like, they were locked in from the start. So it's a scary position to be in for FUT now as we're going on to that next map.
Yeah, and one thing that we didn't really talk about much was because we didn't think it was that big a game, but FUT are coming off of a loss against Heretics, and they got kind of destroyed in that game. And my analysis was a game that didn't have too much stakes, a game where they could come away from that loss and learn how to deal with a loss. But that momentum seems to be continuing, and they look a little bit not like themselves right now.
Yeah, so for Ascent, as we move forward, Billy, like, what would you want to see from FUT to make sure that as the map that they've picked, and it being new in this pool, they give us a reason, a convincing reason as to why they picked it?
They do look a little bit startled, and obviously there is a clear rivalry here, right? So I think coming into Ascent, they've obviously prepared it with them having to decide to pick into it, and this being the new map coming into the pool for playoffs. And look, so what they've opted for is that SOP on the Neon, is that Zeus on the Phoenix, a clear identity that they've clearly set for themselves.
Interesting, Turkish Ascent without any jets. That's what we've come to. I'm enjoying the composition. I think the compositions make sense for both teams. SOP on that Neon you're always going to see, Zeus on that Phoenix. Eternal Fire side, Fabian, that's where he gets to flex his flexibility. He doesn't need to play that second duelist. He can play that KO if he wants to. I think the KO has a little bit more depth on Ascent. Interesting here we're seeing the Waylay too. It was something that I believe wasn't working so well for them before.
Yeah.
It was on Fracture, but I think on Ascent, I'm really liking this idea of Waylay. Typically we see Jets, but Waylay is a bit stronger with that op position right now, and I'm very curious to see if Izzy can make our perceptions change a little bit.
Even as a singular duelist, you would prefer the Waylay, or do you think having the Neon and the Phoenix with the double duelist setup is better?
I think with the Waylay, the KO makes more sense, and overall I quite like KO on this map against FUT's composition. You throw the knife anytime FUT just wants to go aggressive and completely shut down that push.
All right, with that, we're ready to see whether or not FUT is able to make their composition on Ascent work. The first time that they've picked this map so far to stage, because of course it is new in the pool. But a ticket to London up for grabs here for Eternal Fire. Can they close it out in a 2-0? We'll find out with our casters, Mitch and Tom.
It's been over 200 days since we've seen FUT play Ascent, and now they defend what could be, maybe what should be, their spot in London on this map, up against another Turkish team. But most importantly, Tom, off the back of a 13-5 loss. That was a tough one for Foot to go through on the previous map. This is their pick, but we've talked about it. How wide do we expect the gap between these teams to be? And can we realistically expect Foot to come in looking like a different team? Because that's what needs to happen.
Yeah, and from the other side of things, Eternal Fire, they tasted defeat early to Fnatic. We started to question Fnatic. And then they beat BBL, they beat Vitality, Pacific, GX, Heretics. They are going through teams that we have talked about. And sure, Foot have done similar in the other group while tasting defeat at the end. Have they recovered from that defeat? Or is this going to be a whitewash for Eternal Fire? That's a pretty good start. The knife maybe just a little bit too late to find that Sociable was there. Oh, this pistol round already looking incredibly different, but we've seen them let them slip before, and already one coming back the other way! Again, it starts to slip! Vlad talked about the fact that they had advantages, and they let them go, and now Echo only needs one, but Yedajay has brought it back. Turning into a 1v1 scenario, Neki is desperately low. 4 bullets left to play with, but the time is on his opponent's side, and Yedajay will save them. A pistol that shouldn't have needed a Red Bull clutch, but thankfully, Yedajay will bring one home.
And you got to imagine a lot of the conversation backstage was about not giving those advantages away. It was about not having this happen again. And right off rip in round 1, we see that spark from Eternal Fire, and we see that slip from Foot. That has to change, so there is some love across the stage at least.
That was very aggressive love.
Yeah, it was. There's a little shaking going on there. But a 1-0 start for Foot. They've got the lead. Let's see how long they can hold on to it.
Yeah, they got the lead. It didn't look particularly comfortable, but I don't think they'll care too much. If anything, the clutch might have just been something worth that additional celebration. Of course, for Eternal Fire, not a whole lot to play with in this round. And it is worth noting that they did win both pistols in the previous map, so it's at least a bit of an early boost for the side of Foot. I think it's important that they get some of these rounds across the board comfortably, because I think that was always the case, is like with the pistols in the lower buys, even with advantages, they were letting a lot slip on Pearl, and on Ascent, they just can't allow that.
There's 5 players here, Tom. They're walking into the site where they've been spotted first in the choke point, then by the camera in wide. They should know the numbers are here, the rotates are in from Eternal Fire. The eye distracted on those players in heaven, but 2 close range kills from Zeus.
How many more?
Has delivered them from what would have been disaster. They're clearing Fabian as well.
Told you.
And well, yeah, when Zeus hits 3 no-scopes like that, it works out. Who would have known?
All I'm going to say is I said no-scopes before they entered the site.
You did. You did. But I'm not sure you would have been that confident if you were playing that round as if you were watching it. But
to be honest, I don't think I would have been that confident if it wasn't Zeus and Soft walking in with both having a Marshall with a one-shot no-scope that they just don't seem to miss. Another confidence booster. 2-0 for Foot. Of course, 2 very different ideas with the composition. Eternal Fire with something that almost seems reminiscent of old school Ascent, what we come to expect, but with the Waylay instead of the Jet. The more aggressive side is with Foot. Well, Zeus, I guess it doesn't matter what gun he has. If he keeps doing that, they're going to win the game.
It's only a matter of time till Echo shows up on the other side, though. It was the hero of the previous now. He's been spotted walking forward, but no one's there to catch him. His Foot fall back to the site. Retreat to the safe havens. Great reveal. Beautiful smoke.
And he's back.
And that will be the save called from Eternal Fire. Echo. He had his first ace of VCT in the previous map. Some big multi-kill rounds, some big clutches, but no opportunity to do the same this time around. In fact, holding onto that weapon now, looking like it could be under threat. Neki's on the other side of the map. He's gone all the way to B site. Echo is alone, and he will die that way.
Yeah, important to get rid of this additional weaponry. Make it much harder for Eternal Fire to have much of a hold. And this is one of the most important factors for Foot, is if you get Zeus firing, and get that momentum building, especially on the Phoenix. This is why, even going back to the previous Ascent we saw, from Team Liquid and Vitality, both running that Neon Phoenix. Because the terrifying thing always with Phoenix, always been the case, if you can start building up those multi-frags, you have those additional flashes, you get yourself that ultimate. And as a free entry into the site, it's always going to be incredibly important. And we've seen players use Jet as almost like a dive in, die, get traded. That's a freebie that you don't get on pretty much any other agent. The goal from Izzy will be something similar in the second half. But they are struggling right now with just how direct FUT are being. We are just going to push A. Deal with it.
Well, that's what we talked about with Sop and Zeus both separately. Two players who had a lot of hype around them, and especially Zeus going into last year. It's somewhere that I think his ceiling and floor have both risen with this roster, with this iteration of the roster.
Floor definitely has.
Being alongside Sop as well. Like, yeah, I suppose it's actually maybe not a fair, because he did have some very good games before. It just, the consistency wasn't there.
Was it kickoff or stage one? I think he was literally like the #1 rated player of all regions, and then they didn't make it. That was just a group stage. So it's like, his ceiling could be insane, but it was so inconsistent.
Yeah, whereas like definitely feeling like he's a much better piece of the puzzle.
100%.
In terms of how he's fitting in here, and I think having someone competent like Sop alongside you, having a change in metas is where now double duelist is just par for the course. Little jumping game from Echo there. Just to get his cage back, and it's deep aggression outside of B where they want this fight. But after Izzy sent back to cancel the fight in the rest of the map, and in fact Izzy won't even make it out of there. Cleanup crew in full effect in mid for FUT, and Echo's even being spotted here. Good night to you.
Yeah, this is just smart stuff coming out from the side of FUT. I don't mind the idea, like using the dart as a distraction to try and allow Izzy to make a play, but there was too many players around that angle to ever really fall for that trap.
One enemy remaining.
Well, now Ordaz is all that remains. Another clean round. The economy of FUT really starting to build up to a point of almost no return, and we're only 4 rounds in.
Yeah, well, I said coming into this map, it felt like it had to be a completely different team that we saw stepping onto that stage. They found 5 rounds in the entirety of Pearl, and it wasn't a top-down issue. It wasn't that they were, falling from the very first barrier up. No hurdles cleared. In fact, sometimes it felt like all hurdles were behind them. It was a clean stretch to the finish line, and they'd somehow still trip over themselves on the side of FUT. Yet now, clean at least in the first 4, and the trades are spectacular. A chance for Neki to catch them off guard. They clear him, but he still finds a double and makes it out alive.
Oh, he's done incredibly well. He was tagged low by the first guy. Maybe a little bit audacious, though. He wanted more. He wanted his cake, wanted to eat it too. Come on now. He is feeling maybe a tad foolish. Izzy still trying to clear everything on the other side of the map. Obviously wary of where Yetaje was, that lurker that could be anywhere, hiding in the darkness. Instead, he's just sat alongside his teammate on the A site. And now the operator becomes a retake tool that, I'll be honest, nobody really wants.
Yeah, it's definitely not the best weapon for this. And in fact, I'm surprised to see him even going for it at this stage. Again, what are you going to do with this and just this, but in the next round, But what are you going to do with it here? 1v2, time on their side. They're split up. They're not giving the fights. It's time to go. And that's exactly what Izzy does. Just gets out of here. Looks like his timing is okay to make it to make it across mid. Not deep like that, though. Gave Sociable a chance. Luckily, the shot isn't landed. But a 5-0 start, nonetheless, for FUT. A lights-out performance kicking off Ascent. And while we had questions about picking it, if it was a good idea, and whilst there's still so many more rounds to be played, for now at least it's looking like they made the right call.
Oh, it must have been going insane in Prax. Because like, even if something goes well in Prax, when you go like, okay, our opponent's probably going to pick a map that we don't particularly enjoy, no matter what we ban.
It's been almost a year since we played Ascent as well.
Yeah, we've not played it for ages because we haven't literally been able to. And then you must have just been literally railing everybody in Prax. Just go, yep, we're going to pick it anyway.
Pull it out.
And hey, it's looking fantastic. For the other side of things, it is a mixed bag buy. A few ultimates to play with is the major danger. But of course, there's also ults on the other side for FUT. They've won these last few rounds so cleanly, they haven't needed to use any.
Neki's getting curious. And whose patience will pay off first? It is his, but the trade is all that he finds. 2 players inside B main, or A main, sorry. But they're making their way towards the smoke. Waiting right outside at Sociable. Conscious of the walk through, but the trade is good again. Eternal Fire making this round look winnable, look doable, and Zop's in trouble. His ult's being cancelled. He goes out knife in hand, unaware of the player up close, and yet still, Foot come out smelling of roses. Izzy in the same position as before. A 1v2, an up in hand, and the first shot doesn't land. 6-0. It's a clean card for Foot. And Eternal Fire, where did they go? This team was so dominant in that first map.
Sociable's a maniac. Bro, why are you solo hiding in a smoke with the spike? Like, there was no one even close to him to help him out if that went wrong. Like, it's mental, but hey, I guess when the rest of the players are playing this hot, it really doesn't matter that much, but that was terrifying. And I also want to say, I think it was Fabian's knife that just takes away the ult. Brilliant. Like, a little bit of genius in the moment, unfortunately. Just didn't have the weaponry to get that one over the line. Still, 4 ultimates to play with. Immediate usage of that Hunter's Fury. The only thing it's caught so far is the ult, but the TP across was found on the other side.
Zeus's ult sent right back to main as Sop falls. Zeus comes out of main and out of the round, and now, I'm not sure how he's gotten away with that one. Why didn't Neki have his knife out? But okay, Crystalli's last alive. Not even a chance to plant this spike, but he might be able to bait them into a fight. That's what he looks for now with a minute on the clock. But stepping into the op, the surefire way to send the round to Eternal Fire. Their first found at last.
Yeah, other than the knife in hand walking past a player that I'm pretty sure was revealed. Like,
yeah, I think they knew he was there.
I'm fairly certain, yeah, here. So he definitely, look, you can literally see him being picked. They know exactly where he is. But I guess he didn't expect to just walk through the smoke.
I just watched this player cam in that replay. He literally starts screaming the second he died, like, what, he's in main? I don't know how he could be caught off guard by that. But
he is the guy that, at least in the early rounds, has been doing fantastically well. Definitely overheats quite a bit, but they've needed someone to try and turn this back. A mid-fight, an operator is on the other side as well. That is quite a comfortable gap, I would say, for Izzy to play around. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I would assume Echo through that cage if I didn't know any better. A bit of a mistake and a painful, costly one now for Foot. I mean, here's the problem. Maybe a benefit. Trapped in the corner was Yedege. He gets the jump on Izzy. Trains that right back to a 4v4 and gets the ult off of the back of it. It's a lot to work with for this side, and well, Fabian somehow gets one, gets out, Tuck's in the corner, he's got backup now as well, and that spike is all alone, even as he runs through. There's players all around him. Yedege helps, clears up the spawn, but Crystalli landing that double has breathed life back into this round. They heard the TP. They don't know if he's faked it, but they will in a moment. Never mind. Cam not seeing him either. This is perfect. Audaz has flown completely under the radar. No!
Oh,
at the worst possible moment. He has made noise, and it has come back to bite him now.
They need to kill him.
They're surrounding him.
There we go.
Finally dealing with him. What a play by Audaz.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
It's a little too itchy on the trigger finger.
The worst thing is as well, if he doesn't shoot, I doubt they clear him. Like, because it's such a weird spot for not to shoot. But you can't blame him. He played that so fantastically well. I'd say as well, 2 big moments in this round coming out from just players on timing. Yedege, after he uses his ult, realizes there's nobody around mid. He can take the space, grabs the AWP, holds rotations. Very clever. Then you have Crystalli, who gets a pick, his teammate gets killed, sees the flash and goes, okay, if I duck into this smoke, I have a timing. Because they're not going to expect me to have pushed this without sprinting and making loads of noise. That's where he catches the rotation onto Neki, and that's where they're able to run back to the other side of the map. Just 2 moments of individual timing that works out wonderfully for Foot. And that's been the difference. Like, Yedege is having a great map. I think the same for Crystalli, just in big moments. He's been performing very well. And there has not been a weak link thus far, whereas other than, I'd say, a couple of moments from Neki, all the flair from the last map is completely gone from Eternal Fire.
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah, I mean, they've called, again, both timeouts. burned by this squad in the first 8 rounds of play, or coming out of the first 8, it's never a good sign. And the fact that they found 1 round and Foot immediately go back to dominance, it's difficult. We see this happen a lot where from map to map, the baton changes hands completely, and now it's the other team dictating the pace. Again, map 1, it felt like Foot were offline. The mistakes they were making went deeper than just the map that they were playing. But as we also said, them coming in here cold and Eternal Fire being warmed up from yesterday's game, maybe it played a role. And now we're seeing Foot, when they've got that little bit of heat to back them up, they've shaken off the stiffness of that first map. They certainly are looking like the better squad in the first 8 rounds. The second timeout used, now it's Eternal Fire's chance to show us that map 1 flair again.
Yeah, at best, they're still losing the half, but they're in a much better position than they would be if it keeps up to regular programming. 3, maybe even 4 players going to be on this side of the map. There goes the Hunter's Fury, and already Sociable's caught another. You would not think this was a stack. Only player getting a kill is Izzy. And while for Foot, they have done an excellent job of cleaning up. Sure, the remaining 2 have managed to get here, but still smoke's available for the cross, and unless Echo can pull off another hero fight, which he cannot.
They're smart as well. They just waited it out. Reveal was put in towards A main there a couple seconds ago. And as soon as the smoke came back online for Sociable, they made their move, conscious that Izzy could find a gap, find another shot, and make it a 2v3 at the time. Instead, the man with 20 HP and the big gun for Eternal Fire is left fleeing the site again. They will have to carry that forward to the next round for any hope of impact.
Well, this round for me is way more worrying than a lot of the others. Just because of the manner in which they lost it. Like, you had the right read, you had 4 players on the right side of the map, and 3 of them are dead before you even get your first kill. Like, it was only the cross after they'd already basically won the round. And don't get me wrong, Hunter's Fury, high impact goal.
Yeah.
There's the expectation that that can do a lot of damage, but they just got destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, it's especially the A side where it can do a lot of damage, because you can essentially boil it down to 3 or 4 different lane ways that you want to hit with that pulse, depending on whether you care about guarding that much or not. So forcing them out of position, you had the nade, I think, that forced Fabian out, and Sop just gets 2 fights on players that, you know, the second one is obviously being pushed out by the Hunter's Fury, but the first one is coming in to help.
It's a great execute, but it looked very easy. Like, it looked like basically if you were doing a training scenario where you go, we have a perfect execute versus X amount of players.
We're going to dry run this.
Maybe you're against your like academy team and you go, could you just guys stand here? We want to see how this works. That's what just happened.
Yeah, exactly. It looked like it. An execution, most certainly. Deep play by Izzy. He's going further, wants to use that refract, but won't find a kill for the convert. Drone going up on mid as well, but Foot have left a player behind. I do feel like they're just putting the pressure on here, trying to force a rotation or find Sociable that late space. We talked about it in the last map where, albeit Foot didn't really deliver much, but that previously he'd been finding so much in the attack side with those late lurks. Maybe he'll need to do that again. Trades early in B main, and they do go the way of Foot, but
they know this is a stack. Like, they literally at this point,
look at the space.
They have seen pretty much every single piece of utility of the players that are left. So they know that they've killed 2. There's still another couple, and eventually now they're going to go, okay, maybe we stop fighting the stack and go back in the other direction. Echo is there though, and he has been dangerous, at least on the last map. Bit of a mistake coming out. No way! How's he got 3 from there? Of all the rounds that he could steal, this should not have been the one. But mistakes made by the side of Foot, and Eternal Fire gifted around.
They played that so well up until the final confrontation.
Spike down mid.
I don't know what that was. No, there's a paranoia to work with. It goes in after he finds a pick. They're swinging before the utility. And then that TP, absolutely criminal.
Wait, yeah, it was his paranoia, right?
Because I swear to God.
So he's thrown it and TP'd into
Why do we play like this?
Yeah.
Why do they play like the you know? I can see it. 8-2 up though, you know, Bambino. Take the positive. And there you go, right back on the horse. Echo, hero of the last round, already dead. And just right back like nothing happened.
Yeah, unlucky from Fabian.
Maybe it knocked their confidence.
There was an assist there from the Sova and the Omen, but which one threw the flash? I'm not sure. I think it was Fabian. Unlucky. Lining himself up. We end up in a 3 versus 4 now with a plant down. You know, op in play, there are credits. Sometimes these rounds you'd see a save call, but there's not much more to save for 2 rounds to play for, this being one of them. But the time is against them. The numbers are as the trades keep on going in. Leaving Foot with that even position to play from. Audas though, doubling, tripling up, has brought the round right back for Eternal Fire. That felt like we were waiting for the inevitable ending. But Foot, they've lost against the numbers again.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the time it's just them losing to themselves. Like a lot of very open and aggressive post-farm positions where...
He can't do this, man!
I would probably hit the table harder. That's a 3 versus... That's a 3 versus 2 where the entire series, we've said the issue for Foot is they get the advantages, they throw them away, they overpeak. The coaches said it coming out the last map. I bet they said it to them, and then you watch that happen. That's got to be frustrating. And the scoreline is not damning for them. It's not like they need every single round, but there comes a point where you are just giving too many opportunities to the opponent, and it very well will probably come back to bite you. At least in some games, whether this is one or not, we don't know, but I would never count Eternal Fire out.
No, no. And again, every round that you let slip is a confidence builder for them. They've not looked comfortable on this map so far, but once more, the execution has been sublime. Once more, Zeus is going to get you that opener, and there are the trades. And this one can't slip, because we've already seen it. 2 rounds in a row. It could have easily been an 11-1 half. Instead, they're looking for that 9-3. Zeus still back in main. The rest of the players sat within the site. Utility removed for now, and so is Zeus.
Nice fight.
Even wary that there could have been a second player. But the remaining 4 all sat together. They're going to know this. All waiting. Nice work from Echo. Another round that's starting to slip away as Izzy gets one more, but eventually they are there to close. Not this time. Foot close out their dominant half.
Ooh, a 9-3 scoreline, night and day compared to what we saw in Pearl, and we may well need map 3 to split the difference between these teams. But for now, another half is behind us, and that means another halftime break is ahead of us. So let's do one more check-in with the Turkish Roundtable from our Spike Drop podcast.
For Turkish teams in general, and I think this entire table is a good example of it, we see a lot more standing up, a lot more shouting, a lot more emotion on the stage. And I wanted to know if, along with being, you know, a bit more aggressive and more risk-taking than other regions, do you think that Turkish players in general are more emotional? I mean that in a good and bad way, like that they use their emotions much more in the game than maybe we see other teams.
Yeah, I think definitely that's true. We are playing with more emotions, and sometimes that's why we are losing, because I see so many times that one of the players is always standing up when they are winning round, but he's playing like so bad.
Yeah.
Then we just we just need to understand that if we control ourselves, then we can control our KDA as well. Then we can win the match. So sometimes just try to, of course, to stand up and try to trash talk the other teams. I love it. I love to see it as well. But sometimes you should just take a deep breath and understand that you shouldn't do it at least 2 rounds.
Well, I don't think he's talking about any of the coming rounds for Foot.
No. Don't celebrate too early, that's what he's saying.
Yes, yes, exactly. And we were talking, I think, about being behind in a game, for example. I think that's where he's coming from with that remark of being 6.
I don't think you just saw what Sob's doing.
I have seen that, yeah.
Two very different duelists.
Yeah, we just heard from Yejay about standing up and shouting across the stage.
He never said anything about
I'm not sure what kind of intimidation that is, and I'm going to go clip what you just did on the TikTok stream.
Go for it.
Thank you.
You got to find it. It'll take you some time.
9-3 at the half. It's actually going to be very easy to find.
You'll forget.
I probably will. Let me write it down. All right. 9 rounds for Foot, and it's looking like a third map on the horizon. Honestly, I think we're owed that today, but this battle ending on Ascent would be poetic in and of itself. The weight that this map carried for Turkish players and certainly Turkish teams for so long. The pistol with a start for Foot could be an end to the map, as they would be getting to double digits right off rip in half number 2. Spike on its way to B, but a late play by Audaz could catch them on the rotate. Oh my goodness.
Sociable. Like the paranoia was great, but can he do anything more? Second layer to it. Zeus now goes in. That's why you got him on the team. You might blind them up, but he'll be the one to knock him down. It leaves the Spike in no man's land. Echo now has to leave, has to go back in the other direction. The thing is, though, that Zeus is pretty isolated, and with the cam spotting him out, they now know exactly where he is. A chance to heal himself up a little bit, but that shouldn't help him versus the pistol of Echo. The Ghost will do the damage to the head. And now a ring around the Rosie. The defenders look to come in from behind, but they have been caught, and that trip might just be enough. No! Sopper's caught him before he can cross, and he will take Audaz as well. Both pistols, just like the last map, but this time, it's to Foot.
Yeah, and you can see that the dominance follows in terms of the score line. 10-3 with both pistols. We always say that it's difficult to lose a map when you have that much of a leg up. You got to do something pretty wrong when it comes to rifle rounds. And with it being so strongly in favor of Foot already, it really does feel like the beginning of the end for this map. Split as a third?
It's the best third map. It's the best map, but it's definitely the best third map.
It's not the best map, but well, I'll give you top 2 at least. Give Bind some damn respect, but what a way to end out on this series. And I believe that's where we're heading. 11 should be on the board as Eternal Fire have classics to play with already. A man disadvantage in the workings. And in rounds like this, it is very much about gathering intel. How are they playing? Where are they setting up? Well, you're about to find out where the judge is. Soft! That is ridiculous. And he goes for more. Of course he goes for more.
I like how Echo's spam with the body with the classic. It's like, bro, I'll be honest with you, you didn't come out on top there. He has managed to full 180 spin. He is managing to catch a few people with the cams. Ooh, that's not the prettiest, but the shot might do the damage, no? Now they should know he has a judge, and yeah, from there, no chance. It's only the one dropped, and the judge will even be delivered. 11-3, Foot 2 rounds away from map.
I love this as well. The fact that he looks at the first player and goes, hold on a sec, okay, back to you.
Yeah.
I ain't got time for you right now. I gotta like Fabian.
Put him on hold.
Yeah. I'll deal with you in a second.
I have another call.
Well, 11 on the board for Foot. A big round. They're talking to each other across the stage. That's hilarious. Well, 2 more needed, and we're going all the way to map number 3 in relatively dominant fashion for both teams and each of their map picks.
Oh, this is uncomfortable for Echo. He's taken out by Sopper, the judge again. A judge is going to bring them nightmares if this ends up slipping away from them. Rizzy, the stun. There are 3 people around this corner. Now they knew this. Oh, there is opportunities, but somehow Cristalli walks away.
He's very lucky to get out of there. The heal already making it up to 100 for Zeus, mitigating a lot of that early damage. The walk up, this is dangerous. Neki doesn't know that it's being watched from up top. Oh, it's going to be such an easy kill for Yenishe. He's even slipping his way towards the window, letting his opponent think that the space is given for free, but there's a fight brewing that Neki wasn't ready for, wasn't aware of. 12 rounds, that's where Foot will be, the home stretch. If they win this, Eternal Fire still on the starting mark.
Oh, they don't check.
This is another massive problem. Sociable in with another. Now they're surrounded. Those players on site have nowhere to go. And this is the problem if you want to take the Turkish crown. It won't simply be handed over. You've got to earn it. And Foot making them pay a heavy price.
Yeah, the battle on their map choice was a dominant one. But then you go to the hometown of Foot, seemingly one that we weren't quite aware of yet. A secret bunker that wasn't even available until this week. And what it's safe to say, that extra day or so of practice is clearly not gonna miss. And with this being a round where they had a Ghost, they had SMGs, they had a Judge, let's say I'm not believing in the 9-round comeback. In other words, I'm not insane.
Yeah, I'm not going to call you crazy for that take, Tom.
No.
I think I might actually, for a rare occasion, I might be in the same boat as you.
Okay.
Careful now. But I'm not a foot doubter like you. Big flash coming in from Zeus. He'll be shut down. Izzy in with the double. And now it seems like Eternal Fire have finally found that flame on this map. Early success! Sociable brings it back, but it's a 1v3 as he falls.
Ooh.
Looks like it's not over just yet. Here on Ascent, at least another round.
Spike planted.
Not guaranteed, but certainly looking likely.
Yeah, there's a couple of low players. Economy-wise, a little bit shaky, but with the amount of rounds they have to play with, they might just want to go for this. They're lined up perfectly, though. And Izzy, what a round from him. It looked like the setup from Foot initially was fantastic. A molly into the corner, initial aggression to try and shut those players in A main down, but it was all Izzy. You could see the amount of pressure that he is under. He's completely blind and just spraying into the abyss. Was low from the initial fight and then comes out with 4 kill. 12-4. Bit of frustration from Zeus. You've got lots of rounds to play with. And another buy coming right up.
What you got to remember as well, at this stage, it's really not about winning the map in these players' heads. They know what they're facing. They've seen these scorelines many times. It's rare to come back into it. It's about confidence. It's about building up that we could have done it. Attitude for the next.
Oh my God.
Every fight, you feel the weight of the blade digging deep into Eternal Fire. As now Sociable stands alone. He'll finish it. The leader of Foot with the Red Bull clutch. And anything they can do, Foot can do better. A 13-4 in response to the 13-5. A third map needed and deserved.
It's insane what we've seen so far. The main reason for the break now, though, is that our observers need a pause after the craziness we've just seen. Luckily, Nat is standing by to take over.
Yeah, Zeus is here with me. You guys, a bit of a shaky one in map 1, but so dominant in map 2. Where's Ascent been, for you guys? How are you so clean on it when it's only been in the pool for a couple days?
All my homies hate Pearl.
All homies hate, but well, how do you feel about Split? Because that's going to be our decider map.
I think it's going to be competitive, unlike the others. Okay. They're going to try their best, but I think it's going to be an enjoyable match.
Okay, it's going to be competitive and enjoyable. That's what we can look forward to because it's going to be happening just after this break.
Nice! Let's go!
Cancel.
Nice! 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 Yes! Oh! Nice!
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Hey, easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't realist like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no.
Oh, come on! No! Bro! 4v2! The anti-ecos, I swear to God! He can't do this, man! 5v3! Just a little bit of discipline, I'm begging!
Fight!
Nice! Come on! Nice! Come on, man!
Valid crash out from Bambino, to say the least. But they do manage to win this match, which is exactly what they needed to be able to do. I mean,
he's gonna do his other shoulder out. Poor guy.
I wonder how he done the first one. Important question there to ask. But from Foot, this is what we want to see. This is what we hope to see. So a great comeback from them on this SM map. You heard them say it as well. All the homies hate Pearl. So they were in their home territory, and it very much looked like it.
Yeah, which is crazy because we had kind of mentioned going into this one that this map was super dominant for Eternal Fire roster when we think back to their time in Challengers. But obviously, Foot coming in with very clear preparation as well throughout the map, I think, Minnie. And yeah, I mean, it worked out for them.
Yeah, I think you can only praise the decision here from the coaching staff to go for that veto. Obviously, a little bit hindsight considering the result, but the preparation looked good. They looked very comfortable and confident, which is not what I can say about Eternal Fire.
No, especially because from Eternal Fires, what we highlighted on the first map was the fact that their defenses were very aggressive and that it was very difficult for Foot to be able to punish them, but that wasn't the case this time around.
Yeah, even on round one here, we see them straight off the bat going aggressive, and a little bit of silliness ensues where Sociable was expecting it, hides in the smoke and gets a couple. But honestly, after this, a lot of the A main aggression overall was just really poor from Eternal Fire in this one. I think that honestly, if me and Billy were on the server together in some of these A main fights, we probably would have done a better job. I really was not impressed.
She needs to play competitively,
You're putting a lot of faith in me right
now. No, but it was bad. It was bad, Billy. Honestly, like they're dry peeking A main with no flashes. They're just randomly peeking. There was no cohesion. All of the beautiful kind of teamwork we saw in the last map on our defensive aggression was out of the window here. I do think Foot played pretty well, but I think they were gifted a lot of rounds early because of really poor aggression there.
And I think a big part of that was Zeus, right? Something that we had said to keep an eye on throughout this series today is that double duelist head-to-head. And Zeus had a bit of a quieter start on Pearl, and I think throughout this map on Ascent, despite being on the Phoenix on both maps, he looked so much more comfortable, I think. And I think that does come down to the confidence and the momentum that Foot were able to build throughout those rounds and just being able to shut down these kind of mechanical moments that, like you mentioned, Eternal Fire were going for.
It just felt like Eternal Fire just weren't comfortable on the map yet. Like, I know it's an old map that everyone should know, but some of those just little timings, just using utility together, peeking together, just felt completely off. And that happens when a new map comes into the pool sometimes.
Yeah, so it was a great card from the side of Foot to be able to bring this one out in the vetoes. With that, they managed to equalize in this playing field. But to see how they're feeling ahead of the next one, let's head over to the coach's confession, because Ticket to London, again, is on the line.
Can you read it?
Yeah, sure. The win on Ascent puts you one map away from London. What's the key thing the team needs to focus on to close out on Split?
Can you answer that as well?
Sure. We have to do more of what we did this game, really. It's about playing with confidence, playing together, keeping our fundamentals good, relying on our stuff. We know our prep, like we know exactly how they're going to play. It's just about execution now at this point, really.
I mean, we could close it out on Pearl as well. Like 13-4, 13-5 doesn't really give the exact number. I mean, we threw so many advantageous runs, just like I said, but it is what it is, and we're gonna close it out on Split.
We're gonna close it out on Split. Well, one of the teams is gonna have to, because that's just how it goes. One wins, one loses, but the winner here really does end up going to London. And we've seen two very great performances from both of these teams. Dare we say maybe we've seen their ceilings to an extent. So heading over to Split, from what we've seen, a 13-5, a 13-4, Billy, which one was more convincing to you?
Oh, I don't know if there was one necessarily that was more convincing. I think that second map there was a lot of mistakes from Eternal Fire that Foot were able to capitalize on. And then in map 1, there was a lot of mistakes coming up from Foot, losing those kind of advantages that they had.
I thought that map 1 with Eternal Fire was more convincing to me. I thought that looked like both teams knew the map better. On map 2, it really just looked like Eternal Fire were just lost in a lot of those instances. But that doesn't mean that means that map 3 is going to be the same. It just, both of these teams are extremely comfortable on this map. It's a very simple map. We're going to see double duelists being played on both sides, which means we're going to see a lot of running it down. It's Split. I don't usually have much more to say than double duelists running at them. It's Turkish Valorant.
The Sky.
Let's go.
Here, Billy, instead of we're seeing the Sky and the Faye, those are the only two differences that we're seeing between these two compositions. What would you make of that?
Yeah, I think Sky has proven to be a great agent on Split, right? I think that Foot have leaned into something that they had played on Split previously, right? They've not moved away from that. I think Crystali was really starting to warm up in that second map there. I think Eternal Fire as well, like obviously having that Raze and that Fade, they have good synergy together is really nice, but I think the fact that you have the Viper paired up with the Sky here is also very good. So yeah, I think like the Initiator probably does just come down to comfort on both sides, which is kind of funny to say considering the amount of things that we've even seen Neki flex onto so far this stage. Yeah,
I don't think the Initiator will be the defining factor of this game, despite the fact that both of them comfortable on that agent. To me, it is all about those duelists and how much work they can get done. And on the flip side, how much the stall agents on the defense side can deter those duelists from going in. We've seen a lot of big Viper games this Split so far, and Viper's a very strong agent at stopping those hits. So that's where my eyes are at.
I think what I'm looking at here as well is Eternal Fire starting on that defensive side, right? Every time that they've started on the attack, they've had to then bring it back to be able to win out this map on that defensive side. So if they can get off to a good start on what would be essentially their stronger side on this map, then who knows? They're going to be able to book their ticket to London in that case.
I want you to tell me your prediction, both of you. I'm throwing you guys.
There's no prediction. It's a banger. It's a Split 3. It's a banger. I'm not doing a
All
prediction.
bangers end on Split.
Wow.
That's our prediction.
Well, Desk seems to be neutral. Maybe Casters can give us a prediction. But either way, all right, Billy, with that, we're heading into our final map of the series. A one-way ticket to London to represent EMEA at Masters. Which team will take it away? Let's find out with our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Well, the road to London most certainly starts in Turkey here in EMEA. But Tom, will it be Eternal Fire or Foot making the journey first, locking in that first spot? The desk wouldn't give predictions, but will you be so bold?
Well, I know you're a massive Foot fan, so to balance it out, I think I'll be leaning the way of Eternal Fire. I genuinely do think, though, that although Mini is sitting on a fence, it is a 50-50 game at this point. The pistols played a huge part in the last. I think going into the first one, it really could set the tone. And obviously for Foot, I think the good thing for them is that they really struggled versus Heretics, but they're starting on the other side. They're starting on the attack. They get to set the pace, and on Ascent, that's where they really flew.
Well, setting the pace indeed, our Foot already onto the B site. And as the neon wall goes down, they realize that nobody is here waiting for them. They're the first to arrive at the party, but Still bringing the noise up close. Sociable tagged up by his teammates Nate, but they don't expect him to be tucked in this corner. Able to find a couple here, our foot, but the pressure's still on. As Eternal Fire with Fabian on 1 HP, get another nade. It's sent out with Sup wrapping around Fabian, landing his third, but it's Sup to close it out up top. A 1-0 start for Foot, and a chaotic pistol round, a sign of what's to come.
Genuinely, I think our observers have got to be having an absolute nightmare this game, because it is just, it's not even just one player popping off, it is just a back and forth of just mania consistently going on throughout the round. An all-out brawl segmented into the realm of the B site. And you can see, I think that even the coaching staff of Foot know how integral that pistol round could be. The pistols have defined the victor. Oh, what a chance. Maybe to just clean up. Again, they're doing well.
There always is a bit of a fight out of Eternal Fire, even when they're on these lower weapons, but that early success is very quickly slipped away. 3-player death ball from the remaining Foot players that move to B site.
He hasn't picked up that judge. He has bought that judge.
It's not ideal now. If he has to play retake, it's pretty much useless. And if they walk into him the way they seem to be through the spawn,
if he's even going to look that way.
Pretty much useless, yeah. Well.
Oh, okay. Spidey senses. Even still, this is not the angle that you want to judge. Unless Yedeje completely misses him, which he does not. And now knowing that he has a judge, probably quite confused as to why he does have a judge. They can just avoid him.
It's the right decision, considering the alternative is to run it down at the judge, which certainly wouldn't be favorable. Izzy, last one alive. The chance to do damage not looking very likely. He's now tagged to 6 HP, and Yedeje will very quickly deal with him. A nice second round from Foot. A few dangers, most certainly, but that's to be expected in this matchup.
I'm going to assume that the plan from Echo is that he's just buying the judge. Like, he has no plan to go in for a rifle right now, so you can buy a judge, die, go into the next round, and buy another judge. The only thing I don't like about it is it's going to mean he can't afford his snake bite, which is going to make that judge so much more impactful with just being able to get the kills from range. So there's still a piece or two missing. He's also going to have light shields, which versus his opponent's weaponry could be a problem. And well, it's not a problem for Fabian, because Sop's already dead.
That judge still drawing breath, another danger that Foot run right into. Although the trade out is found, the number's not in their favor. Neki has to be crossed to make it towards this B site, but it seems like Foot are all in on it.
Good C's.
And it's a hell of a shot from Neki. The C's landed, but the shot through the smoke is another layer to it. Cristalli alone. Spike in hand at least, but a minute on the clock. He can take it where he wants. It's always the upside. Wrap all the way to A, but a plant in the open. Lucky to get away with it.
Yeah, he's
but how much can he get? They're wrapping around from behind. They're taking their time. And it does feel like, I'll say this, Tom, when the advantages are found by Foot, we've seen this over the last 2 maps, there's a lot of moments where that at least one more player's like, it's my moment. I'm going to take the shot. I'm going to take this risk. And for Eternal Fire, a team that we have talked about a lot as being also that aggressive squad, and a lot of people out there talk about them as being brainlessly aggressive even, which I would contest. They're not doing that. They're in 3v1s here, and they're playing the numbers. And it feels like more often than Foot.
I'll give you that. I do think on the last map when things were going badly, like Neki being like, I got 2, I need to run back through a smoke for a third. Like, there are definitely moments where both teams are doing it, but I do agree. Like, that map 1 from Foot was a travesty. Like, that was Game of Throws. But we'll have to see after the last map confidence if that's going to build into something special. Ultimate already online for Fabian. That showstopper built up early. And they have 4 players towards this B side of the map and look to go back to contest middle. That showstopper, if used correctly, could be deadly, but they have missed the timing. Back into the sewers they go.
In fact, it's essentially just a Viper orb going up that stops Foot from pressing forward. But they go down into sewers, they wait a moment, allow aggression to come in if Eternal Fire want to take that risk, and now they'll go back. towards this B
It's a
side.
ruse.
A complete fake being sold on A. The Seekers even getting the showstopper out on the other side. It's dodged too! Fabian eventually finishes his dinner, but all the while, the ruse has worked. The B side is wide open.
Yeah, even still though, I don't think they'll mind too much. A 5v4 retake for Eternal Fire, it's not too much of a detriment. Okay, maybe there was a showstopper or a Viper's Pit or something that could slow them down. Yeah, maybe that would be a problem. But at the moment, it seems like the ball is in the court of Eternal Fire, and it definitely is now.
I think that might have just been a spam. Great read, great timing. Pressuring a player back towards main. Now Yedije pretty much out of the round. And as he tries to step back in, Echo's waiting for him. Crystalli in the same boat. Echo picking up a three-piece. And Eternal Fire equalizing the score as a result.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea, but again, you have to have something in those post plants. And the second they lose a second player, it almost feels done. Like, the idea of the fake is decent, but the post plant just not strong enough. And Eternal Fire make that look incredibly comfortable. 2-2. Economy completely in the bin as well for Foot. It's a hero rifle for Zeus and the rest just holding on to what they've got. Now bear in mind, Zeus is 2 off a showstopper. Sop also 2 away from that overdrive. But I'm more looking at the sniper of Izzy. A real opportunity for him to farm. He's just on the wrong side of the map.
The nade is good. Forced all eyes back for a moment. I thought they'd follow up on it. So did EF for a moment as well. You can see the rotation of Neki making his way back towards this A site from Foot. Crossing in mid, it's essential in this round. They would get back to A if they were to challenge for that control, but straight into an outlaw. They lose one. Fabian's deep push catches Yedije, and now Foot know they're boxed in. They haven't got any space in B main, denied the control on mid by that orb, and lost all control over A main. Even Sewers now a massive problem for them.
Go, go, go!
And then they're gifted a kill. They're gifted a way back in. Izzy's just made a big mistake.
Echo's low, timing is going to be huge. That's now Sop with a rifle and Ultima online. We talk about the mistakes of one side, well, we're witnessing the mistakes of the other, but that's a bigger problem. That's a spike down. All the opportunity in this round may have just faded in the blink of an eye. A wraparound from Sop. Needs to hit a shot, needs to give some space, and it's not going to be happening. Echo even on low HP. It's a double up of triples. Another to add to the collection. And what got dangerous for the moment is still going to be Eternal Fire's round.
Yeah, like I said, when they have the advantages, it feels like less of the time they're giving them away. But this is another example of people getting very eager. We don't see it in the replay there, but Izzy, I'm pretty sure they were 5v3, and he just swung out jump peek in mid after the orb goes down. Again, granted, it was a good shot to hit by Sop.
Yeah, for sure. He is someone that I think, again, like coming into this stage, his debut, obviously was expected to be with Eternal Fire, was expected to be with the Eternal Fire group, but now has moved over to Foot. And looking at those first blood percentages, I think it also sings true to how good Zeus has been. At times on Foot in the past, he was expected to go in, pretty much die and be sacrificed to whatever team they were up against. Instead, Sop has taken that mantle, giving him a lot more space to thrive. And you could just see the difference from stage 1, where even players like Crystalli, I think, were desperately struggling. Now you're setting up someone like Sop, who is not afraid to go in and die, is not afraid to risk it for that space. And it's made this Foot team look incredibly devastating. On the other side, though, the same can be said for Izzy. The amount of space that he makes for Fabian, and then Fabian, no matter the role, like we've seen him play Breach, Raze, we've seen him on the last map play KO, Phoenix, and now on that Raze. He really is a superstar, and so far in this map, it has been him and Echo that have been thriving.
Yeah, Echo's just been consistent all series, it feels like, as well. Even when he was having a couple quiet rounds, he'd step up to win them a really important one.
With straight BS.
yeah. From the get-go. That's to be expected. I'm back on the Viper with the Viper's Pit online. Get ready for more straight BS coming your way. Foot, coming into round 6. A timeout's being called. They come in, rifles by their side, ults in their back pocket. Especially that showstopper on Zeus. We saw it burned up early by Fabian. He's now just 2 away from having it again. But that Viper's pick could be the target.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if the pit's not down in mid because it makes the Viper too much of an easy target. But then he's used it in heaven. Now, it does make things a little bit harder to pinpoint exactly where he is. He could be up close, he could be further back. It could even be sitting on the edge of the rope and just fade away if needed. But I was wondering if they'd maybe pressure it with the showstopper. For now, at least, just clearing out the vents.
The thing is, you don't have a fade, and there's no Skydog to work with now as well. You can't challenge that pit. It's just not worth it. Instead, they'll go elsewhere. The A site, but numbers are here for Eternal Fire. Zeus having to wait a moment. That rocket fuse running out, and he fires onto dead air as Yedege falls in A main. Another player sneakily sitting down below is Audaz, landing kills across the board. It's Eternal Fire shutting down this A push and leaving Sociable all alone. As he baits them out into another fight, they will not bite. Sitting back and waiting, even when the plant comes in, the advantage will be theirs, but Sociable takes the fight to Eternal Fire, isolates 2 1v1s, and hell, good try, but not good enough. The youngsters, Eternal Fire, again, find themselves a bit of steam in the early rounds, 4-2 up.
They were ready for everything there. Like, that was genuinely just a beautiful setup. The pit to try and push them in towards the vent. When the showstopper goes off, Paranoia and Seize and Nade to make sure there's nowhere for Zeus to go. Then, when you have that clutch towards the end, they have 2 players over towards the screens, and they have a player waiting in case he TPs onto the other side of the map. They were aware that Sociable had that ultimate online. Genuinely, Eternal Fire had everything covered.
Cover going. Seen many teams heat up within the Turkish scene, but when it comes to dethroning Foot, especially when on form, it's always difficult to do. Audaz with a double. I mean, they at least traded out with the weaker weapons. It's honestly a bit of a win for Foot. The A site wide open, but it takes them a while.
Yeah, they don't know that.
Being cautious of players up in heaven, of course, but that time bleeding from the clock is going to make this much more difficult to get a plant, indeed to get post-plant positions as well, and now there's no one left to do so. The planter dropped before the spike hits the floor. The round's already over.
Yeah, again, you could just see that they are well aware of the potential, like watching towards the ropes. I feel like Eternal Fire are very good at sort of feeding each other that information, and when they're not overheating, when they're not getting over-aggressive, it genuinely looks like they're in complete control of this map. Only the pistol and second round.
He kills 2! This is what I'm saying, though. They always fight for this space. Like, they get in front of this.
the different sides of the coin. But you can understand the frustration. 5 rounds in a row, only the pistol. Second round, nothing more for Foot. Of course, looking back to prior matches for Eternal Fire, their defensive side has sort of been the be-all and end-all of this map. And a 13-11 victory over GX, 10 of those rounds were on the defense. But if they go in 10-2, Mitch, I'm not gonna lie, I think that this is done.
There has to be a change, and you're hearing it. I mean, we heard it just there in the replay from our big-time lookalike, that they're always fighting for this space. Eternal Fire, and you can see it. It's especially towards a ramp. I think he was talking about Heaven. It's somewhere that Eternal Fire are not giving up, but that means there's a battle to be fought and potentially won in that space. The problem is Audaz, who was previously up top ramp, now sits at the bottom. He had Paranoia in hand, waiting for a sound cue. But now they give up on that crunch, 45 seconds left, and the pressure sits with Foot. A man down, up against the showstopper again from Fabian. That's his second one of the half so far. And when they make noise, that's when the problems should begin. Showstopper fired in right away. That safety net falling on right off rip. And it was a dead-on shot. But with 25 seconds left, Foot needed to pick up the pace, and they've caught Nagy reloading.
Yeah, that was an awkward position from him.
20
Audaz
seconds.
is still at the back of the site, though. Echo might just be caught rotating. There's
15.
a backstab being watched by Sociable, but that spike still needs to move. There's a chance for Audaz to maybe end this round alone, as they now need to get into the site. They have to kill him. They have to kill him. He's looking to leave. Oh, it's seconds away. But Sociable, we speak about his timing. That needed to be bang on.
I mean, he got away with murder in the last round, a double spray down as they came out of the smoke. This time, all he needed was that ult half a second earlier, but it takes them too long to put the pieces together, to figure out the cheat code that they were handed. And a messy round, a scrappy round turns to a sore round for Eternal Fire. Seconds away from winning. But the loss finds its way into their camp. 5-3. The gap closes slightly.
Yeah, that was moments away from being a genius play. Sop, a great shot, but they've got to defeat the maestro of mid. Echo always looking to get aggressive. An even trade, not too bad, but Crystalli down, your solo initiator. Gonna make things that little bit more difficult for Avian. This is cheeky. He expects the first, second player, the jump down, but it's not enough from Sop. This man seems like an unstoppable force. Someone to fear, 12 and 5, even looking for more. But now he has been dealt with. They don't clear the site. They've not checked it properly. That's all too easy. And now Echo ends it as well. A response immediately from Eternal Fire.
The Old Kings looking to keep their crown, but the challengers on the other side, the Young Guns, they are looking good. And remember, they were on a 5-round win streak. Lost one, and they're right back to winning ways. Fabian, he's had 2 showstoppers already in this half.
He might get a third.
And he's halfway to his third, exactly. Like, I mean, he will get it by the time we end this. I'd be shocked if he doesn't.
Yeah, he can almost get it off death. So,
yeah.
It's if he gets no more kills, okay. I think they might have made Sop a little bit angry. That's Ultimate Online. Not a lot to play with in this round, but maybe he can do enough. A rifle for Crystalli. A patient position from Izzy, just hoping that he can catch someone before they get that spike down. Instead, though, that overdrive has dissipated.
But that's the real problem now as you hear that pit come into play. Sop is not in the position I'd expect him to be in with a judge. I gotta be honest, I expect him to be in the pit, and maybe they do too. He surprised one, and it's Izzy down with Sop on another, and of course, hungry for more. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite him, because Fabian's still around. 2 away from the showstopper. The Viper's already been rooted from the pit, but the decay coming into play. Yedege gets back in just as it falls, and Fabian falls along with it. And a Moda Thrifty coming in. And smiles on Yedege's face, no surprise. He took a leaf out of Echo's book there, put up the pit, walk right out of it.
Well, yeah, I'm sure there was a release of some sort. I think I've had the same, because that was literally a millisecond away from having that go the other way. And you can see it on his face. Fabian with the right read, the right positioning, but just not able to hit the shot, which throughout this map is not something I've been saying. 6-4. Foot climbing back into this one. As said, it has been defensive side prowess from Eternal Fire. Their attack has not been the best on this map. And for Foot, if they can get over onto that side, even close to even, I think they'll be quite happy with that.
There's a much needed round for Foot as that Sacred Flame stays guarded. The title of the best in Turkey still to be fought for even after this match, but securing that first spot in London, it's a statement victory for whoever can find it. Eternal Fire. They put the Prowler out and they're rotating. They're leaving the space open. Fabian is the lone defender, and Sop has dealt with him immediately. There will be a showstopper online for the final round, but Fabian's gonna have to wait for it. Foot looking to push up to 5, but that's a crazy smoke invade from Neki.
Yeah, it almost feels like Zeus was caught sleeping. Izzy now on the retake. Overdrive invested. Audas has already caught one, and the man on site gone. Sociable fighting back and back with an impactful double. And it's messy though from Crystalli. It has to be sociable to do it all. Now bear in mind, Spike is dropped. He does have his ultimate to play with, and might just look to try and dip and wrap back around. Instead, though, he's selling the bait that he has, but he'll be caught on the flank. Neki's timing perfect, and again, it's a one and done for Foot.
That's the problem. A flash in the pan. It's EF that are cooking. 8 rounds on the board at the half. That's the dream.
30.
And again, like, what a historic set of stages we've had. When you look at kickoff, sending BBL, they're now taking steps in the direction of Eternal Fire, joining that international roster in the very next tournament. Oh, we can see BBL alongside him.
Yeah, I'd say go back a little further. Look at Ascension. Look at the teams that have come out of it. Look at the new heroes facing off against some of the best, some new youngsters of their own. Already showstopper thrown in. Sop has been dealt with. It's perfectly placed as well. Cristalli will not get that plant in. Buys extra time for the defenders, but they need no extra time. 8-4 at the half. Only singular rounds from the pistol for Foot, and they need a massive turnaround in the next.
It might sound funny to say, even with Ott as 9 and 8 at the halftime, but it feels like everybody's had those big moments. Izzy's the one making space, and the rest are delivering in so many rounds when, frankly, they shouldn't. It's been a big uptick for Eternal Fire. 1 half away from locking in Masters London. Keep in mind, our first tickets are about to get stamped. Let's get ready with the halftime quiz. I'm diving in quickly on this one, Tom. I'm going to say a solid 6 hours. What's your guess?
Oh, I thought it was about 4.
4.
just go. I've done that flight, so it is kind of cheating.
How does it take me 3.5 hours to get from Ireland to Germany? It takes 4 hours to get where there's some crazy stuff going on with the winds here.
It is cheating, because I have done
You've
that
taken the flight.
I've done that flight. Like,
Complete BS.
You remember where...
I want to retry.
Where Champs was?
Get how long does it take to get from Ireland to LA? Chuck it on. See if Tom knows that. Not a chance.
I'm not sure how that's relevant, really.
Neither am I, but I'll figure it out.
You know.
I'll figure it out. 8-4, it's been a strong performance from Eternal Fire, and so far, once the pace is set, it doesn't seem to change until the map is done for Foot. They have to hope that's not the case, or they'll be battling for a spot in London later on. It's not even straight into a qualifying match. They have a buffer as well. The road gets longer if you lose here. Eternal Fire in the pistol, lose Fabian, the star player of that first half, flattened in the first few seconds.
Yeah, the pistol rounds define the first 2 maps, but with a pistol and second under their belt, it wasn't enough for Foot in the first half. Now they need both pistols. It seems to have an opportunity in this one. Echo up close, already not looking good, but they've already traded a couple back. Neki again, looking to try and save his team, lead by example. Sociable already in, Yetajay a little bit further, maybe expecting a wraparound, but there's no wraparound to be had. In fact, both players are slowly making a move around the elbow, but they haven't been spotted. In fact, the players from the other side have no idea. It doesn't matter, though. Yetajay with a quick double. And that will be the pistol. Yeah, sit back down, Budge. You need to defuse that spike.
Thankfully, he gets there in the end. And a much-needed pistol indeed. That is 2 for 2 on this map for Foot, despite trailing so heavily.
Yeah.
And these pistols will be looked back on as a lifeline, whether, crazy shots as well, whether they make use of that lifeline or not, I don't know. And, oh, he's saying they're in his pocket, man. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, maybe in the pistol rounds. It's been anything but for the rest of the map so far, but you know.
Let's start this part.
A wise man once said, maybe if you're not in the lead, you shouldn't be standing up and shouting.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, 1 win away, boys. What could possibly go wrong?
No, that was a different wise man. I was quoting Yetajay, which funnily enough, he has stood up. We'll see if that comes back to bite him. Of course, this round, very unlikely. I will say I've enjoyed the fact that we've seen Eternal Fire. I feel like utilize the Bandit a lot more than anyone else.
Yep.
Might not be the most accurate pistols at times, but those headshots do an absurd amount of damage, as does the Judge.
Lovely try. I mean, the flash just didn't catch as much as it needed to. I don't know if the wall got in the way there. I didn't see where it popped, but those players they thought would be blinded.
One hit.
So sending in the Judge makes sense. Advantage for Foot, but as you said, no one towards that B site. The stack on the other side. The thing to be careful of here is Sociable. He gets caught out in some of these rounds, and now I see him solo walking up into heaven, re-clearing this with a Bulldog, but his timing is perfect. It looks like he's going to avoid the fight completely. He's heard that plant coming in, but he is now a little surrounded. Will find that shot. Here's the danger. His Echo comes swinging in, but he catches him.
Yeah, I feel like that retake percentage should go up a little bit. Again, a little bit of damage off the back of the Bandit. But yeah, with the low weaponry on the other side, I don't think the expectations were particularly high. Foot are going to get themselves to 6, but now we get back into those buy rounds. And as said, if you look at the last half, 4 rounds, pistol, second round, and then everything else was an individual round elsewhere. Taking the time to go back and get the Judge, which, you know, I'm sure is going to go straight back into Sop's hands. But this is where Eternal Fire have been fantastic so far. And if we're going off the buy rounds in this map, they should be closing it. But, as I mentioned already, their attack sides of this map have not been particularly pretty. I'm waiting to see if that's going to be the case again.
And these are two teams that, despite having so many young players on it, you know, a lot of the conversation we've had in the past in these sort of situations is about the pressure and the stakes and how that plays into a player's mindset. Well, if you've seen these guys play a little tighter, a little safer, perhaps you may have been watching a different game. Doesn't seem to have had any change. Although, again, fittingly, the round I say that is Eternal Fire sitting back as far as they can, basically in their spawn. But it makes sense. Look what they're up against. A lot of mix and match weapons here for Foot. So you expect early aggression. But they haven't seen it.
Yeah.
So what's the decision then?
The cool thing for the two IGLs is you almost have to think like yourself. What would I be doing in this moment if I had a Judge and some SMGs? I'd probably be pushing mid. So they hold mid. They watch mid. They're countering their own playbook. Obviously with some reads into what their opponents do on this map as well. We have seen both teams play it at least a couple of times. Cristalli, I don't know if he's been seen there, but he definitely has the information now. A little bit of help from his friend Yedege, but weaponry-wise, they are outmatched.
Yeah, and just breaching through to the A side so quickly leaves them in a spot where they don't have to take uncomfortable fights. That said, they go battling up into heaven, but it's anything but uncomfortable with 3 players sent that way. A big fight. It's almost their second site take. Even with that paranoia landing. Am I mistaken? Am I blind? That hit Echo, and he still got 2.
I don't think they affect him. I think we've seen that throughout this series so far, that when it comes to this guy being blinded up, he just doesn't struggle with it. And again, as you said, like, we have seen teams, I'll name them, Pacific, yep, well, he's near side, so he gets away with it. But you've seen teams do that, and it's been infuriating because they've thrown rounds away. But that is just the confidence that comes with Eternal Fire. A team that at kickoff still managed to beat teams while having 2 stand-ins, while Echo wasn't allowed to play, while Sop was waiting on the sideline. He gets stolen by another team, and now they have the chance to ruin his day, but he is not giving it up without a fight. A couple of openers already for Sop. A big round for him individually, and he's got Sociable alongside him. In fact, they're continuing to battle. And it comes down to just 1 man remaining, and Sociable will end the round within about 25 seconds.
Yeah, his last bullet hit the shot, and we heard nothing but click afterwards. Sociable, cool and calm under pressure, trading out those early fights wonderfully alongside Sop. And the 2 of them have been having one hell of a game. Even though Foot were trailing by so much not long ago, they've been standing head and shoulders above the rest. And only a few steps behind now, as you can see the frustration in the Eternal Fire coaching booth. Never been this close to such a big achievement, and it's Izzy to hit the dirt right off rip.
Sop has been gunning for it. We mentioned before that Neki, other members of this Eternal Fire side, wanted to take him down. Qualifying over him would be something massive, but it has been proven that there was a reason why Foot looked to poach him from that squad. And already with the Judge opener, it's a decent start. Sociable again. Like, they are trying to pressure this A site, but they are walking into the two players that have been devastating for their takes. Zeus, though, his luck's not getting any better, but he'll at least get one with a nade.
Yeah, a little martyrdom action. Keep those numbers favored for Foot, and they will close it out with ease. A complete crunch to put them one round behind. An Eternal Fire difficulties on the attack side, well, seem to be rearing their ugly heads again. A 4-1 scoreline at the moment, and what was a commanding lead. The questions there for if Foot could bounce back. Well, now we have to ask the question, will Eternal Fire return to this half?
Yeah, it's definitely a good time to take themselves a pause. I want to again just go back to some of those stakes, some of those moments that we've seen in the past. Yedege, the one player on the side of Foot that has been to international events before. Izzy, of course, attended Masters Berlin back in 2021 with Supermassive Blaze. It feels like a lifetime ago. And of course, for Vlad and Bambino, they got to go to lock-in, which every single team went to. So they didn't qualify to an event, they attended one. But for everybody else, and I'd say including them, this is that first opportunity to qualify to a Masters event, to represent your nation, which a lot of teams don't really get to do because it's mixed teams. It's not just one nation that they're representing, an organization on either side that strikes pride in having Turkish players. And for the others, the two that have been there before, for Izzy, it's all about the comeback. He spent a long time in that tier 2, didn't give up the grind. And for Yedege, he has watched all the players that made international events alongside him and before him leave, and he is the one who remains. A lot to play for in these last few rounds.
For the entirety of Eternal Fire, you have to imagine how much it means to see the prodigal son on the other side of the stage, but this one didn't return. He left you for dead, and now he's coming back to finish the job. A double from Sop right after the timeout. Foot miles in the lead. Damage even done through the smokes, doubling down on every upper hand they have. And Sop is gunning for them, running it down on Audaz. You can see the moment that his mind turned to the ace. 3 kills though, more than enough, as the scoreline now stands equal.
This is really turning into the Sop show on this defensive side. The question always comes of who wants it more. We saw from the Foot coaching staff after that initial map, they knew that they'd have to get aggressive. They knew that they wanted to get in the face of their opponents. But the fact is they got shut down.
Come on.
And I'll say as well, for Eternal Fire, they have just been sending it into that A site again and again and again. They have been attempting to challenge Sop and Sociable, the two players that sit top of the board. I go, oh no, this time we'll get them. This time we'll get them. Well, it doesn't seem to matter what they change, what different pieces they put to try and break apart that duo. It is not working. And now they fall into a more standard default, but they have given Foot that runway by attempting the same thing again and again.
Watch out!
How things have slowed down. But they never stay that way for long, not in this matchup. Sop back at it again. 2 rounds in a row now. Izzy has fallen right off rip at his hands. And the fact is, in so many matchups, Sop would go again. He'd go in for more. He'd want that extra kill, but now patience prevails. Sits back on the op, and although they find that space,
Welcome to
oh, Cap's going to say they're not putting enough pressure on to drag the rotates. Maybe now they are, but the dog has just spotted Neki. Now the ruse is so clear to Foot.
Even still though, Yedege went looking. That leaves Crystalli I was going to say somewhat alone. The Viper's Pit has held a couple of players onto the other side of the map. And why, if at first you don't succeed, try again, because eventually they're going to get that spike down on the A side. What they always wanted.
Just took a little fake towards that B side instead. Fabian, another showstopper. He's been farming these things up, and here's the payoff. A trade onto the op of Crystalli, and Sociable left alone. It seems like a 10th finally found its way into the hands of Eternal Fire. Sociable will be robbed of the clutch, and double digits as the lead stays with Eternal Fire.
Yeah, it's a nerve-wracking round and an incredibly bold attempt from Echo. Like, just throw the pit out as a fake, try and pull the rotations away. Clearly, desperately wanting to go in that direction. Although I almost wonder if part of it is they saw Op get that opening kill and just go, nah, you know what? I don't want to do that anymore. Like, they have run into him for the last few rounds, so they attempt potentially to avoid him. It seemed like the plan was already in place, but that is just one. You can't ruse with a Viper's Pit if you no longer have a Viper's Pit. They also use a Showstopper as well. A lot of ults expended for a singular round. Do they have what it takes to do it without those ults?
Sop has been a menace for these opening fights.
Yeah. He might overtake Durka at this rate.
I don't think he's far behind after this matchup. But now there's an op on the other side. Izzy has his to work with for so long. He's been just waiting there on ramp. Both players looking in the same spot, but not in the same position. Yedeje, that is such a sneaky play. But how does he get out of here? If there was anyone else there to trade a big battle bruise, but instead he's left to leave for free.
They've got the read as well. And already a rotation has come in from Zeus. He's in the right place at the right time. Through the smoke goes Sop to try and help out his teammate. Instead, though, he goes down. Fabian available for the trade. But there's still two players. Make that 3 now within the side. Do they go back the other way? Of course, they cannot know that there is such a big gap and such a stacked up site.
30 seconds left.
With 30 seconds left, they're going to try and push into this. Crystalli's operator shot doesn't connect, but Zeus up above does. Another now with that operator. It's all falling apart for Eternal Fire. It's a one and done. We said it in the last half. Those attack side rounds are few and far between, but this is now looking like Foot are in full control.
Well, Foot have held the title of the best in Dirt Gear for so long. Looking back at the old roster, so much changed about them, but it seemed like along with the players, the style, the coaching staff, they also changed the level that they're playing at, raised the roof. But things didn't look good after that first half. Eternal Fire, they had full control. They looked like the better squad. But now we sit at 10-10, momentum fully in favor of Foot. And it is in large part due to a man like Sop. He has been putting up the numbers in those early fights.
Well, this is the funny thing. You go back to the Neon stats of Izzy, 319 ACS. I'll be honest, he's getting diff so far. 7 and 14. It shows that although Sop might not statistically be right at the top of the board, at times he hasn't needed to be. He's been that hard entry. He's been taking the space, allowing Zeus to a lot of the time clean up, or Crystalli or anybody else sociables up the top of the board as well. But the fact is, in this map, it has been a different story. It has been the Sop show. He is the best player in the server. He's overtaken, or at least caught up to Fabian. And they need to try and find an answer to that. 10 and 10. All other rounds become irrelevant. It didn't matter if you had a massive lead. It doesn't matter if Foot has have a massive comeback. All that matters is who's the one to get these last few rounds.
Where are you?
Well, looks like Izzy's got a target in mind. Already speeding towards A heaven, but no one there. It backed out. Of course they have. Up against a low by, hearing the Neon sprinted at you. Sop makes the right call. I'll back off and hold the angle. I'll have Zeus come through and fill in the gap in vents, still holding mid with Yedeje. And I guess the weakness is a slightly more weak B hold, less info there, but that's fine because the push is coming in elsewhere, and it's messy from Crystalli. That spray is going to haunt his nightmares.
Yeah, that's a gun for Izzy as well. A huge upgrade. They've got that post plant on the A side, Zeus. It's only going to be a 1-for-1 trade, and in these sort of moments, that's absolutely fine. The gun can go into other hands. Nice work from Yedeje, though. The spam clears one. Neki hasn't found, well, a rifle, but he has found a Bucky. Gonna try and deter them up close. That paranoia wasn't pounced upon because they knew how close they'd need to get. Sop finding the trade, but even still, things come down to even. And Fabian's looking to push that a little bit further, making the realization they could just be around the corner, but he doesn't hit the shot. And now Neki without the right gun to play with. It's a distraction game from Sop. Leaving it to Sociable to close. That duo has literally been devastating them on this A site every round.
They broke his wrist so much he couldn't left click. I mean, the guy couldn't find the trigger. That's ridiculous.
He could have breathed.
Yeah, it's not a pretty spray to start this off, but
look at this.
This is the one here. Oh, man. The ankle breaker. But for Eternal Fire, a game that they were fully in control of. Those reins have been snatched out of their hands, and they've been kicked from the sleigh. The lead, no longer theirs. Now in the hands of Foot. The hands of the banner that has burned brightly. Under with a mountain of Turkish talent underneath them. They've always been the best, and it looks like they're gunning for that title once more to hold on to their crown.
Well, that was kind of the funny thing this year. We talked about them missing the boat with Talon.
Yeah.
And at the last moment, coming into this stage, they made the change. They gambled. They threw away what had been a long route of players. And if it works out with them making it,
what?
That would be everything to them. Crystali's whiff and the last is forgotten, but he still goes down. Overfights, wanted a little too much, and gives away that A site. The hold has not been fantastic either, though. Another opportunity for Foot.
Given the Garden of Eden, but the apple drew his eye. Now the 3v3 on the A site. It's this cross from Audaz, though. He can be the trigger point for the rest to go. Echo hears them steaming out of heaven. He's in the perfect position. And finally, the spray finds its mark, but Sop now on the defuse, draws them into the fight, lands the first, and the ult almost there. But Echo, ever the hero of Eternal Fire. Once again, he steps up to the plate, steps in for the rescue, and leaves us at 11-11, and nail-biter conclusion coming up.
Yeah, it really has just come down to individual plays at this point. Echo had to land the shot. He had to land everything in front of him. You can even see it looks like he's fighting his mouse. That's what playing against the Neon feels like. And it really is just like all of our coaches have become bipolar. They're flipping between the personalities of elation and devastation every single round.
Scout destroyed.
It is tough to break. The good thing for Foot is they still had some credits on the table, but even those are beginning to dwindle. Both sides pushed to the edge of what their economy can hold. Foot at least have a couple of extra ultimates, but that will flip. They lose this round, and you could be seeing everything online for Eternal Fire to close out the map. They win this round, and the same could be said to go to OT.
There's a nasty bait setup in play here towards B main. Obviously the first point of contact being Sop, but then Zeus waiting. They expect Eternal Fire to go towards this position.
Huge.
And late they put in the showstopper to take them out. That's a massive pick onto Neki. And any notion of going back in the other direction is now gone, but that means they press forward into the lone defender of Crystali with the Judge up close. Their executioner, 11-11. It's all on the line, but only one man can push them up to it. Izzy, 1v3 on the back of what was nearly a big clutch in the previous for Foot. For Sop now,
they screwed.
Izzy the man who has to do it, and he won't even get the first.
(12-11). Foot have had a climb back, a monumental climb back. And Eternal Fire, well, if this round doesn't go their way, they're going to look back and go, yeah, well, we lost both pistols. Yeah, well, we won first map, but then we got dominated on Ascent. The excuses will fly. But the fact is there's been opportunities. The post plants on these A sites haven't been solid. Sop has stepped up, Sociable as well. In fact, there hasn't been a player that's missed the opportunity to steal rounds away. And then you look at the weaknesses within this buy. The strengths come with the ults. A showstopper for Fabian on what looks like maybe the first direct B hit that we may even just see from this side.
Well, to steal the crown away, the eternal flame of Foot's victory in Turkey again and again, a historic team, and to dethrone them. A mountain to be climbed starts here by pushing to overtime. Inside the pit, Nade goes through, it's forced them forward. The Viper is the one to be caught. Now the pit goes down and everything crumbles to ash and ruin for Eternal Fire. The flame once so bright, dimmed and snuffed out by Foot. Then the Turkish derby that goes the way of the favorites. The banner of old flies once more as Foot lock in London.
Sob's going for his aura moment. He's facing off against his old teammates. They mentioned it earlier in the week. There was some blood that would be shed, and they were hoping to take him down. He sits atop the board in the map that mattered most, but it was not a one-man effort. That is a team that has been built in lightning fast. Think back to the beginning of the stage. They made their roster moves at the last second. We heard stories of lack of practice, no time, people flying in 2 days before the stage began, and they were lights out up until they faced Heretics. Even still, they come in off that defeat, get decimated in map number 1, and then manage to turn things around throughout the series from a low in the first half to the highest of highs. And for those massive changes, their reward, well, for now, they're the #1 in Turkey, but also they have made it to London.
Back onto the international stage where that Foot flag belongs. We've even got the neon emote to close it out. It has been a sensational game between these two. But after that first map, I'm sure many out there thought Sup made a mistake. And he's now gonna watch the boys he turned his back on qualify in his stead, but no. He came through, dominating in this final map and showing that Foot have got that depth. They've got the resilience to fight their way back. A reverse sweep and Masters London locked in. Now it's time to go down to the stage and hear from a no doubt elated Sup and Vlad.
There is so much that comes from Foot. You guys do not disappoint at all. There is delivery after delivery, and it happened today. Sup, I'm going to ask with you, I feel like maybe a little less emotional, but how are you feeling going to London? Your first global event after such an amazing stage 1.
I mean, it's okay.
It's okay. Just another day in the office for you, huh?
I know we're going to qualify when I join the team.
There was never a doubt for you, Sup, but Vlad, you have been through the ringer as a coach. You've had a lot of highs, a lot of lows. Would this be one of the highest highs you've had right now?
Yeah, sure. I mean, like after winning Ascension, like I've been in the lowest position of my life, and now I'm in the highest, and hopefully there are like there's this top level that I can reach with this team. We can do anything. It's amazing.
How much does it mean to you, though? Because for Foot, you guys have had as the org, they were in a bit of a slump for a couple of years, I want to say. Not a lot of people had belief in the roster that you formed, but how are you as a coach working with these guys, essentially going what feels like unstoppable?
I mean, they try for like a win, and like hunger to the game is like what makes us go every single time. And like, you know, we lost the first map drastically. Like, we could have at least show some of our own game, you know. Like,
I mean, the fans are going crazy.
I mean, I
guys.
can't describe it with my whatever I can say.
What about you, Sup, all right? Because for you, you said it, but you knew you were going to qualify to London, right? But you beat former teammates to get to there. So is it a little extra special?
No, I mean, I just proved why they're here. They're here because of me. I dropped 30 bomb, bro.
Okay, they're here because of you. Was it because of you that we had that turnaround after map 1? I said, I know the fans are crazy loud for you.
I can't hear anything.
I'll speak a little louder. Is it because of you that you
know,
came back from map 1?
I didn't really mean that because of you, but yeah, I did my best to win. That's all I can say, but I didn't really mean that they're here because of me. Each of them are really good players. yeah, that's it.
I mean, you still showed up, like you said it, you dropped that 30 bomb for yourself as well. How are you keeping calm and having control of your emotions with how close Split was? I mean, you literally could not have put on a better performance.
I mean, I'm talking about my team. I'm talking with my teammates. Like, we need to calm down. We need to do this or that, or do this or that, and we're keeping the emotions high, on sometimes low. That's it.
I like that. And Vlad, you know, we're going to round it out a little bit, but do you have any words for the fans? Anything final? We're going to see you guys play still, but making it to London and seeing the crowd that showed up for you?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
You can do it both in English and Turkish, whatever you want.
Oh yeah, so
Yeah.
like, thank you for coming here. Arkadaşlar çok teşekkür ederim. I mean, job's not done.
Sure.
Job's not done. Like, we're striving for more. Like, keep watching.
Okay, we're definitely going to keep watching. Actually, I have one last question. That one's going to be for you, Sop. Who do you want to come up against in your next match? Fnatic, Vitality? Who's going to make it alongside you guys to London?
Probably Fnatic. I don't think Vitality is that good. They're just good at practice.
Okay, there's always big words coming out from Sup there. Thank you guys so much. Congratulations again going to London, but the day does continue. Their job isn't over, and neither is ours. We're going to go to a break on the other side. We'll see who does make it to London. Is it Fnatic or Vitality?
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤z on me 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 내가 쓰면 bang bang 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 dance on it 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난이 노리는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴로서 저렇게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 바가게 선이 목숨 내 못다 짜증나면 질러 I don't let me cool 랠리스 night to night 걸들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss to be or she what 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise 말하잖아 내가 뱉는다로 내가 다시 look told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들은 한 곳으로 모여 Shall we drive body with a tool 그래서 이거 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 거 올려놔 boss 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 looking like demons 자식 나고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 눈의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 소리로 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지
always like be hungry for the game.
And when you're looking at the 22 kill difference, do you think you're gonna get it first? Do you think Kangang's gonna get it first? Who's close?
I don't know who's gonna get first, but I know that everyone is on that list and 3 player, which I'm doing flex roll. So I think I'm better, but good luck, guys.
刚刚选手是不是也听懂了刚才他大概说了一些什么？
是的。哎呀，其实对我来说真无所谓，他要觉得他厉害点，他要厉害点就行了，对吧？然后。 反正我还是那句话，我不在意谁先到达3000杀，我只在意我退休前能不能达到1万杀。
If he thinks he's better, then he's better. All that matters is getting 10K before retirement. That is a great goal. I love that mindset, Mini. And you're like smiling at this.
I thought you were gonna say like win a trophy or something. But it's just got this weird like 10K goal. So
you think it's weird to want to get 10K kills?
That's a strange goal. It's almost like the 10K steps, the new era of everyone doing that.
That's been around
for
4 years, okay? It's not a new era. You got to get with the program, girly. Like 10K steps, little matcha, bit Pilates, journaling, like the whole shebang.
Girly. Yeah.
Anyways, that's not the point here. When we're looking at Alpha, I do still want to agree with his point where the players that have been able to actually get that have been go game. They're duelists. They're the entry players. So for him, it's really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha is a great flex player. Like, he has been so good on the support player. And I think a lot of the times, like, you have players coming into his site when he's that kind of site anchor, which is probably why he's been able to pick up a lot of kills. If you want to play the devil's advocate to this one,
you can't. You have to back EMEA. Let's look at the bracket, though, because, of course, we've already sent our first team to London, and that was FUT. This game, however, is going to decide the next one coming up, Fnatic or Vitality. I'm not going to lie, Billy, what my eye is actually specifically drawn to is that lower bracket. You got BBL, you got Liquid, you got Heretics, you got Eternal Fire. Every single one of these teams has looked not bad at all.
Yeah, I feel like we have a really stacked playoffs, and I think that we kind of mentioned at the top of the show, like Vitality finding themselves in a position where they almost didn't even make it to playoffs, and now they're kind of back in that control, right? They could qualify to the global event today, which would be such a turnaround for them considering how their stage has gone.
Yeah, I think that the first game was like the starter and this is the main course, both in terms of play style and narratives. There's a lot we could dissect about this game. I think that obviously it's all about, you know, just that Vitality Fnatic kind of head-to-head, that weird kind of rivalry that's going on.
The one-sided rivalry, by the way. When's the last time Vitality won? I'm just playing devil's advocate. We could maybe see that. But it is a rematch from Fnatic against Vitality that we've seen during stage 1 of groups, and it was 2-0 in favor of Fnatic as well. So what exactly has changed then? Because for Fnatic, we've seen Vikash, unfortunately, no longer with the roster. Steve-Off came from the Vitality bench to get play on the Fnatic roster, to pop off. Yeah. Vitality find form somehow. What?
I think I want to touch on Vitality quickly here, because I think when I consider how much Vitality have grown since then, I actually think Vitality have had the most growth over the past week, I want to say, because of how tragic.
Mini, why are you laughing?
Oh, it's pretty easy
it's
to
pretty
grow
obvious,
from,
right? Like,
you know?
because of how tragic their group stage was. It was tragic.
Yeah.
And I think for them, like, the way that they came out yesterday, if they can keep that going into today, then I actually have a completely different attitude towards this.
Yeah, I think going into playoffs, people would say this was Fnatic easy, but I think after what we've seen the past couple of games for Vitality, I think there's a lot of hope there, and this should be a banging game.
Yeah, and also banging in terms of the individual performances, because Steve-Off was having the time of his life. When we compare to how it was when he was on Vitality and then how he was chilling when he was on Fnatic, it is a little bit of a difference. Also, shout out to Mari for putting this tweet up, because yeah,
He was playing pretty well on Vitality, and I guess that's why some people were a little bit disappointed that, you know, he was on the bench and now he's on Fnatic, and of course Fnatic just make players look really good, so there's a lot of, you know, great things to say about that system. But last week, Steve-Off was just on, like, I think it was one of the best debuts I've seen in a while.
Yeah, I mean, he was on fire if we want to lean into the Phoenix theme here, right? I think that this is something that Fnatic do so well, and credit to the structure and system that they've been able to build that we are forever like complimenting here, because the way in which they've been able to play with a different roster between the week 4 and week 5, obviously having the assistant coach sub in on week 4 and then Sivov come in week 5, I think it really is just a testament to the kind of system that they've built around.
Yeah, such a good structure there. It doesn't matter who's there, they fill in, and the play, I think what it is the playbook is so defined for them. They have a very good structure. On that map we saw on Fracture, there were so many rounds where Bosa was caught in these defaults where very detailed, where he's got to run around the map getting all these orbs. So like, even though Sivov is doing well individually, I think it's off the back of that structure that players are allowed to shine.
Yeah, that's a very important thing that Fnatic has just excelled at since forever, and it's a system that, you probably know quite a bit about. But either way, we actually have the players themselves standing by with Nat ahead of this game. So Boaster and Sivov with Nat to give us a bit more of an insight on what to expect.
We're doing a double interview here because it feels like, Boaster, whilst you're obviously IGL and you bring a lot of new players under your wing, this one is a little bit extraordinary because you're going to be coming up against Vitality, a team that had him on the bench for so long, and you guys popped off yesterday. Sorry, last week.
Yeah, I think Clem has come into our team very well. He's bonded with our players very fast, and I'd like to think he's very comfortable among our players. And yeah, he is a bit under my wing, as all new players are, before I set them off and off they go fragging away. Luckily, last week, he just did his role to the best he can. And I haven't said to him, but this week, he's playing obviously against Vitality, his ex-teammates. Well, only some of them actually, but his ex-team. And I don't think he should be even focused on that. It's just another game, and I just think we're just here to win and go to London, and that's it.
And now hearing that from Boaster, is that something that ever crossed your mind, of the fact that you are coming up against quote-unquote ex-team Vitality?
Not at all. I mean, to be honest, if it was Liquid or something else, to be honest, it doesn't matter, we're playing just I'm more focused on qualifying for London, and that's all.
So then are we expecting just as good of a performance today like last week from you?
We don't know. I mean, I'm just gonna play my role, and that's all, and we'll see about the kill, to be honest. That's all.
And what is it about Boaster that makes it so easy to slot into a new roster so seamlessly and so quickly? What has he done for you? You can say it in front of him. Give him the compliments now.
I'm just sexy. What can I say? I'm just good looking, and that's what carries it. No, I'd say it's a mixture of everything. Obviously, I'm the leader of the team, but I think it's the coaches, it's the other players as well, being very welcoming and very trusting of Clem and his ability. And like I always say, if you've made it into our team, there's a reason you're here, and you just gotta do your role. And if you have a good game, great. If you have a bad game, that's okay as well, because we have 4 other players that can have a great game and carry it for us. So just do your role.
I like hearing that a lot. You guys say that. Yeah, that's pretty much it, right?
Yeah, that's all. I mean, yeah, you say everything.
And so you don't feel there's this extra pressure, not even the fact that Vitality is your ex-team, but the fact that Fnatic have never lost to them, that you want to keep that streak alive, or again, another factor you're not considering?
Not considering at all. Like I said, we just play your game and we'll see what after.
Well, I'm super excited to see what that game is. Did you have one last thing?
Yeah, I was gonna say obviously whatever I don't even know what the streak is against Vitality.
No,
but
and I'll let you know.
To be fair, oh there we go. So that's something they're focusing on. For me, it's just another day. We could be 0-0, and I still want the same reward. I still have the same goal, and I still go into the game the same way as I would if we were 0-0.
All right, I'm super excited then to see it. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're ready.
They're ready, and a great philosophy as well heading into this game from the side of Fnatic. I think what personally stood out to me was Boaster saying, oh, we could be 0-0. The score record is not something that we're focusing on. I'm just going into the game, given the best VALORANT that we've got, and approaching it as just another day in the office.
Yeah, I think it's good mentality. I don't quite believe that as a player from a former team playing against his former team, that there isn't at least something in the back of your head, even if you're trying, in terms of performance, to just, ignore it completely. I do think there's going to be something there.
It's the same with score streaks. We look at the score streak between the two of them. You saw Yampi and how he performed against Team Liquid yesterday. You cannot honestly tell me that he was not getting extra fired up because of the fact that he was going to put Team Liquid into that lower bracket. This is a mentality that will exist in players' brains, whether it's consciously or not. It's there.
And the way that Vitality played yesterday against Liquid actually has allowed them to be here today against Fnatic, knock that Liquid into that lower bracket. And it was due to those micro plays that we were seeing that were so beautiful.
Yeah, I think this round in particular, the defense on Pearl, first of all, was absolutely spot on. And I think that there was moments where we actually got to see that cohesion from the team, which was things that we were asking for from Team Vitality. A bit of util that they use here, that shock dart in the KO molly to be able to eliminate those killjoy mollies as well that Nats is clearly playing from B long, and that was their kind of win con coming into this. And as well, Yampi's flashes and the way that he was being able to set up the rest of his team. We've got another round coming out after this as well, where he's just ready to knife main, but in fact needs to pivot to a flash. You see Sayonara take the contact of the Prowler for Derka to be able to go in and sweep up 3 kills there. It's just really, really nice, well thought out micro plays from Vitality.
To be frank, it's the first time we've seen them look cohesive as a unit. I think one thing early in this game too was the game plan was very strong. And then it went into those micro plays, and then to finish off that map, it was all about the individuals. So everything was there, and it wasn't just the individuals this time.
Yeah, it's also just the fact that the roster came together, the individual performances came together. Everything felt yesterday for Vitality that it had clicked. There was a plan, and they stuck to it.
Yeah, and what we saw there, Sayonara 275 ACS. He was carrying on that last map in particular.
Yes.
Both of the support players in Yampi and Sayo having big performances, and that's what I like to see. Both the kind of support from the micro and then also individual firepower when they need it.
It also was during the check-ins that we had yesterday from Vitality's comms where we noticed that, oh, they're listening now. It was a lot more quiet. It felt like Yampi said, this is what we're doing. That's what they did.
I think it's very clear that the coaching staff have had a stern word with their roster to, you know, come together and actually have a more coached focus approach to the game. I think that things that we had heard previously in those comms was a bunch of players trying to throw in different ideas, and the lack of decisiveness of being able to actually stick with one was what something that Yampi kind of mentioned on the Spike Drop podcast as well recently. And now they're actually leaning into, okay, Yampi's our IGL, we have to listen to him. We had Derka as well speak more recently about, I need to just shut up and just let the communication come from our leader. So in my opinion, the leadership is looking a lot better.
Yeah, yesterday we asked before that game that we wanted to see them have a more cohesive defense structure, and we wanted to see them trusting Yampi and listening to him. And they ticked both of those boxes yesterday. It's about whether they can maintain that, and it's not just a one-off.
Yesterday you said it was like a 5 out of 10 in terms of...
That was Kakuka. I said in the second map it was 7.5.
7.5.
But
You think we're going to see that again today?
Obviously, Fnatic are a bigger opponent, so it's always going to look worse. If they're able to come out firing against Fnatic, then it obviously goes up.
Okay.
I have faith that this is going to be a banger, so yeah, I think they're going to continue.
On the 7.5. Billy, do you want to give a score 0 to 10? 10
What
being
am I
the
rating?
10 is the highest ceiling that Vitality can be, and then where do you think we're going to see them today?
Oh, I think we'll see them at a solid 8.59.
All right. I mean, faith. We're going to head over to now who's standing by with Durka, and maybe he can give us an insight as to the ceiling that we're going to see Vitality hit, maybe?
Yeah, I do have Durka here. Yesterday, it looked like you guys had a clear game plan coming in. It worked for you. What's the game plan today?
Play some VALORANT. For me, it's to practice 3 of languages again. Just slow down, have some fun again like we had yesterday, because we could have not been here before, so we're just making the most fun out of it today.
All right, a little bit of fun is what's on the card for you guys. Hopefully come over that hurdle that is beating Fnatic. Never been done before. A long history for them, but there's also a longer history in the cards here.
Being an EMEA fan has been rough. For 1,000 days, we've been without a global trophy. Ever since Boaster shook his booty for the world, we have been cursed. 1,000 days! Man, that is too long. 1,000 of anything is a lot. 1,000 missed shots, for example. No, not you. 1,000 ping. Or 1,000 ping pong balls. Wow. But 1,000 can also be very little. 1,000 right clicks, for example. 1,000 seconds. I mean, we're not gonna wait for that, but you get the point. 1,000 XP. But this year, we're gonna put an end to 1,000 days. They said our region is too slow for this meta. Our default's too labored. But they forgot about one small historic detail. It was Turkish teams who invented the death ball. Forget about Dambi and Paper X. No, I'm talking about 5 Turkish demons down on that stage. You better watch out, London, because you belong to suck now. Oh, and by the way, Fnatic's back, baby. This year in London, that counter is going to 0.
just so hazy. Shots in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past, what made me? All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling.
Fnatic.
Keep calling. Take a risk, even though I'm happy. With the fire in my chest keeps burning. I'ma prove I deserve. But I'll be calling.
Team Vitality.
Vitality against Fnatic for the second ticket today straight over to London. It would mean the world to Fnatic, a London-based organization, but also after missing Master Santiago for both of these rosters, this is their shot at redemption. Starting off on Breeze, Haven, and going all the way to Lotus if we hit the decider. Mini?
A very interesting map, Vito. Obvious bans for both teams. Fnatic don't like that Pro, Vitality don't like that Fracture, but coming right out of the gates, we see Breeze. And that's very interesting to me because Vitality have been playing it quite a lot, and it looks like a map that Fnatic are looking to punish. Vitality 0 and 2 at this stage. I expect some big compositional change from Vitality here, so it could be a bit of a risk for Fnatic.
And just remember how that Vitality Breeze ended the last time that we saw it. The indecisiveness that we spoke about against BBL, where even the last round, it was just a complete moment of that chaos. And I think Haven being the second map, a good map for both of these teams, Mini. Intrigued to see Vitality picking that one up there.
I think Haven and Lotus are maps where both teams feel very comfortable. I think Breeze is the map where it's a bit more of unknown territory. As I said before, I expect a comp change from Vitality.
Yep.
But these three maps are bangers for this series. I think we're going to see some very high-level Valorant.
Absolutely. I want to head back over to Haven specifically because when we're looking at the history from Vitality, it's been more towards positive. But for Fnatic, it has been a loss against GX in week 4 with a 13-3.
I don't want to read into that loss too much, though, because obviously they had Desmo jump in for that one. And then the next week, they were able to absolutely fry when Sivov came onto the server. So that loss that they had on Haven, I'm not reading into it too much.
No, but that discomfort is there a little bit. Desmo was actually the best performing player in that map, I believe. So
happens.
I think it's a decent pick for Vitality. Truthfully, I don't think there was obvious picks here because both share fairly similar maps they like to play. The Breeze, though, is the curveball.
So for the curveball, Breeze, then when we're looking at the agents, I know that when we're seeing Vitality, they like to play the Jet. Is that with the Harbor, is that something we would expect to continue seeing?
I think the Harbor's going to switch out here. I think Prophet goes back to that Omen. There is a chance we see them go back to Double Duelist, which is the archetype they were playing at kickoff when Breeze was their best map. But without that Yoru, they look like they just want to play that Jet kind of solo Duelist style. I think the Harbor switch out is the most important thing, though.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that we were both quite shocked when we saw Prophet jump on the Harbor initially. And just a reminder of what these kind of keys to victory are that we had noted for these teams is Fnatic keep abusing that Phoenix. I think Sivov has looked incredible on it. I think when we think back to his experience in Challengers, he was more of a Breach player before he joined that Vitality squad last year. So flexing onto this Phoenix has been really great for them. And then when I'm looking at Vitality, trust your leadership. We saw how that trust worked out for them yesterday. They need to continue this to book that ticket to Masters London.
I think on Breeze, though, I think I would expect Sivov to actually be on that KO. I think that KO is an agent in which Fnatic and Bosa seem very comfortable around cooling. It allows him to add a little bit of that kind of passive style that he likes to play, sometimes that a bit slow style. And when they want to go fast and exec with those flashes, he can do that too.
All right, I mean, we're seeing the Harbor come through from both of these rosters. It's been standard for Fnatic as well as for Vitality, so no changes there. I was personally looking forward to seeing the Omen. Prophet has been absolutely phenomenal on that agent, but that is not granted to us. But Kron on the Viper though, Billy.
Yeah, Corn on the Viper has proven to be great. I don't think that they've moved away from what they were previously running though, right? This was the composition that they had prior. Obviously, Fnatic kind of came out with this composition as one of the first teams in EMEA, and then Vitality played it, I think, a week prior. I think the only key difference here was, like you mentioned earlier, Ginny, that head-to-head with these two duelists, right? Derka being on that operator, how much is he going to get away with that being on this Jet, especially starting on the defensive side?
Kayak has been having, I don't know if it's quiet, but he's been having a phenomenal time recently on this Neon. He's been a shining light on this team. There's only so many players we can highlight though, so we didn't get B-roll this week for him.
I think to that point, like, this is something that Fnatic have built around so well, right? We wanted them to get back to setting the meta, to kind of being the clear front runners when it comes to identities heading into the next global event, and something that they've done so successfully is build around that Neon.
Yeah, I think the key thing for this matchup in terms of compositions though is Vitality have clearly thought that this composition is still going to be fine for them. How are they going to change things up to make sure things look much better than previously? Because it was a disaster last time they played this composition. Profect did not look comfortable at all, and this defense side was miserable. I believe it was like a 10-2 defense, 2 to 10 defense side.
It's a bit of a rough spot to be in, but this is the shot at redemption for both of these organizations to be able to make it to the second global of the year. You've missed Masters Santiago, but Masters London is one series away. Will it be Fnatic? Will it be Vitality? We'll find out with our casters, Haza and Kyra.
Regional rivalries don't get much bigger than this with the backdrop of Masters qualification. For the players on Vitality, it was always Liquid to stop them, but for this club, it's forever been Fnatic standing in their way.
It truly has, Hazza, but it's 9 wins from 9 matches played so far. But the 10th, that would be so extra sweet with the home Masters on the horizon and starting on Breeze against your bitter rivals this year. No better way for a qualification match to start.
Unfinished business for Vitality here in particular. Starting out on Fnatic's pick, of course, they will take to the defender's side first. And we'll just have to see whether there is something in the water today. All the information sent out as it's a pack of players grouped up by the cannons outside of B right now on the Fnatic side.
Yeah, Vitality's pistol round win rate has been improving, but Fnatic's is one to behold, as we can already see Kayak looking to get active on the B side, but there's not really much support in terms of numbers. That Spike heading elsewhere.
Yeah, this is just a fake. You can see the rest of Fnatic now scaling their way into A. Little light on this side of the map, so Yampi's got to play a cautious game. He's with the support of Profek, and as those two combine, it is Alphier dropped to the dirt.
That's going to be an issue as Fnatic still continue to try and poke and prod that A site, and well, 50 seconds on the clock. They've got options elsewhere, but still interested here on A.
And this is the call now being made on the Vitality side, a group up and fight, something absent from the last time we saw these two teams take each other on. The call made to try and fight into double doors. It's a double from Sevov instead against his former team. That brings it back to a 3 versus 4. Vitality on the back foot in this retake.
An extended post plant for Fnatic. They move into mid. This will be an issue for Vitality to try and dissect.
Dart not broken there either, so information on the two players coupled up in oranges. Sayonara trying to lead this walk back through, but time is of the essence. Fnatic know it, and they can play the clock from this position. An open plant complementary to where they currently stand on site. Durka's going to find the first cleanly onto Crashies, but there needs to be a step up here.
The health is favourable to Vitality.
Oh, and Durka's just going to go ahead and scalp another one. Sayonara there as well. Cut fairly fine, but in fact, there's plenty of time for that defuse.
I mean, Fnatic with a much more extended post plant, I thought had everything in their boathouse, player numbers as well. But it's the individuals on Vitality that shine brightest in this first round. But you can already see how this game is going to be played in terms of Fnatic using their macro to their advantage.
Let's go! Guys! Come on!
Key detail for me on that pistol round in terms of the setup from Vitality is this idea that they have to fight together on site, where previously you would see either Profek or Yampi left isolated. The Harbor something which he struggled with, not an agent that we'd seen him familiar in the hands of from that time on BBL, of course, the pair of them.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that's the thing to talk about here, is there is such history within the server, not just between these two orgs, right? You've got a core on Vitality from that BBL roster of 2025, which Fnatic failed to beat all of last year. And I mean, if they can somehow find the form from 2025 and bring it to Vitality here in stage 1, upset Fnatic's first attempt at a qualification at a home Masters, that would be huge.
Not the first qualification game for Fnatic this year, of course. The kickoff curse continuing as it had for Vitality.
Yes.
A couple years away from that stage now.
And of course it was Fnatic who stopped Vitality getting any further forward. Nice shot from Derka.
Yeah, he'll do exactly that. Kayak dead in his tracks. A little bit of respect shown here. And actually, Prophet does get caught. Derka at the double, right through the smoke, sends them packing. And with that, Vitality clean up near flawlessly on their anti-eco.
Yeah, it's a great start here, getting your bonus round. A strong majority of players through, except for Prophet, which, I mean, at the end of the day, are you really going to be that worried? Only thing for me though is what weaponry is in the mix coming into this next one. You've got a Stinger and a Spectre, which you'll probably want in those close range fights. You're on Breeze Hazard, and it's never going to be who picks those fights. I'm going to be seeing a lot of, I'm going to be interested to see where these weapons are being positioned and what Vitality's plan is for this bonus round.
I can name!
For anyone who's followed VCT for the last couple of years, you know he can aim. And I think that's something which was also missing from the last meeting between the two. Only a couple individuals showing up. 4 of them here in middle at the start for Vitality.
They're ready to take this fight. Behind the Viper wall is Kayak. And tradability is a question as Derka goes flying round the corner. But nothing in terms of real engagements until that Outlaw takes Alpha's head.
Strikes again. Derka left as a deposit behind.
Oh,
no,
just saw
dashes
Kayak
across, yeah, catches information. And so Fnatic not only short-handed in this situation, but Sivov down to 10 HP. He's still stashed a couple of flashes, so an opportunity for them to entry the B site perhaps. Kayak on the gap close. And most importantly, Crashy spotted towards A. This is forced Vitality into a heavier lean.
Fnatic starting to look on towards B, but obviously Crash is going to be late to the party, and that's probably the decision and why Fnatic are being so slow. They're burning through those toxins. And an owl drone just to try and confirm where the exec's coming through. That's good delay through the molly.
It's only for a moment in time though. 3 bodies here on Vitality.
Oh, and Derka's Outlaw as well, but it doesn't get a kill, and that's the key part about this. The fact that Fnatic now equal out the numbers, but Prophet from up high through mid gets another one onto his opposite number.
Sayonara walking out on site here, gun in his hands.
Yeah, now 2 players low, critical to that Sheriff, but that spike needs to go down.
He's in the corner.
15 seconds, and I think this is it. Vitality with the perfect start to Breeze. Fnatic didn't have a look in.
Yeah, they just bring the bonus round together. Sayonara there in the end, the one who walked out behind their harbor wall, I think it was. Vitality looking far more coordinated already in what it is they're trying to do, trying to exploit here. A couple times Kayak has been caught far advanced with the rest of the team receding behind him.
Oh, poor Sayonara.
And so when you look at it here as well, I think it's important to stress the fact that, you know, Fnatic on this attack side, this is the stronger side for most teams, I think, on Breeze at the moment, especially with the composition, the tools that they've got. It's finding ways to enable him.
100%. I think for Fnatic, they're thinking about Route 1 Valorant. Wanting to hit this site, but there is delay being done through for Vitality's utility. We'll get on to site and we'll get that spike down. So how does the post plant look?
Yeah, Fnatic have no issues so far bringing it into post. Most of these rounds, it's Vitality's retakes which have looked strong and their own high tide goes up.
That it has, and you look towards the retake percentage as it's not looking too good for Vitality overall, but they're prepared. You can see the utility getting ready to be thrown, and as it does, more and more utility trying to stop Vitality's onslaught, but it's not successful, as you would expect, especially with these rifles, and especially with the experience. It's just crashes, and sure, we've seen him clutch before, but a 1v5 with just a pistol, it would have to have been a miracle. Again, that perfect start has not been hindered. Vitality up to 4.
Yeah, Fnatic getting themselves into decent situations, as it is an in-zone flawless for Vitality here, but not really having the guns there to convert it. Got to be tracking the ultimates at this stage in the game. Crashy's death in the previous and Sivov early on, bringing up the Null Command and Hunter's Fury for them. Sayonara prioritized at the end there to get the defusal. That puts him within touching distance of his own Sova ulti.
Let's go!
And actually, we're going to see a very early timeout here on the Fnatic side of things.
Not often we see this, but it's actually similar to when we saw the last time we saw Vitality and Fnatic play, right? I want to cast your mind back to that, Hazard, because in that match we saw a much improved Vitality. These early starts looking fantastic, but it went the same way as it's gone every single time.
Yeah, so far in the partnership era, one result sitting outside of that, the 9th that you mentioned. And yeah, looking at it as well, I think we've seen this Vitality team improve in their performances, not just in this stage, but against Fnatic as well. Playing them coming out of kickoff, an average of 10.5 rounds was better than their first attempt. Now it's a case of actually trying to bring this one home and proving that what we have seen, those signs of life over the weeks, over the months that this roster has been carefully compiled, actually come together and be something more, because that's what was bought into, that BBL structure that we were talking about before.
Yeah.
And now that it looks like it's starting to be put back into place, what is Fnatic's answer heading into their next gun round?
And out of the battle of the coaches, let's see the impact, because the last time it felt as if Fnatic got the better of that. Timeout's more impactful, and Fnatic the one to deny Vitality even a single map this year. It's been very difficult to be a Bees fan.
Yeah, the Golden Hornets, not often seen in these parts, thanks to Fnatic. And they're going to have to evacuate from the B site here as well. Chronicle steps back past the half wall into CT and waits for that rotation to come in. Sivov's ult here is going to be huge to stall them out, and Crashies, of course, has the Hunter's Fury in post if required.
Yeah, you feel as if this post plant is already beginning to look strong, but with Vitality 5 strong themselves, this retake could be big.
And the wall goes up just before Sivov gets to pop the ult. He's going to get caught on default.
Yeah,
big kill from Kron.
Massive from Kron, first in the kill feed, but can they get even better for Vitality? They need to get on this spike. That's going to bring more bodies on the line as Poster with a quick double kill. Sivov's still alive, and Vitality out of nowhere fill that kill feed. The Hunter's Fury is not good, it's not hit, and it's a defuse for Vitality! 5 in a row without a look in!
Catch a breath.
Vitality continue the shutout, and whoa, with the scenario presented in front of us, I did not expect to see that happen. 2 big ults invested on the Fnatic side. Sivov unlucky with his timing, perhaps. First showing on the KO, of course. Every other map, just the 2 of them shown so far. Against BBL was the Phoenix.
One enemy remaining.
Oi! Hey, Crashes! What the f? I missed my ulti! What the?
And Chronicle again.
He's missed the ulti.
Oh,
Austin, where are you?
Waving his arms around like one of those inflatables at a car wash. Just letting him know.
How much was one of them costing again?
I don't know. Less than Chronicle, probably.
That's for sure.
But here are Fnatic, unrelenting, back into the B site again. And with Vitality's own ult invested, well, that one's not hit either, so...
Oh, change up in post plant though, has it? It looks like Fnatic want to play on the front foot.
Yeah, not something we often see towards the B site, but a huge opportunity for them to really bed in here. Late lurk of Alfie are obviously a key point to mention, as He's looking to be the thorn in the side, and just for a moment felt he might miss out on Yampi. That is quickly corrected. Fnatic in front from this position, and Boaster with an ult to fall back on if required. He'll pop it eventually, but not before Crashies gets involved, disrupting the retake. Fnatic bouncing right back off of the previous 5 rounds, and breaking the ice here on Breeze.
Finally back in the conversation. The Fnatic fans are given a chance to get loud. And it's that, I guess, at the same time, you've got to try and fix your mistakes, and Fnatic do that, playing on the front foot, also leaving a little joker towards mid through Alpha here.
Yeah.
Overall, nicely done by Fnatic, and I guess you can see that battle of the minds between Boaster and Yampi coming into this.
And at this point, I mean, the B hit's definitely been conditioned. You can see 2 players ready for the walk on elbow on the Vitality side here, heading into the follow-up gun round where Durka has brought an operator. Something which Boaster's really had to learn over the last year are these quick hits, but still, it's a little stagnant in the initial approach. Alfia trying to make his way into elbow is denied at first entry.
That's going to be massive for Vitality's retake as well. They know there's going to be no joker towards mid.
Chronicle has to be careful not to get caught here, and in dropping the molly at the feet of Fnatic, they can't advance any further. Prophet swinging wide inside, drops the first in front, but gets caught on the second swing by Boaster. 3-on-3 situation, wall about to drop. Kayak still here, playing that high line, but Sayonara catching Civ off in the meantime. The spike needs some headroom for a plant, can't hit it.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for Boaster to get out. He finds an angle of approach though, but so does Vitality!
Oh, and Kayak, 3 for him, sliding back in for more. Playing with a little bit more respect as Durka still bearing this operator. An acute reposition through the tunnel. Durka snaps quickly, and now he's up against the old guard. Boaster the one in front of him as it stands.
He won a clutch on Breeze last time to break Vitality's hopes. Can he do it again?
Durka just ready to round this corner. Boaster holding on, undefeated in these kinds of situations, but a lapse in concentration perhaps could sell him short, and Durka will punish him for it. No mistakes made this time, and the 6th secured.
Yeah, last time Boaster was so good in the clutches. In fact, this stage has been lights out. But a Red Bull clutch for Durka to keep Vitality's momentum is absolutely massive.
Fnatic surely feeling wounded coming out of that one. Kayak can't land the shots which he requires.
Nice! Kayak! Nice overpick! Nice!
A missed opportunity to be sure. And from this stage, you just wonder how much more Vitality can build.
Yeah.
I think we've seen them in series so far this year where they've looked like the real deal in that opening map. You start to believe in this team, touted of the super variety, but never quite living up to that mantle as the series progresses.
Yeah, it kind of became almost like the meme team, but now it feels like the dream team that we were expected. And I guess like a comparison can be drawn from the 1992 dream team, right? From the US Olympics, the fact that like it was such a strong team that lost to just a college team and a scrim. And then suddenly, right, that they lost to a team that should have beat. And then it woke them up. It felt as if they bought into the system that the coach was trying to build. And when you think of the dream team of Vitality, they're starting to buy into PAL's vision, because at the end of the day, you have to stick to the plan.
Yeah, you do. That phrase thrown around many a time in recent history, of course. Unfortunately for us, it is only a momentary tech pause as the crowd is bathed in a red glow. It doesn't last for long. And I completely, have to just echo what you're saying there as well. When you look at this Vitality team, it feels like a mental block.
Yeah.
Playing against Fnatic, the amount of times that it's happened, but I guess you also need to put the asterisks on it. Out of those 8 wins in the partnership era, 6 of them were when Chronicle was on the other side of the server.
Of course, 100%. But we're back into this one. Qualification game for Masters London. The second spot up for grabs between one of these two. You do not want to drop into that lower bracket, considering the teams that are there. Team Liquid getting beat yesterday, right? You've got Heretics who look to be on the up, as well as BBL and Gentlemates, 2 of our master qualifiers in the last stage. But as we go back in. Looks towards mid where we get the first fight, but it's Alpha to win out there.
Yeah, Durka's off, dropped early. Profek in the corner, inserted.
Oh, and one's out, but nice trade! Yampy! A quick double, and now it puts in a 2v2.
Looking at it here, Sayonara. Here's the steps of both, but it's a while before Chronicle arrives. Does he want to try and interrupt this?
Yeah, he tries to be a little bit too cheeky. A massive performance yesterday, but has perhaps left Chronicle a little thin in terms of support. And a Viper's pit to defumigate.
The pit on the final round against BBL was one which haunted the nightmares of Vitality, but here Chronicle could come up with a massive clutch.
Gives away his position with the snake bite. Does he change his angle of approach? No. Straight in. Time getting low, and the bullets maybe giving himself away. Both players well aware, and Alpha, with his third on the round, will get Fnatic at second.
Yeah, very maturely played post-plant situation there in the 2v1. No mistakes this time coming out of the tech pause. And just to add on to what you were saying in the pre-round there as well, you look at the flawless teams from groups that we have, all of them now having suffered at least one defeat, with T1 earlier today, XLG as well in the upper finals of CN. Fnatic the last ones left, and I think if there was any team out of the bunch that you expected to make it all the way through this stage, with how good they have been in their stage ones past, it would be them.
Yeah. Oh, the players of Fnatic, do they walk into this? It seems like they're going to give it a stall. With 4 players identified, is big information.
And something which Vitality are actually not going to read too heavily into. Fnatic trying to play those mind games.
Yeah, trying to, but remember, there is an operator on this line. Profek looking to try and get the information. It's a good flash, and well, Profek even better. Can he get out? The answer, yes. So a great entry kill for Vitality.
Instinctive stuff from Vitality there. Snuffing out the player presence of Fnatic, who wanted to re-hit into the A site, but just taking it upon themselves to make that play with the KO flash. Wondering if this roaming pair of Profek and Yampy want to keep looking towards mid, maybe, as Durka is still set up with the Outlaw. 3 targets in striking distance for him.
No command, going to continue to delay. Nice Outlaw in towards Sivov. Again, Fnatic are being stalled out. The clock working against them. This was their pick. This is where the game plan should have come through.
Really feeling like those protocols are set in motion now for Vitality. Looking at it, one by one, the Fnatic players falter on their entrance to the A site. Little bit of mid control, not enough to defuse the situation. And now Boaster backtracking into spawn.
Yeah, he wants to save that rifle, right? That's the big thing. Especially with the creds that are on show. Alpha and Crashes have enough to buy.
Yeah, they're going to hunt this down, see if they can take it off him. Boaster still holding on tight, but not for long. Profek making his mark on this map so far, where previously he felt absent.
That's the big thing, right? The rookie that we got last year, what he promised us. It felt as if when they got that call up to Vitality, that it was almost overdue in the way that he performed last year.
Yeah, and I think when you look at it, the last 2 games being his highest rated performances so far this stage, it just leans into that conversation about structure, about what was brought over from the previous roster, and how that benefits him as a player in this system. No, he has been vocal himself at times. And here Fnatic pretty loud about their B-site approach. Durka landing both shots on the Outlaw. The blade's drawn nice and early, but Kayak's already made a little bit of more space. Unfortunately enough, the rest stopped at the gates. Durka's not going to stop until he's already found 3 kills. And Alpha, the residual to yet another failed round.
2021 again, Durka on the jet giving us a Blade Storm highlight. I mean, throwing it back, right? But Vitality now looking to head up towards 8. The question now lies is, when does Fnatic use its second timeout?
Well, it shouldn't be too long now. Durka making it 4. And like you say, it's this agent of comfort for him. He was talking, he doesn't like to play on the shotguns, on, you know, the Neon, for example, which plenty of teams have been playing in recent times. Jet's win rate, of course, less than 50% at a non-mirror, so has not been having a great time so far this year. Definitely enabling him here, though.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the scoreboard and you can see that 17 and 3.
He can shoot.
He certainly can shoot. I tell you what, I've seen it a couple of times now. Can he show it once again?
Revealing area.
I mean, it feels like every round he's set up for a Fnatic execute.
Certainly feels like it. Whatever site they pick, they walk in towards there. And again, it's just that outlaw that he's continuously using. The Harbour ultimate, the reckoning, going to be a real issue now as, well, the execute is pretty much uncontested for Fnatic.
Yeah, it's brilliant use of the ult there to cut across the backside hold. And they put their foot down, they want to fight this. They lose the jewels.
That they do. Vitality reset for the retake.
Into the deep.
They've got a Harbour ulti of their own for it.
There they are, they're coming straight back in. Seavoff, Fnatic getting involved, 2v2. Both players close to one another, but Sayo getting rid of Kayak, so it's Seavoff now. The ex-Vitality man now on Fnatic to hold off against some of the best that we've seen. Viper's pit stops Seavoff seeing anything. The Molly good, but Chronicle just going to put pressure on the last remaining Fnatic player. The spam just missing out! And Sayonara, he won't miss his chance. Vitality find 9 and 1 away from double digits in the first half.
And on the defender's side, no less. I mean, you see the improvements in how they've been playing, but here, it feels crazy to see those kills right back when it felt like Fnatic were in the perfect situation with the space that they'd taken. It's no player left behind on the Vitality side though, and even with Kron left on 5 HP, Sayonara cleaning up, everyone playing their part. We've seen Fnatic start slow in series before, but this is the one that you have to wake up for.
This is very true, but if there's any team to come back from a scoreline like this, you would probably bet on Fnatic, right? But this moment in time, got a long way from that. The last round of this half and an ultimate available through Seavoff. He's going to use that null command, and Derka once again from up on high. He can't get his kill. Prophet at least able to down the KO, and Fnatic unlock that site on B. Derka's shorty good, but it's Kayak round the back instead. So we settle on a 4 versus 2.
Yampi flanking early here. He's made this rotation, and Boaster has to be wary because he's the only player on the backline as it stands.
Your hopes and dreams on the captain and the young gun. Oh, and it's a good entry kill onto Boaster. Alpha Year's seen and called to Sayonara.
Plays him in.
Makes his way through. Can't find Alpha though, so it's up to Yampi. In a 1 versus 3, he destroyed the hopes and dreams of Fnatic last year at every chance he possibly could. Could he do it once again? Like here? In towards double digits, gets Alpha, but not the rest. A quick swing will make it a 9-3 half.
Yeah, and 3 rounds feels like a total bare minimum for Fnatic at this stage. They've not looked like they were all too prepared for the start of this one at the very least. And as we know, there is a whole load of history between these two teams. Fortunately for us, Ginny is standing on stage to tell us a little bit more.
No charges left. One enemy.
One-sided. Vitality has been walking down the red carpet courtesy of Fnatic's hospitality. Yeah. But the relationship between these two extends further than a warm welcome to Vitality being knocked out of the upper bracket final in Stage 2 of 2024. It goes much deeper than that. Derka leaves Fnatic to join Vitality for 2025. Then Kron pursues the same path and joins Vitality in 2026. But every street has incoming and outgoing traffic, so Seavoff left Vitality to join Fnatic in Stage 1 of 2026. Perfectly balanced, as everything should be. Right? Because if you're actually looking at the match history, it's an 8-0 match history for Fnatic. They have absolutely been dominating Vitality. So whether or not they're going to continue this, we'll find out.
We certainly will. A big half on the horizon. Fnatic's map pick not going off to the start that they would have been hoping for. That hunger for a homecoming dulled early on as Vitality showing that they've got the grit to claw this one back, honestly, from how bad their Breeze looked previously. It's a lot of work you can tell that's been put in.
Yeah, and this is what is expected of this team. Super team, dream team, whatever you want to call them. There's loads of adjectives, right? But one thing they have been, an adjective that consistently used, is underperforming. And this feels like the first time that we're seeing a performance of a team like this.
And a performance worthy of a game with this kind of weight on it. The title attached, the chance to go to another global event, of which they have been absent for a while. So heading into the pistol, all eyes on Fnatic. Can they respond? Can they show us a little bit of what made them go 5-0 in groups with 3 different starting lineups?
That's the big thing coming through here. Is Fnatic move on towards the defense. But let's find out how they get on with this pistol round.
They just wanted to take my molly.
You should clear I main low key.
You want me to come? Yeah, I'll come play with you.
No, just bait me. Bait on side, I think. I'm 1 HP.
Look over anymore on
Play
B.
for 1.
Could be on the right side inserted.
Yeah, probably. I'm ready to knife them.
You want a one-way anywhere?
No. Come guy 1. Another one probably.
I gave mid door.
I'm watching mid now.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave the top mid.
50 seconds left.
Yeah, knife, yeah.
Will leave? Volley?
Yeah, volley. I'm hiding sight.
That's fine.
Just a
Could be
Viper
door,
wall.
could be
Just,
door.
yeah, could be careful your mid door, brother. They could be walking up mid door right now.
Going out now?
Recon.
Dash back.
Dash back.
Okay, the door locks.
Yeah, he's still at me. They
Can
have
they
to cross
please?
I'm nothing
yeah. Leaving.
On your bar.
30 seconds
Get middle, boys.
Guys, go push it, boys. It's B. Get ready.
boys.
Come B.
Open door.
I'm gonna play backside Alpha.
Yeah, go.
Wait, I'm gonna smoke.
Come in B, boys.
One is gonna be looking mid, boys, okay?
One is mid. KO. They're B splitting. What the fuck? They're up B split.
Okay, remain soon.
Walk and roll, backside.
10 seconds
Backside.
left.
Nice.
Say.
Hey, boys. My bad.
It is in fact not B, it's towards A, and Yampi's got a really quick double there. As Fnatic try and attempt the retake now. And look at Vitality's post plan has it.
Yeah, they're set up, ready to fight this flank heavy.
There they are, but it seems as if Alpha nearly got away back in here. As it's now Seavoff and Kayak, who's already taken too much damage. Wow. And Derka with another pistol round brings Vitality to that double digits.
I mean, the call from Yampi there left incredibly late, but absolutely perfect, taking up that final lane, the gap that was left by Crashies. You heard it in the comms. They got Kayak pushed up in main, just anticipating a B split and fully committed to it, but... We'd seen a couple times, even just in the last series against Liquid, where Yampi was calling down to the last 18 seconds to make that rotation happen. This is one of the times where it sticks, and it looks fantastic.
Yeah. It feels as if they have really found their form now. And I think that's the big thing about Vitality. It comes from for a reason, right?
And that's what you want to see too. Like, I would much prefer Yampi, and I think everyone agrees, to make that call and stick to it, even if it feels in the situation like a last gasp attempt, than have 5 people all saying something different.
Yeah, exactly. They're building on that structure, right, that everybody has been calling for the longest time. Yampi being the main voice, and it's not just 5 players with experience trying to play together.
Little split up in this round. 4 of them on B. The one straggler was Chronicle, disconnected, but that satellite of information does head back towards them now. As you can see, Durka trying to bridge that gap onto the B site, does a good enough job of it. This is the spike carrier. Yampi has to be careful of Alpha. He's walking up late here, and this is a huge opportunity. Planning inside the cove, not reinforced, but at the very least, adding a little bit of cover, and Yampi has a rough idea of where Alpha could be, but walks straight into him. Rifle drops into his hands. Alfier at the double. Still a 2-on-2 situation here, and rectifiable for Fnatic, in fact. Is this where the wheels start to fall off for Vitality? Alpha still holding on, but Durka will dispossess him.
Yeah, absolutely not will the wheels fall off. It's in fact will they course correct and get towards 11. A dominant map which was Fnatic's pick. Totally unprecedented, something that we could never have expected coming into this one, especially considering how Breeze went the last time.
One enemy
Last one down.
Nice, boys. Good shit.
Now we're just waiting to see if Vitality can make it back-to-back bonuses on this one, because Fnatic have to have an answer at this stage. In Haven up next, you've got to be thinking about the rest of this veto. They are Fnatic maps historically. But Vitality are certainly feeling different today, wanting to put an end to the streak and take 12 in some style here, as you can see. Fnatic are bunkered up in the backside. In fact, Boaster thinking about threading his way back through the front, and actually, Vitality have left.
Have they, though?
They've left Sayonara behind. Is Boaster just going to walk into his crosshair? Inches away, the barrel betrays him, and Sayonara strikes. Vitality now maybe thinking about a double back, but no. The kills come in on the Fnatic side and start to restore order.
Yeah, but look at that. Kayak straight on towards double doors.
Go, go, go.
Still the only player here, has a slide to make the cross. Yampi on the pistol, just toying with it. Eventually does collect Kayak. The reposition from Crashies is towards main. With the flash coming in, it's only a little bit of space they've been able to take. Crashies slow here from Bricks, and does find Yampi. The trade coming through from Kron, still a 1 versus 2.
Still gets that spike plant down and does have Molly if he wants to go for it, but both players are split up.
Seeing what he can do here. No, Sivov buries him early. A 1v1 gifted in that situation, but Fnatic get through regardless. Only 2 players left standing versus the Vitality bonus, but just enough to keep the fire burning.
Yeah, a bare minimum expected of Fnatic here, considering how the first half started. Fnatic, 1 round at a time. That's what we expect. That's how they've got to this point of being known as probably, arguably, the greatest team that we've seen in EMEA.
Without a doubt. If we're talking purely in the past, but right now Vitality are making a case for themselves, at least on their opener. Durka on the Outlaw here again. 3 out of 5 of those Fnatic players could find themselves one-shot by it, so something to think about. As you can see, Vitality had been defaulting fairly heavy towards mid, slow in their pacing, receptive to any initial aggression in this 2-1-2.
Right there.
It's really just setting up Durka to try and find this opening kill.
I mean, his Outlaw has not missed so far.
Thinking about the jump up, but Alfie just a little quicker on the trigger there. Durka going down, and still this spike only now in motion. Grouping up for the A play behind the wall.
The skill pretty decent so far overall.
Crashies is there to support Boaster, and they are still playing as this duo in backside. Chronicle already deep on this progression and nearly catches Crashies there on the jump spot, in fact, as well, but no kills come for Vitality.
Yeah, but those 4 bodies here for Fnatic, they could really go for a flood take if they wanted.
And that's exactly where Vitality want to try and antagonize them a little bit further. Chronicle already walked all the way up towards the front of Orange here, still banking that molly, and finally puts it to the feet of Boaster, stops him in his tracks. Kayak spotted on the bridge, and it's this 1v1 in mid, which it could all come down to. I think Alfie has just spotted Profek, and the wall will certainly confirm it. Cuts across the rest of this retake. Alfie nailing the shot in the end, but while it may tip the scales in favor of Fnatic, Vitality still have bodies on site in black and yellow, ready to fight them into the ground. It is only Sivov left standing, and while he may not be on the bench anymore, Vitality still know how to sit him down.
That's a tough one, Hazard. Up to map point already. Vitality's post plans look absolutely unhindered. When it comes to that site hold, unbelievable. Sure, they identified Profek, and I thought it was going to be like a house of cards. But playing off one another, playing on...
Let's fuck boys!
Playing with each other, playing for that structure. And that's why, so far, Fnatic are going to have to time out here.
It's been a big conversation with a lot of teams. I think one of the best examples you can give of a roster that had a resurgence was Heretics, and something they consistently stressed was those fundamentals, playing off of one another, building the protocols up and knowing what to do in certain situations, have those reactions in a meta which is currently so chaotic. Vitality there doing a great job at sowing some of that chaos themselves. And yeah, while Profect loses out in the mid-duel, for example, just the way that they want to try and contain Fnatic as much as possible is admirable in that situation.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think coming into this for Vitality, they can put that group stage behind them. They knew they had 2 games to win to get to Masters London. At the end of the day, you can just do a form reset, a mentality shift, and now look what it can do for a team.
I mean, it's the bogey team which denied them internationals last year that they had to beat first, and now Fnatic would only sweeten that deal, of course. From their perspective, this is a map that they might just want to put behind them very quickly and look towards the next couple, see if they can mentally reset. 1 round at a time as it stands. Couple rifles still in the mix here. Alpha has a pit, but no early investment for control. Instead, it's a couple of players embedded in mid. Early space which Vitality are happy to give away with this slow style that they've been peddling.
Alpha, yeah, probably the player you want to try and be the protagonist, right, to bring Fnatic on board, but he's so far back. You're looking towards Crashes and Kayak as being the closest players to the Vitality force.
And if Vitality want to play another one of these rounds, which comes down to the final few seconds, a style which Fnatic know well themselves, that's when Boaster gets the call right that you then find yourself punished. And I think a couple of these not going their way so far have definitely made a difference. Lurker does spot the player on the jump up this time. It is Sivov, he will get caught, and it's a very deep Viper's pit here from Alpha, yeah, but still Vitality are not interested.
Yeah, I mean, there's 40 seconds on the clock, plenty of time to go elsewhere, and they have the map control for it. It is Boaster's site, though.
30 seconds left.
Crashes in this corner of mid. He's playing Discipline for more than one. In fact, no, he's playing Disrespect. A knife between the shoulder blades of Durka sets Fnatic on their way, but still plenty more hurdles to be crossed. And Chronicles one of them. Vitality in unison, marching towards that 13th round for redemption, for revenge.
10 seconds left.
And with Alpha Yair in this 1 versus 3, his position noted, he's a dead man walking.
I mean, if it had to be anyone, it should be Alpha Yair.
When you look at the Fnatic side and the faces that just simply haven't shown up so far to this biggest of big occasions, the homecoming heralded for them, but not to be in the opener. 13 for Vitality, utter decimation on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, that one's going to take the win from your sails if you're Fnatic, but if there's a team to bounce back, it has to be Fnatic, Hazza. And
there is a bit of an upset brewing here, Kron. There was a lot going on for you guys. And I mean, the fact that you are winning this map, 13-4 there, does it just mean that the next map is going to be 13-0 when we get to your actual pick?
I mean, no, I'm not gonna say that. I believe they will just do a great fight against us because this was...
Not the Fnatic you're expecting.
Yes, of course.
I think a lot of people are in a similar boat. We'll see if they show up in the next one or if you guys continue this. Thank you for joining me. We'll see exactly just how map 2 plays out after this break.
Nice! Let's go! Okay, now I can take this jacket.
I can aim! I can aim! I can aim!
Oi! Hey, Crashes! What the? I missed my ulti! What the? Kayak! Nice overpick! Nice! Oh, you fuck! Derke, you are so good, Derke. You're so good.
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get that
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
Arming Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I don't know where you've been sold, but I'd be insane not to play my role. Yeah, I know I can break a fall. The stakes are low. If I can say one thing, just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who rated in one move five is bad. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who rated in one move five is bad. Oh, you think you suck? I think that's unlikely. You can keep on looking, but can't find nobody like me. Eldorado pushing, one I'm pressing in a white tee. You know I love you, I need someone who can guide me. I can't do no little bag. I need 3 mil. Dice coming in both directions and like a be real. I've been eating good, to be lucky to get 3 mil. First place, run it up. Care about what you feel. I have you, give you everything, anything. I have you, you're my everything, and just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who rated in one move five is bad. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who rated in one move five is bad.
Your breeze looked much improved today, especially on defense. What did you focus on changing from last time?
Great question, Ben. What did you change? To be very simple, it was Ben's map, and it was Ben was the one that was responsible for making it look that good, to be honest. So go for it, mate.
Yeah, I mean, we just focused a lot on the retakes, a lot on giving the boys the tools, micro-wise, to be able to hold the sites more effectively. We kind of went away from the flood style, which we'd been using before, because that flood style basically wasn't working in officials.
Yes, that's the detail.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah, it makes my life easier.
Very happy, very detailed coach confession, which of course to be expected after such an incredible feat from Vitality on Fnatic's map pick. Coming into this mini, something you specifically highlighted was it just looked like a new and better Vitality from what we've seen before on this map.
Yeah, I think that they had gone away, worked on that defense side, like what Scott was saying, and it was very clear what happened to me. Like, they had stopped Profek. They got him away from that A site completely, in which he was struggling on before. Put Durka there instead. He gets 26 kills.
Brother, I feel like I've not seen that kind of Durka performance in a long time. Maybe the last time we saw it was when he had an orange jersey on, the way that he was being able to perform throughout that map. And yeah, as much as Profek's stats didn't look the best there, I think, like you mentioned, it was the positions that he was finding himself in, and as well as the structure mini.
Yeah, so here we saw Durka just farming this map completely, but I think the key thing was that he was the person holding down that A site time and time again. And like I said, they changed up that system just a little bit, getting Profek away, allowing a stronger duelist to be that site anchor, and it just worked really well. They didn't really need to do too much, to be honest. It was just playing a simple setup where Durka was on that A site, and that's the performance you get from it.
392 ACS, bro. Yeah, that is...
I'm concerned that it's just like Vitality play a setup instead of running around like idiots, and that's what we get.
Which, no, but that's that's a key point though, because you kind of like joked about it before we came down here. All people online are just going to be like, yeah, Derka just carried them to be able to, if they were to make London, it'll be like, oh yeah, Derka just carried them. But it's not just about the performance that Derka was able to have. It's about the things that we come back to, the structure, the system that we're finding Vitality finally starting to implement, listening to their IGL, seeing their IGL roaring on the stage, going up against not only Team Liquid yesterday, but again, having that energy to come in and do the same thing against Fnatic. Like, you can see the energy just throughout the whole
yeah, and I guess what I'm getting at is the system isn't even that deep yet. So if it's just at this kind of fundamental level and this is the performance they can put up, it's a scary prospect going into a potential London event.
It absolutely is. It's also a scary prospect for Fnatic to have lost their own map pick. So let's head over to their coaches and see what's going on ahead of the next one.
Vitality has picked Haven into. Was that a surprise? And what do you need to focus on to take the map?
I think the Haven pick wasn't a big surprise necessarily. And in terms of what do we need to focus on, I just think we need to take it easy, but also just be a little bit more confident in the things that we say, in the things that we do together. And I think we also got very unlucky on some of those rounds there. But overall, definitely just a lot to set back. I think making sure that the boys just feel confident again going into the next one is going to be the main thing.
Yeah, I think Fnatic in that map did look a bit stodgy. I think unlucky is fair in some of those rounds. Like early on, there was like a 5v3 post plant that they lost, but it's just like, am I being too nice? You're losing a 5v3 post plant. Unlucky? I'm not sure.
I love having you
convinced.
on the analyst desk after coach confessions, because you're like, let me tell you the truth on the phone.
Well, I can see the logic in a lot of these coaches when they're looking at those key rounds that they lost, but there is a bias, obviously. When you're looking at the game through that coach lens in that booth, you're looking at it and you're thinking, how many times have we thrown a round? But on the flip side, that you don't tend to remember those rounds that you had those like little bits of luck.
And then it's absolutely fair. But heading into Haven now, this is where Fnatic needs to strap it up. And Haven, when we're looking at it, Billy, from a perspective, it's been a map that's been in the pool since literally day one. Fnatic has had countless of games on this map, regardless of the iteration of the roster. And even with the addition of Siva for this time around, having that system in place, they should be able to bounce back.
Yeah, they should be able to. I think for them, I'm intrigued to see, do they lean into that kind of Phoenix ideology again? I'm expecting they will on this Haven. And I think for Vitality, something that they were running previously was the double controller and the Killjoy, but it looks as though they're going to lean away from that. We're going to see Sayonara on the Phoenix here as that head-to-head comes in.
Yeah, that's the big talking point here, as Vitality have switched the composition away from that Genji-style Viper composition and allowing Sayonara to go onto that Phoenix instead. He wasn't having too much fun on that Viper, and Phoenix is a lot more fun, I'd say, on this map. So I think it's going to be about Sayonara and Sivov head-to-heading on that Phoenix.
Yeah, I think as well. You know, I was coming into this one expecting to glaze Sayonara being on the Viper, considering the performance that he was able to put up yesterday on that
And the
agent.
Sova.
Yeah, honestly, really, really great for him. But yeah, I think the Phoenix here is great. I think that we've seen that this has been an agent that a lot of teams have been picking up on this map since the Yoru nerf as well.
I think the other thing I'm looking at is Derka versus Kayak. Derka on the Neon has been a little bit hit or miss, and considering his performance on that Jet, I wouldn't be too unhappy if I actually saw him in that Jet again.
Same,
But
yeah.
Kayak on the Neon on this map in particular has looked good. I think that Vitality are going to come in with the advantage of having swapped their composition and being able to prep against Fnatic. Fnatic has played this a couple of times. Vitality are going to have the prep on them here.
I think I'm looking at Kron in Alpha as well, seeing that Cypher head-to-head being on opposite sides of the servers this year for that spot in London. It's going to be exciting to see.
This is the exciting map, the most exciting map, I would say, that we're going to have in this series, because it is Fnatic's chance to equalize the playing field. Otherwise, Vitality runs away with a clean 2-0 and a ticket to London. Maybe for Vitality, 9th time is the charm, but Fnatic has the potential to bring it back with Haven, our casters, Hazza and Cairo.
Well, they've already improved Hazza by winning a map this year against Fnatic. Can they go one step further and win this qualification match?
That's what we're waiting to find out. You know, the few miles that separate their London offices from the Copper Box now feel like a chasm. Separating Fnatic from making it to that home international, because there is a lot of work to be done to bring this one back into their favor. Haven's still a good place as any to do it when you look at the back end of this veto. Lotus coming up as a potential decider, but as it stands, Fnatic, the ones in the hot seat.
We've seen Fnatic on the back foot, not once, not twice, but many a time, right? My mind goes back to the game that we saw Desmo sub in for, right? The Giant X game, and how straight away Fnatic were able to bounce back with their individuals that missed. Kayak a big one in that series.
I think the first map was something like 13-4. They got decimated. It's that instant response that you're looking for. And here already, Vitality with the setup for the pistol. Cam contact, paranoia placed, and presence towards B in middle. It's Yampi here on A that gets caught on the extremity solo.
Yeah, and it's one of those players that I mentioned, Kayak, who gets caught off, taken offline as well. But on the other side, Dirka exploring the mid portion of the map, seeing if he can try and get some ground back.
Spike planted.
Yeah, the flank here now tested by Dirka. Alfia the one that wins the duel this time.
Yeah, it certainly is, but player advantage still towards Fnatic.
Looking at it, Profek still holding on to the paranoia in this situation. Sayonara and Molly, plenty of tools that they can use to try and get back in here, but just waiting perhaps for that response, that initial preemptive play from Fnatic. Finally, the utility starts to get dumped in, but Boaster just counters it fully himself. Blinded up, nowhere to go. Fnatic have done exactly what they needed to get this back on side. It's Sivov again with a hat-trick on the pistol.
Exactly what you expected. Not able to win a pistol round on Breeze, but certainly able to win out here. A great way to bounce back straight away. And already, I'm seeing a couple of weaknesses in terms of Vitality's setup defensively. Something that's been
Come on! Come on in! Come on in!
And that's exactly what we're waiting to see.
Yeah.
The Fnatic side getting fired up.
Yeah.
When you looked at them in the previous map, they looked disheveled.
Yeah.
And it's the coaches intervening and a little bit of time, which they've really required to put themselves in a winning position.
Yeah, I was just going to get to that point there as well. Like in terms of weaknesses of Vitality's setup, something that BBL did extensively is put Rose solo towards A as that Sova. That's something that Vitality did in that last round. That opened up the A site. And here, Vitality are happy to completely give up that A site. In terms of a retake, it's really difficult for this side of the map.
That absolutely is, especially when you've got the Phoenix Neon as well, Stun and Molly to stop that onslaught. It's the reason why you saw Vitality not go for that rash play, instantly try and make something happen, as Sayonara is one of the 3 players on site here. Blinded Profek is a dead one. Yampi can't get much done either. So as it stands, Fnatic going through the motions. This should be comfortable enough. Dirka spotted on the flank eventually. Kron gets one more. In fact, now that's great damage. Down to the final 2 members on the Fnatic side of things, and Kayak still happy to give away these beats.
Yeah, we've seen classic outplays, but could Chronicle go for one more with his bandit towards Heaven?
So we're waiting to see. It has to be a clean shot. A clean first shot is what is required here to win this round. Any chance at getting to play that true 1v1 on the final duel, but it's not going to happen. And so Fnatic drag it over the line.
What you expect. 2 players alive, 2 rifles into the next one. So this bonus has something about it. Make no mistake about it. Already the attack side calling from Poster looking pretty spot on. And a question marks over Vitality's defense.
Well, and that's the thing as well, right? Boaster is known not just as the greatest IGL that we've seen in Valorant's short history so far, but also the fact that he's the best attack side caller on Haven that we've seen in that time. So I think it's going back to something which maybe he feels a little more comfortable with than the Breeze that we saw earlier as well.
Yeah. Well, let's find out how Vitality get on with this bonus.
They can be nailing. Guys, most likely nailing. They smoked me off.
Coming to you, Terka.
Yeah, that's a smoke here, Care.
Spike planted.
1 TP, Care on top box again.
Yeah.
We will need to check this.
I will play late flank, okay? Okay, so let's pick.
I can slide.
I'm picking.
Come close and I will slide.
I will paranoia you default. I'm only gong. I paranoia default. Only gong.
Garage one guy. Close.
Flashing close.
Can I move?
I'm 1 HP guys. Dead one. I smoke the bomb.
Push ceiling. Push ceiling one guy, no?
Can you guys stamp it? Yeah, I got up. One on me. One on me. One on me, guys.
They cannot play. 2 middle. 2 middle.
2 middle.
One enemy remaining.
No one needs to stick.
He's not middle. He's a mid, brother.
Remaining.
90.
Nice.
Save the gun though.
It's all good.
Oh, a tough one for Vitality to try and reset from there, as it's a Red Bull clutch in proxy for Fnatic. bonus round converted, where their opponents were able to do the same at the start of the last map.
Yeah, the Fnatic fans getting loud. A bonus converted, exactly how it plays.
I can't get up.
Yeah, Alpha and his leg, of course, an injury from earlier on in the season. Whenever he used to stand up in the past, they ended up losing rounds, so somehow maybe it works out for him, I don't know. But looking at it here, it is that entrenched judge of Durka in sewers.
It's a bucky, mate.
Babucky in sewers.
Sorry, I just know Bucky's.
And look, it's this 4-1 that Fnatic have been playing. Alfia left behind. 1 versus 1, and he's going to win it out.
It's stinky, it's not great, but at least Sayonara denies the run it back. The players come straight, and okay! The bandit from Sayonara continuously finding but runs out of bullets at the wrong time, uses his own run it back, and from up on high, Prophet will get one of his own. Spike on the floor, and then just Postal left, and a 1 versus 3. Oh, that damage is unbelievable. Sayonara buys Vitality straight back in.
Sayonara has showed up today. The youngest ever player to break 30 kills in a map in VCT EMEA. Yesterday against Liquid, doing it on the bandit here. And in terms of the setup from Vitality, when you were questioning it previously, I think this round is the perfect setup. Because Fnatic against BBL, a lot of the time, were leaving Alfia solo towards sewers. It looked like a very direct response to that with the shotgun at least. As simple as it was. Sure, it didn't work out, but it had a read on the situation.
Next round, big swing round. Because look at the money on Fnatic. While they've had success in the early game, puts them in a bit of trepidation. Boaster already found, and Seaboss just goes jumping. At least there's a trade there onto the Cypher.
Yeah, big kill. All that utility now down, and Fnatic, as they continue to pile on the pressure, going to force out this rotation from Vitality. As it stands, only Prophet here. Does have a couple TPs and a paranoia to survive this.
A 1v1 against Kayak, not something you would want, and Prophet looks to respect it, tries to bait out with the TP, and has been identified, able to get Kayak in the end,
no way.
As well as Crashies, should never have won that one, and has punished Fnatic without a spike plan either.
Yeah, look, the little professor showing up with another magic trick again. I don't know how he's managed that, just has to take the timing ahead of the stun. Really, a couple situations here where it looks so messy for Fnatic.
Are you guys playing League of Legends 1 by 1 by 1?
And for a game known for its team fights.
And the book goes flying.
The book goes flying, indeed.
At least it's not an angle this time.
Oh. Durka could be in for an absolute killing here. 3 players on Fnatic behind that box, and you can see Sivov ready to go, spring-loaded with the flash setup. Chronicle walking out into the open, and he's as dead as anything from grass. Prophet, the next under the microscope, did well with the heavy-handed aggression of Fnatic last time. He's got Sayonara in support to the side of him here from Ling. Molly, flash. More than anything, they've just left Kayak behind here in a duel which he will win. Prophet still on site. Kayak still lurking around. Boaster finds Prophet, and this eco is starting to come together for Fnatic until Durka looks to play spoiler and finds himself caught as well.
Hopes and dreams left on Yampi, but this is a brilliant eco to bounce straight back with. Everybody running towards C, and Yampi heading towards A, so he's going to have a long way back and a lot of ground to clear.
Those weapon upgrades have filtered through on the Fnatic side. Sivov the only one with the single fire Sheriff. And he's deep in long. When you look at the HP, Boaster kind of low, down to 45. More than one body shot that Yampi has to find to relieve him of his duties as he starts to make his way out onto the C site itself. The camera is first contact. That early tag might just pull this out the realms of possibility, and there you go. Alfia follows it up swiftly. A thrifty round for Fnatic to keep building momentum.
Yeah, and that's exactly it, right? The individuals popping up when it's needed. And that's what we need to be talking about when it comes to Fnatic as the individuals, because before this match, Hazza, do you know what it was where the players were placed when it comes to kills per round?
Okay. I'm calling a timeout now.
Yeah. I think it's the top three for ACS all locked out on the Fnatic side, a front row of three.
Yeah, it is. A 1, 2, 3, a podium placement for Fnatic players, and that just shows you the levels that they've been reaching within groups. And it seems as if the coach is not happy with the levels that Vitality have.
No, and I think even that round as well, you see the decision-making, Chronicle thinking it was safe for him to walk out with Durka on the line there. Maybe a slight lapse in communication. It looks odd on the surface, especially your Cypher player with all of that setup against the eco. It's where you find the value a lot of the times to keep it clean. And with the ultimates that they currently sit on, 4 to Fnatic's 3, plenty of big pieces, and the only one missing is Sayonara's run it back at a very cheap cost of just 6 points. There has to be a way that they can make something happen here. They've got the AWP out on Durka as well. Highest first blood percentage in the league from the group stage. And with him picking this one back up again, only going to bolster their chances.
Well, he was able to have a purple map against Fnatic in the first one to carry them to a win.
Yes,
It seems as if Vitality, well, Chronicle, has a setup prepared.
Yeah,
for Fnatic's hit on C.
It's looking a little bit like almost a retake setup, I suppose, with that trap there for anyone that looks to try and reposition in logs later into the round, perhaps.
Or even on top, considering how the trap placed. But two players are playing at the back of site.
I mean, Ghost are the only one with verticality, so we'll have to see if he walks into it. You can see the execution coming in here. Hunter's Fury to just load it up. Chronicle the one playing from logs instead. Sayonara trying to flood back in there with him, but goes down equally so. The AWP in the hands of Durka still, and he's got to be thinking about a save if they can't find a kill quickly.
I mean, we'll be looking for it at the very least. The shot's good, and unfortunately Yampi goes searching too far into the deep. So I think Durka will be thinking about a save.
Yeah, there was money behind this Vitality team. Not anymore. He's actually just going to feed the beast. Both are happy to take it.
I mean, there is still money on Vitality's side, but I mean, it feels as if a mistake to try and attempt it with the Operator. Maybe Durka just feeling it right at the end of the day, but they are flush with ultimates in towards the next one, should Vitality want to force this next round.
Yeah, it was an interesting one. The trap really, is for that TP top site, as you say, but Fnatic not entertaining it. Another pacey execution of which, we sort of waited to see from them. It really didn't work out for them on Breeze. Some of those blind calls into Vitality setups. Liking to play that macro around the Cypher, of course. Althea here in a lobby. Durka only has a stinger, but up close is exactly where he wants to be. And Sayonara's already cleared the entirety of mid. Althea making it in behind on the A site here now, and this is a problem that Vitality have to address.
Yeah, and they're dedicating bodies to this. A real issue. Both are able to get Durka at the very least, and that's a good Hunter's Fury to get a direct trade. Alpha still on that A site and calling for support.
It's already out in the open here. It does get tagged. It's a long way back to safety for Alpha.
Oh, but Sayo finds himself under sight, cleared by Seabob, and Fnatic up to 6. That's exactly what the fans were waiting for. A fantastic response. And this attack side's looking excellent.
Yeah, it's almost the buy fully broken. Vitality still just hanging in there by a thread on their defender's side. A side important for them at this stage in the game. A few more rounds required, really. They did struggle here when we saw them play it before.
Hey, come on, hey, you're swinging me out. Leads a foot.
Wins against GX and Pacific, of course, but yeah, nothing like Fnatic.
Oh, head just seen of Alpha connected, but not capitalized upon. And you can see Vitality's want to brawl for that mid. Fnatic, they want nothing to do with it. They've got their eyes set elsewhere.
So a lot of times teams will avoid Alpha, but it looks like Vitality really trying to hunt him down. And actually, they have corralled Fnatic into this A-long position where you can now see 3 players ready to greet them should they execute.
Do they go back? Do they go elsewhere? seems to be the decision.
This is the kind of call that Boaster was making on Breeze before, where they would take that initial control and then rescind it. Maybe create a little bit of pressure elsewhere. You can see Chronicle already posted up in Garage, of course. He is key to building this picture right now for Vitality. The cam for long as well. It's just a drone up mid as it stands.
Starting to create the idea of a re-clear for Fnatic.
And they've only left Sivov behind, so he'll be the one trying to sell that fake later into the round perhaps, or even take a lurk timing if this is a B finish.
Would be massive, right, to come through A-Link.
30 seconds left.
Upset Vitality, but you can see ideas of Garage, and they need to get rid of that Cypher trap, should it be that way. Already trying to fake out towards A, they walk in towards Chronicle, and still able to get at least one. Derka on the other side, getting rid of the Joker. And Sayonara playing on the edge,
Alpha as
trying
well.
to get onto Sai, can't quite get it. Alpha, one of his own, and now Fnatic on the front foot. Derka on the flank, gets crashes at the very least, and Vitality in towards the backside. So it's now up to Alpha.
He's on the long wrap and they don't know about it.
No, he does not. Derka looking elsewhere, but at least that smoke has been deposited. The spam not good, and Vitality up to 3, buying themselves at the bare minimum a lifeline.
And it's a lifeline which they'll look to expand upon. That round got crazy. The layered lurks on lurks. Alpha finding huge value on this Cypher right now. Mini was talking about it on the desk, how it's really Boaster's preference to be calling around those set pieces of utility, like the camera as well. Flick a little too much for him to handle there in the end. Fnatic are finding plenty of openings. Vitality just trying to shut them down. With that initial presence and already this A brawl prepared again.
Yeah, you know that Vitality want to play for this part of the map, and with the run it back online though, I mean, Fnatic aren't really interested in this ultimate orb. Eyes maybe set on towards C with that kill, and well, Alpha getting the information, gonna be fed back to Boaster.
Chronicle's had a real hard time in Garage, and Alpha is still ready to move off of his own neural theft here.
Oh, but Vitality are the ones who fill the kill feed. 3v3 sure, so equal on either side, but Kayak, the one to really make it count. Fnatic looking to confirm an advantage into the second half. Prophet gone searching here through Garage, and no, not contested, has the information. Played through, but Crashy's caught him, and that's the big aspect to this. So Fnatic should have this round in the bag. Yampi still wants to make an attempt here. But you look at the setup here, everybody ready to swing on through. It's Fnatic up to 7.
7th round secured. And again, it's Alpha finding the gaps in this setup. Chronicle is having a real hard time, as I said, trying to play Garage solo. Couple of times where there's been a player off his shoulder. Maybe it was Derka, maybe Sayonara, one of the duelists to help support. But it has been a problem that needed to be addressed. And yeah, you can see here immediately before the barriers even go up, there is presence brought to this area of the map to try and support it.
I mean, there's even more. Look towards B
fighting
main as well. Yeah, they want this. They want to go for that with the classics, and Fnatic showing respect.
I think that's the difference, right? This is just basically a full eco, except for a couple of guns. Sayonara's already made it past the cam and not been spotted, though.
Oh.
Now this is where it gets interesting. How many does he want to hold out for? That's Sivov, 1 kill, at the very least. There's Crashies, another, and oh, Sayo only going to make it 1, and unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be enough here.
Certainly not. You can now see Fnatic ready, starting to get the cogs turning in terms of an execute. Vitality, though, still trying to make themselves an issue in Boaster. So far out, if Kron checked his cam, he would see. But I think at this point, you're expecting a post plant and Vitality probably to just die to the spike.
Yeah, it's definitely shaping up that way. I think you can see that Boaster's calling has been a lot more intuitive so far here on Haven.
Spike planted.
Finding the site free, these walk-ups that a few of the players are making, the contact. Nicely done, and Vitality maybe still want to give this one a go, actually. You can see the dart prepared here. Bolt pulled back by Yampi. Kayak's going to get tagged in backside. Derka finds one with a classic. Could this really be happening? Or is Kayak the leveler? He brings us right back down to earth. And Fnatic find an 8 through him.
Yeah, it might have been missing for Breeze, but he was just relaxing in the sunshine, Hazard, when we got towards Haven. 15-7 so far, and that highlight, unbelievable. That's what we expect of him. That's his level.
Insane! And it's that kind of level that brought them to internationals in the previous year. Kayak's peak at Toronto, I think it's fair to say. Something which he was able to carry on throughout. And from speaking to him, it's improvements that he's wanted to make personally, whether that's inside, outside of the server, to get back up to that level. Heading into what is a huge final round. We saw a 9-3 in favor of Vitality on Breeze. This now their pick. Just 3 to their own name, but a 4th heading into an attack side, which we have seen improvements on, is a huge opportunity. Got to be thinking about some of the ults that are up here, though.
Yeah, what's your contingencies? What's the plan for coming back in? If they want to even come back in, right? It seems to just be Profit at the back of site right now. Fnatic letting this clock run down. They've still not made their decision just yet, but with that spike heading towards that A side of the map, I'm expecting it to be an exec there.
Plenty of player presence. Sayonara doesn't want to play it on the site itself because he has his own ult. Second lease at life. Opportunity to make this difficult if Fnatic do want to execute. And as you can see now, they start to prepare themselves. Boaster, hands are busy. Spike carrier with the ult trying to get into backside. There is no second layer here for Fnatic. Fully committed, or so you'd think. With the last 25 seconds, they start to gut it out. Crashies and Kayak combining to rid Sayonara of his life for the time being. Plant now coming in and Vitality setting up in retake.
Yeah, but missing that Sova is going to be massive. And you can't even use the Cypher ult either, and the run it back wasted.
Another missed molly from Sayonara as well. Still a couple flashes to his name, and he'll try and instigate a way back through here, but Boaster's ready to hold the line. Sivov by his side. And just like that, Fnatic rise from the depths with a 9-3 half of their own to respond.
Yeah, one of these teams will be going to Masters London, and to give them and you a bit of a guide to the city, here's Tombas.
He'll be guiding us through it after the replays.
Masters London is just around the corner, and as a born and bred Londoner, I've been tasked with getting you ready for the event. London has been slandered for its poor cuisine, and honestly, I'm not having it anymore. We have an incredible range of food, which yes, for the most part, isn't British. However, if you want something local, you can't go wrong with a chippy, a cheeky Nando's, a Greg sausage roll, and most importantly, a proper roast dinner. Bosh! Thankfully, Masters London is inside, as British summer normally means torrential rain. Make sure you're prepared with a raincoat or umbrella so you aren't caught out. With all of the wonderful sights of London, you might be wondering to yourself, how do I get around? And boy, have I got the answer for you. We've got the classic black cabs, the infamous red buses, and even the odd tuk-tuk. But the best has to be the London Underground. Sure, it can get a little bit crowded and maybe just a tad warm, but it will get you from A to B comfortably. Just make sure to mind the gap.
Yeah, mind the gap indeed. A great way to describe the difference between the teams coming out of this one. And yeah, well, for Fnatic, it's only a 23-minute ride on the tube to the copper box, so pretty easy for them there.
Could be a 10-minute ride to the third map.
It could. But we'll have to see. This isn't the Mild May line. This isn't the Overground. We are in Berlin, Adlershof as it stands. Oh, they're two different places. But you get the idea. We're in the studio and we're ready for this second half. Fnatic leading the way as it stands. And a pistol round makes all the difference for both of these teams.
Yeah, and as you said, right, it has been an improved attack side for Vitality. So far, when we think towards their history on Haven, right, a 63% win rate, so maybe we're expecting them to come back in, but the importance is purely set on this pistol round. They are 2 out of 3 so far. They can make it 3 out of 4. Yeah, we can consider them with a chance of a comeback.
Ooh, double headshot, Yampi. Boaster taken out of play early. And Vitality now starting to congregate for what should be the final push of this round if things are to go their way. It's a 4 versus 5 for Fnatic. Vitality were the ones at odds most of last night. And looking at it here, Profek has to be on high alert because Crashies and Sivov have managed to walk down long. And with that first point of notice given, does he clear close? Thinking about it, but it's Sivov that strikes. In the meantime, Kayak caught in transition.
Yeah, Yampi able to unlock the B site, and that's a nice position from Chronicle to get the next.
Vitality starting to run rings around Fnatic in this situation. The awareness of the walk down C long, and with that corrected now, a 4 versus 2, and a huge opportunity to get back into this map.
Yeah, you expect that with a 2 versus 4 post plant, right? And it seems a Fnatic very slow on the uptake here. And Chronicle, he's coming around the back.
Yeah, he's that second layer. Making his reprisal from Garage and making it stick. 3 on the pistol round from him, and a much better showing from Vitality, already getting off on the good foot.
Yeah, brilliant start. Next round is the next important round, right? You've got to make this one clean. We've seen Vitality able to get the momentum on their side. This is a very momentum-based map, as we've seen even historically.
This goes here.
Yeah, I think as well in some of these rounds too, it's what we were speaking about earlier, what Yampi talked about in the week, how they sometimes had a million ideas but didn't know what to choose. Just seeing him putting his foot down in this playoffs environment, which he also stated that he prefers. Chance to go back-to-back, game day for game day. He said that there's less pressure in those kinds of situations. I mean, you're not going to face much more pressure than a qualification match, but...
True. But he's probably talking about that time to think, right?
Exactly.
And you think towards that BBL roster, when they did get time to think for the qualification games, things really started to fall away.
I mean, that's what it's all about, right? I feel like the freedom with this team bred disorder. That disorder created contempt and distrust for the system. But now that they've actually had a chance to bring it together, you can then start to achieve a lot more, really. That BBL roster, for example, they could make a comp change overnight, and you know that they would stick to it and find results. They had in the past. See what the future has in hold for now, but here, Vitality are slowly scaling their way up C and running into Alfier and Boaster, the 2 legacy players on this Fnatic side, and putting them in early graves. It should be a simple post-plant from here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a saving grace that Sivov can get one step closer to the run it back. As we've always said, 2 to 3 rounds. And, well, look at that post-plant success rate for Vitality. Just goes to show that that's probably going to be a win condition as we head through this map.
No, it absolutely will be. I think when you look at the mirror on both sides with those duelists as well, it's sort of how you're playing that utility surplus that you have. And if Fnatic are reading into those situations, able to bait it out.
Careful now.
Sayonara, it's been a little middling on the Phoenix so far on this map for me. I think you saw a couple times, maybe the molly wasn't quite hitting.
Oh, Deka's in for a shooting range here.
He is. It is Sayonara that you want to pick up the kills, though, because he's on the Ghost. A little bit of collateral in the arsenal, a chance to get the run it back online for the next. As long as he dies to Sivov here, it will be a guarantee that he has it. Better to find the kill, of course, but
are they leaving him?
No, they are just going to leave him without the weapon in the end.
Yeah, because you know that...
They've ruined his money.
Yeah, exactly, that's it. Run away, don't give him the kill, don't take the ulti orb, and you're going to hinder this next round. A bonus round, which was basically an in-zone flawless.
Well, everyone else is on a rifle of sorts. He's on the Guardian, right? It's fine, but yeah, I think as the Phoenix player, that's not the gun of choice that you want to be running down into sight with, so...
Oh. There's pings here for the attack side, though, in mid.
You can see Fnatic trying to put player presence here early. Couple of bodies, Kayak one of them. Looking to walk down and maybe catch this Phoenix ult.
Oh, but I can't win out the duel. Look at Sayonara, he's so deep towards the C site and routed out any Cypher utility. Sivov thinking about a re-entry.
Yeah, Durka just the one to guard it though, and this spike now making its way over with no issues. Looks like Fnatic might actually be considering a save in this 3 versus 5, and I think that is the diligent decision to make.
It's respectable. Sivov through mid though, is he looking for...
Yeah, he's looking for exits, right? Because remember, he's not got one of the better weapons. Actually plucks a Vandal. How long's that gonna last? Long enough, I think. He has just about managed to get out. But yeah, the protection of the body there from Profek, the micro and Vitality, looking really good for the C execute. And
Yeah, winning the bonus, huge chance for them. It certainly is, and it seems that Vitality's slightly interested, not committing bodies to this, in terms of getting...
He knows.
Yeah, it certainly does. About getting these rifles. Crashes with just a pixel will work out, but not able to get another. And while the bloodbath ends up ending, it's Seavoff, in fact, who doesn't get any more orbs.
So Vitality winning yet another bonus round, a huge one for them. I think one of the big questions that we had coming out of the game from yesterday is, were they playing against a Liquid on an off day, or was this a roster actually now starting to find its feet, find its form, and get success on the stage?
Pokemon boy, where's your money?
That's crazy. Yeah, Boaster does like his Pokemon cards, but Vitality playing a few trump cards of their own so far at the start of this one.
Yeah, and I think we've got to be speaking about one big trump card, right, that Vitality have certainly got online, and it's Sayonara. We look towards how he performed yesterday, we looked how he's performing today, and this is what we expected.
Yeah, I mean, look, when Fnatic invested into their own piece, Crashies on the Initiator, that was the decision that they had to make, because, you know, they were thinking of the success that they could find that year rather than the long term, where Vitality had been waiting for Sayonara to bring him into the roster here. Of course, got to be thinking about the fact that he was playing on Fnatic in the offseason previously, that they were aware of his talents, but unable to secure them, I suppose. So, looking at in this situation now, the 3-round gap is what we're seeing. And Fnatic with a mixed buy as well. So the expectation that Vitality can draw this even closer over the next couple, that gun round will be huge, and that's where we start to track ults again.
That's it, right. The second half ultimate cycle will ultimately decide who's the one to come out the other end on top. Because for Vitality, they're heading to London. For Fnatic, it's the lower bracket, and that's just... not where you want to be. They want to be heading towards London, at least the third map themselves. Boaster connecting that Marshall shot.
Cover going out.
Actually going for the falling smoke here as well. Maybe looking for something underneath it, but yeah, a moment longer, and nothing lands.
Yeah, I mean, the main force over towards that A side, but they will be interested in mid, and so are Vitality.
Kayak is out here early. He does get spotted by the cam. No player left behind.
Yeah, and the reclear to ensure. Trying to create a question mark towards the A side of the map as well. This is really well called by Yampy. And Fnatic now feeling a little bit stressed.
Yeah, that was nice actually as well. Shock dart from Crashies cancelled Yampy's drone, so a little slower on this reclear now, and that's actually allowed Fnatic to move 4 players in black and orange shirts here, ready to receive the execute.
Yeah, but look at Boaster, look at Chronicle towards the other side of the map. That's going to be a big point to keep your other eye on while we put our focus on this A side. Derka low, and a classic probably enough to finish him if he was to move on towards side, but not even cannot hit! And look at this! Fnatic! The pistol's hitting, and now Prophet having to defend himself on site and get that spike back. Well, Fnatic now, they've got rifles of their own. We're going to have to see a 1v2 clutch, which is not even able to be attempted. And a motor clutch, a motor thrifty.
Yeah, there, I mean, at the very end, Prophet going a little early off the neural theft, couldn't play from the information, time getting so low, Chronicle on the other side of the map, and it all just falls apart. There was so much utility, actually, that Fnatic had, not just the numbers on site, and with that progression taking time, the weapons picked up punish.
Crashies signing the death warrant for Vitality. Perhaps sending them towards that third map to start to move. Oh, the pressure and Crashies. Well, he's got his own death warrant signed. Yeah. As this is certainly an execution, but you look towards Kayak.
Yeah.
He's down in sewers.
Expertly opened, but Kayak's op here is an issue, a lingering one, which Sayonara will find, surely.
Positioned. Close quarters. Does Kayak clear or the barrel seen, and well, already denying the run it back. At least Alpha has got something through mid. And I think Fnatic, are they still going for this?
Oh, invested the neural theft. They know where the players are, and one of them, Derka, has to drop back into sight now.
Yeah, they're starting to consolidate the hold. We've seen Seavoff come straight through. The Phantom, the spray! But it's Sayonara, the opposite number to stop this one, and it strikes Alpha. looking for exits. So is Boaster. I think Vitality will have confirmed their round at this point in time.
Yeah, another situation where they're at a player advantage, and that's enough for Fnatic to call it quits. Alpha here could be in for a killing.
Yeah, that he could, and he's looking for it to at least make the economy pay, but instead he is also traded out. So the operator not saved.
Yeah, it wasn't. I mean, Sayonara was right down there and Suez at the end looking for it, but this is incisive from Vitality to start the round. Great utility, instant set piece, taking that A-long space, and carving out Kayak as the round progressed through Sayonara as well. I think we've got to keep tracking Chronicle on some of these lurks, though.
Yes,
he
I
did
agree.
get caught by Alpha there, and it remains to be seen whether that's a difference maker in following rounds.
And I think towards Breeze, there was actually a lot of success through these looks that we saw from Kron, but he was usually with a partner, right? And that's how Vitality were buying space.
Kayak is on an island, though. Crashies has already dealt damage. It's that classic story of an American with an Odin in hand. That's going to be enough at the very least to delete Durka. He was the one who had taken the early hits.
Yeah, but Vitality are all the way up Sules as well.
And with Sayonara holding on to this run it back, has to be cautious of the potential reclear. Drops a molly at the feet of the potential pursuance on the Fnatic side. And that's when he then calls in the ability of his own, starting to create a little bit of space, making inroads towards the site, and combining off the back of that is the paranoia, but still, it's Chronicle getting caught in the meantime, and the rest of this fight still not going the way of Vitality. Profek up into short, waiting to see if a player will walk out into the open.
Right here.
Fnatic, absolutely no reason to get moving here. Still light on their feet as Profek finds the first. Knows where the second is, and all of a sudden there's a serious issue. It's only Crashies here for the meantime. Alfia's got to take the high road to arrive, and with that double peak coming in, Profek offered a clutch.
Yeah, but he's going to use the TP, so there's a little bit of time to set up his clutch, get the spike down, but unfortunately he is within the Cypher setup.
Straight into it. Thing is, Alfie has not been able to recover a gun from this situation, so he's still on a Spectre. Profek actually happy to just jump over those traps, play around the cage. Not give Alpha an idea of where he could maybe have repositioned to. It's from long that he's going to be looking to win this one. A TP to maybe sell a bit of a distraction. But Alfia is in his own head about things. He is all too cautious to try and find where Profek has gotten off to. And with time starting to tick away, Profek has this clutch in the palm of his hands. At range with the Phantom. Alfia on that first tap. The timing perfect for Profek to take the peak, and he will find the follow-up as well. 4 from the pole, putting Vitality back in position.
Within 2, Fnatic had a massive lead and could be letting it slip here, but we've seen defensive side struggle time and time again on Haven. This is lovely for Profek, a huge clutch.
So, a 2v4 from the ex-BBL boys.
Nice!
The kind of rounds which you want to remind your opponents about. Yampi's saying it himself, it's a special feeling to beat these teams, but the rivalry against Fnatic is personal. It feels that extra bit sweeter, and if they could overturn this 9-3 half, what a way it would be to qualify.
Yampi over the years making Fnatic hurt on BBL, on Team Liquid, right? Think back to 2023 Stage 2 Grand Final, and Kayak up close to make the hurt. Unfortunately, not the case. Yampi getting rid of the Neon. And sure, this is an equal round, but we've seen Fnatic get thrifties before, and that could have been a big turning point.
One player that could potentially make a difference is Alpha's deep deposit from C-Long. But that remains to be seen. It's what's enabled these 3 players on the Fnatic side to make the rotation towards A as it stands. That leaves glaring gaps in the setup, though. Ones which Vitality are ready to exploit.
Boaster up close with the Fnatic classic, identified through the yellow drone. He'll try and get out and successful somewhat. Unfortunately, the ping betrays him. Alpha now trying to get this flank working, and you can already see Chronicle has an idea. Tap of the cam, brings Alpha round, and at this point in time, it will be within 1 for Vitality.
It's rounds like this that look so well considered as well to what Fnatic want to try and do on their defender's side, the liberties, the space which they're trying to take. Vitality moving themselves into a really strong position now, and you can see Durka is the one on the hunt with this bandit. As are the rest, seeing if they can find anything at the end here. Ult points more than anything as the gap is reduced to 1. A huge gun round coming up, which could very well settle the fate of this second map.
There is still timeouts in play for either team should they want to go for it. Still interjections from either coach to be had. And I think at this point in the game, this is where we're going to start to see those timeouts come through.
It's the info from Yampi in these last couple which have made such a difference as well. The reveals that he's been able to land. Looking at Kayak bringing the op out here, but he's excluded from the initial exchange. Vitality taking C long control, that orb precious to them. The easier of the couple to try and take, and Sayonara with it already onboarded, 1 away from his run it back.
But with Kayak on this line, I thought for a minute Vitality could possibly be heading back towards it. You can see right now in Fnatic's positions, very reserved.
Yeah, I think there was a spawn smoke in there as well from Fnatic, maybe just testing whether Vitality had dropped all the way back or not. Yampi will re-clear with the drone, of course, but still looking to see if Sayonara can get that combo up. It's the micro with the Omen blind that they've been really good at doing on their executes.
You know, a shock dart to possibly hit towards B main. There's no traps there, though, as now you can see right now, Vitality trying to clear out Garage, just being slow in terms of the exec, and just a confirmation whether that trap is still alive. It is the case. It will be destroyed by Vitality. Trying to get a retake started through that Hunter's Fury, but it gets fought for a minute, nothing. Kron gone.
Crashes catches one, and actually Yampi is miles away from the play as it stands. Vitality bunkering up to go play almost exclusively from long, but the smoke's supposed to are still up, or at least he'll get another one soon.
That is shout. So the run it back used by Sayonara in case that players start to flood through, but doesn't get anything from it. And Prophet Glow himself starts to vacate the site. Vitality playing from around it, and that might be a mistake, because you know how good Fnatic can be. The smoke's already up, the spam hitting. This is looking good, and Seavoff's actually killed Boaster. This is a disaster! It's Vitality! Go all even! 10-10!
Brilliant play from Vitality there, splitting the focus, playing in Profec. The spam, the savior as well, as Fnatic wanted to gain some ground early through the Hunter's Fury, make something happen. Seavoff kills Boaster with the wall. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah. Seavoff Pokemon, why you kill your teammate?
Oh my goodness.
Questions we wish we had the answer to. And yeah, actually, even just the call there from Scott saying don't time out. Vitality are in complete control right now.
Yeah, they do not want to let things lie. Vitality making it hot. And well, on pistols, you'd expect that to be the case. Making it look like a shooting gallery, making it feel like a death match. As Fnatic's mechanics tested, and yeah, I mean, it's fair enough at this point, right? We're expecting the next round to be the test for Fnatic at this point.
Vitality now getting closer and closer to a potential Masters return.
My eyes are down.
Fnatic, one of the teams that you're maybe expecting to be the real front runner for EMEA, as it's an in-zone flawless. And with Liquid already behind them, we've seen how their previous global events have gone. A strong Vitality does lean into a stronger EMEA at those appearances, but at the cost of Fnatic, it's an interesting trade-off.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm buying into that one, but it makes that lower bracket so much juicier to tune into.
You guys are...
Oh, you didn't kill me. You didn't kill me.
Yeah, that really pouring salt into the wound now.
Of course. And of course, after that in-zone flawless, we're going to see Fnatic go for the timeout, get Milan and Desmo back in the comms, talking to the players, try to reset them, because at this point in time, we said it right, Haven can be a war of attrition.
I mean, look, Vitality are 8-1 on their attack side right now, and that's what the series scoreline between the two teams historically over the years will end up as if they end up winning this one. Fnatic have been so dominant in these positions before, but all of that goes out the window when you get to a game like this and it just feels like there are those missing pieces. Boaster, hands behind his head. An iconic image that we've seen painted many a time before, but nothing cinematic about this conclusion for them. One round on their defender's side has been a car crash.
It has. Lose this round, put on a bad buy. You need to make these ultimates count. You need to make this defense wake up. If there's anybody to rely upon, it's the leadership of Boaster. As you can see, the setup changed now by the Cypher to actually have a little bit of mid control.
Chip damage at the start. Onto Yampi just a little bit. Profek does cancel the ultimate in the end. It's Kayak left behind in long here as Dirk is trying to make his way towards the site and pile on the pressure where Fnatic don't bend, don't break. The setup is still 3 players strong towards C where Vitality are headed.
Looks like this is going to be one for the ages, especially this round, the powder keg. But Vitality, they're playing mischief, trying to play with the minds of Fnatic. Fake on fake, and it's actually B where they end up.
He's got a free kill onto Sivov in the end.
Yeah, and Kayak's operator also getting rid of Sayonara, but a meeting with no player with a gun. Oh no! Kayak goes! Vitality can see map and match point in sight. London point. Fnatic, this was meant to be their story with the home Masters in sight. But Alvia with an idea, with a chance, but it's snatched. Vitality find themselves on 12.
Profek lurking around like a shadow on the wall, and Fnatic just can't find him. This instant reaction called by Yampi to move away from the C site when the ult came in. Profek finds the perfect gap and exploits it to the nth degree. This has been a serious overturning of the order. A usurping of the throne, perhaps. When you look back at Fnatic's previous stage 1s, it should be them set up to head home with a red carpet rolled out. And they've still got a couple chances left to make it so. And Kayak, ever the equalizer, does catch Chronicle.
And that's what you should expect. Superstar like Kayak now. Vitality have minds of their own, ideas of their own. Is the reclear being feigned by Yampi just through the drone? As the bodies start to scale up on A.
Crashes here in the corner. The round almost lives and dies on his position. So the timing of the drone has to be perfect if he opts for it, rooted to the ground, should he choose to invest. And as you can see, Fnatic making their way through middle at this point in time. They've got 2 players in the backline, but Yampi's already considered it.
He's thought about it.
Just waiting, and with that plant coming in, it's 3 players lined up. Yampi, for all of the globals that he has missed, could be the protagonist here to make the difference, but Kayak cuts him out, and with that, Fnatic back in the driver's seat, 5 on 2, now 4 on 2. Sayonara lots of work to do himself, and ultimate back on if he needs it. Boaster split up from the play and no way to capitalize off of his own ultimate, his own paranoia, I should say. He's actually dropped in behind Sayonara, and with it traded out on Profek, it sits solely on his shoulders. Playing out from heaven, time getting low. 1 kill could be enough to disrupt it if he gets it right, but that defuse is being stuck. Crashy's hands are busy, and Fnatic will extend play for 1 more.
It's a 1-round shootout between these 2. Of course it should be. We should get that 3rd map. It's Giant versus Giant. And at this point, Hazard, the pressure. Absolutely. You have to withstand it now.
Oh, lucky. We've got the round. We have the round.
Steely nerves required on the side of Fnatic and their fans. This is the team that you wanted to beat, but the one that it hurts to lose against. Coaches feeling like they have the read for this final round of regulation. And it starts off with a mid-piece.
Look at the players entrenched in garage. Vitality playing with mid. You know that Fnatic have an idea. They run it back, already denied through the charge. Players trying to escape. Fnatic looking for overtime, but caught through the Cypher setup. Up against Sayonara, and at least there's a little bit of relief, but not in the back lanes. Already down his foot, Kayak and Boaster as well. It's just Yampy now. It would be massive. It would be a great attempt, but it's not going to happen. Fnatic are straight back. We are going to overtime.
Life breathed back into the beating hearts of Fnatic as they're still breathing here. Overtime required to settle the difference on Haven, and what a difference this could be. Vitality's mid-play had already been planned for on the Fnatic side, accounted. And to come back from a 6-round deficit on the half to then not close out what is your own map pick to qualify for that international event could be a very difficult one to shake if we head to the decider.
Well, you're giving yourself a chance if you're Fnatic, even if you're Vitality, right? Considering how far back they were. It's Vitality to start on that defense. It feels as if whoever is able to crack this side is the one who will probably come out on top, and already Kayak, first blood in this round.
Also relies upon Vitality finding the answers for their own attack side, of course. Couple of opportunities already missed to take it home. And now looking at it, Profek the one to make the bold play. He's walking down C-Long early and has just spotted Boaster. The spam, not enough for the kill, but dropped down to 42.
Yeah, and also destroying a key part of the setup for Fnatic in terms of information.
Leaving a Cypher setup behind. So what is the read on the Fnatic side here? Can see those movements through mid yet again, and actually Vitality are grouped up ready for this, maybe thinking about instigating something themselves, but the fight is taken to their doorstep. Fnatic breaking down the B-side door, and with Kayak leading that charge, Vitality forced to concede it, and this is the post-plant we get.
Yeah, but remember, Vitality are player down.
So the next fight has to go their way. Unfortunately enough for Vitality, it is against them, and Fnatic continue to lay it on thick. Profek and Chronicle still hold up in backside here, but Fnatic overwhelming them on B as it stands. Profek only good for the one, and with Chronicle left behind, it is too tall a task, or so you would feel. One deep into the 1v4, but just too many angles to cover. With the smoke up in his face and the tag revealing his position, Fnatic will be the first to get a chance at the map in OT.
When you have the fans behind you like this, of course Fnatic are going to come back. 13-12, advantage towards the team now on defense, right? And we said it, the defensive side is ultimately going to be the most difficult.
Looked like Vitality had the right ideas, but it's Kayak's opening kill which makes the most amount of difference in my eyes.
I agree. The operator for him though, glass cannon, and questions going to be asked of the Neon, as he's already out on long. This one way, it's not even a one way, it's just difficult. He's trying to have to escape. Derka on the hunt, can't grab the kill, but pressure put on.
Big investment of utility to make that initial duel work for them. And no sighting yet on the operator or so, you would think. Derka's still wary as Vitality start to mid-round this from their spawn. This is where you want to see Yampy then actually start to create a little bit more pressure towards the other side of the map. See if he can drag the focus of Fnatic in any way with his utility belt, because right now they've not really been falling for a lot of the fakes that Vitality were going for.
Wary of the operator, you can see that's why he's diligently clearing every corner. As Vitality begin to scale up towards Garage, crashes. Info dart prepped, used, doesn't get any information though, so the spam not good. Alpha on the other hand, certainly great, hitting heads! Crashes just jumped out, and Seavoff gone! The flash not good, Alpha though holding on to C all by himself. As Vitality line up ready to challenge, and Sayonara denies. Spike down, a 2v1 for Boaster.
Oh, and a missed dart, so they don't catch him on the way back in.
The paranoia good. He's looking for the next fight. The TP gives an audible, and he does have a smoke for that spike. You can see Sayonara wrapping round, and Boaster making use of every minute, every second that he can possibly get as he clears through. Tap of the spike, he's getting no bites whatsoever. We're going another round.
So that defensive issue persists for Fnatic equally as much as Vitality. Opening kill coming through sewers again. This time, Yampy the one involved. Alpha does really well to stall out the site, but still,
Phoenix.
It's not enough.
Certainly not. We go again. The players line up for Fnatic on the A lobby.
It's this area of the map where they had a lot of success with some of those quick executes, but actually it looks like they might have just cancelled it. And it's Durka with the op this time.
Gonna give it an attempt, cannot connect. Sayonara though, given the ultimate orb.
Go, go, go.
Instant reposition from Durka here as well to maybe try and checkmate any player progression in sewers. Drone up for Yampy to get him on the line, and this is where Vitality will then be looking at a rotation, but Fnatic understanding it, taking liberties of their own in middle.
You should expect. Recleared through the drone, brings him off the line, but Sayonara is still here. Got information that the Sova was there, but yeah, look at Vitality. They know that there's going to be another B play.
Not sure how much footfall Crashies would have heard, but Vitality are here, present and ready to defend this B site at a moment's notice. And as the flash is cocked back, it's Yampy to find the first kill. Kayak does trade. Chronicle still hanging around in this close corner position, yet to be rooted out, and the Spike's got to head elsewhere.
Oh, but he's sticking around.
Still going.
Spike down, mid.
Chronicle putting his foot down. And this first defensive round looks like it will go to Vitality, sparing a miracle from Fnatic's final boss. Alpha given a little bit of space to roam, but not as much as he would like behind that Cypher trap.
No, but he does have time to play with, and that's going to be his biggest advantage in a 1 versus 4.
Cam to play off, if anything, but Chronicle can match him for it. The odds stacked heavily against them as Vitality continue on that warpath towards the map, which would send them to Masters. A third opportunity now granted to them on their attack side.
Yeah, it's brilliantly done. Vitality know where the B, or where the hit's coming through. They immediately stop it. And yeah, I mean, just caught off guard are Fnatic.
One enemy remains.
Taken out.
It's been a difficult one to try and
Good job by Sofan. Good job,
bring together this double duelist for Fnatic. The Phoenix looking so good in its first outing, of course, with Sivov.
Yeah, and uncharacteristically, Yampy very quiet after a 1 round. Looking to settle the nerves of Vitality.
Yeah, calm them down a bit. I mean, for an emotional leader, sometimes you do just need to be able to play both sides of the coin.
Yeah. Kayak, once again, going for the operator. It feels like a key component of this defensive side for Fnatic. It's Vitality again. Start their attack side default.
Oh, but it's the smoke up that makes you wonder, could there possibly be an operator behind it? Just,
yeah,
not the usual combination.
But this is what Vitality have done time and time again. They put this blaze wall up, created a question mark, and look how far back Kayak is going. He's respecting it, but he's waiting for his opportunity.
Drone didn't spot.
It's time in the sun.
Kayak looking down the lens. And Vitality about to walk in. Yampy the closest to it as it stands, and Kayak will win the duel this time.
Aye, well, Vitality looking to head elsewhere, nothing to do with that operator. The B side does have players manned, ready to go.
Vitality ready to go in. One execute is all they need. Crossing the 30 seconds mark, and they've made their way onto the site. Bullish in approach. Boaster dropping back. Molly at his feet, and he's forced to respect it. Chronicle at the double. Finally now showing up at the final moments. The light at the end of the tunnel shining on Vitality at last. 8 consecutive losses. Could this be the one they overturn?
And they have to retake with an operator. This is going to be so difficult for Fnatic.
Sits all on Alpha then to try and make something happen, but he hasn't considered the angle, and so it must be Kayak. It isn't this time! Streaks are there to be broken. Final bosses are there to be beaten. And at long last, Vitality heading to Masters London.
They say every mountain is within reach if you just keep climbing. Vitality have redeemed their bad performances from meme team to dream team. This is exactly what it's made of. And the plan followed finally, and able to defeat Fnatic on the biggest of stages regionally.
And you can see just how much it means to that contingent of players from last year. Winning the 2 games in Stage 2 that they felt would send them to Champions. But it wasn't enough. And this time, it's Liquid, it's Fnatic, it's the ones that have always denied them that glory. Finally, gatekept no longer.
Yeah, I mean, individuals turned up when they needed to. It feels as if this lower bracket, the way it's building up as well, there's a lot of tension in there. You've got Liquid, you've got Fnatic, you've got 2 of our Masters qualified teams in there from kickoff. It's really scary stuff when you consider the competition for that 3rd spot.
And for a team which we felt may not even make it to playoffs with the circumstances that surrounded them, heading into the final week, Vitality have managed to do it in the end. They will be there at Masters London. And it is more than deserved with what they've managed to achieve over these last couple of weeks.
Yeah, you can see the smiles on the faces finally after being denied time and time again. That BBL court last year, qualification match after qualification match, just falling short. Finally, they can be one of the first teams to actually qualify to a Masters event in this upper bracket.
Fnatic themselves as a team which started in a London apartment, of course, hardened by their own experiences, and will have to find a way to bounce back in the lower bracket. This is not the result that many were expecting, but we get to hear what it means to those down on the stage who have qualified. It's Durka standing by with Nat.
Yeah, just like the tales have prophesized, David finally takes down Goliath, and in what a manner you did it, Durka. Your emotions right now, are you able to even control them?
A little bit, yeah.
And where is it though? Like, how ecstatic are you of the fact that you guys have not only qualified to London, but you did it beating Fnatic?
Yeah, I mean, I feel amazing. The team feels amazing. After a rough group stage, it was like, once Ethereum Fire qualified us, we were like, let's make the most out of it and just have the most fun we can and just, you know, try our best. And I think like for the last couple of weeks we put in so much work, and like everyone put their hearts in to kind of like qualify. And I haven't qualified for like 3 events previously, so for me it's like big because I can go back, you know, to international events, which I probably shine probably the most in them.
It's that extra cherry on top for you, I guess we could say there. And of course, the manner that you guys did it, that map number 1, it was Fnatic's choice. It felt like you just dominated them on it. And now we're forced to overtime. I see a bit of an energy shift happen between the team. You guys are standing up, shouting a lot during regular time. But when it hit overtime, it was much more calm. What was the idea behind doing that?
I mean, just focusing on ourselves. And I think map 1 went really well and we were loose. And I think map 2 kind of like they put on a good fight, and once we got close I'm like, okay guys, like loosen up a bit, don't be afraid to play, and like things will go so easy, because that's, I feel like against Liquid we were kind of too tight in some moments and like tense that we were scared to play a bit, but I think today we nailed it perfectly.
And would you say that that was the key difference of, you know, past Vitality going up against Fnatic to today's Vitality?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, and then last one as well is there's a lot of fans watching not only in the arena at home. Do you have any words for them supporting you guys for so long?
Thank you to all the Vitality fans. Got a lot of support and felt it all through, and I'm really happy to be in this org and win and get to London finally again after the Bangkok.
Well, Durka, thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations again. What a phenomenal game of Valorant we got to see today. But it's not over. It's not just Durka that's going to give us some thoughts. We're going to head on back to the desk and have our post-plant with some more Vitality winners.
Welcome to the post-plant. Yampy, Pal, what a series, to say the least. Yampy, I'm gonna start with you. The last time you've touched a global was 2023?
Yes.
It's been a long time coming.
Yeah, I think that's why the emotions let out, because it's been 3 years since I was Masters London, Tokyo was the last Masters I attended, and before those years I was every year in a one. And then last year we were so close with BBL, with Pal and Profek, and I think that hurt. It hurt a lot, and yeah, now qualifying back to, it's just amazing. And also tomorrow is my niece's baptism in Finland, so I can make it, because if we would have lost, I wouldn't have made it, so I'll be going home and meet my niece for the first time, so I'm very, very happy.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Normally I'm fairly calm. Yeah, not this time. That one feels pretty good, to be honest. Yeah, I think we can see from that reaction there, that means quite a lot to Ben and I. I did say to some people that the plane doesn't crash until it's hit the ground. It looked like the plane was crashing at some points, I'll be honest. And we were in the middle of it, so it looked a hell of a lot worse for us than it did for anyone else. I can only apologize to the fans for the heart attacks. And yeah, I'm just glad that we look very different to what we did a month ago, that's for sure.
One wise man once said that it takes you 2 weeks to become the best and 2 weeks to become the worst.
We've got a lot of quotes, don't we?
Yeah.
There's too many quotes at this point. The amount
Something
of quotes
about
you have,
belief.
Kairo's trying to get them into his cast at this point.
Of course he is.
But you kind of touched on, the kind of journey that you've been on. What do you think has changed from that week 4 to now? Because I feel like the clear difference has been between week 4 and week now, and I feel like a lot of that has been the comms and the structure from our perspective.
Yeah, I think I'll be honest, we came out of that first Fnatic game, and everybody had gone on a bit of a collective journey after kickoff of realizing that actually structure is good. It does help us play better. And so after Fnatic, we learned that, yeah, the structure really does. The in-game stuff, having things set, having things clear, knowing what to do in certain situations. We then played the following game against BBL, and we realized that doesn't mean anything unless you actually support each other outside of the game. And you've got that culture, you've got that being a team. So that was something we really focused on after that. And then we realized against Eternal Fire, neither of those things make a difference if we don't shut up and listen to Elias and let him run the show. And that was it. And then we combine all 3 of those things, and then we did that once, we did it again, and we've done it a 3rd time today as well.
I think last year as well, you kind of had described the team that you guys were on with BBL was a group of misfits that almost made it to that global stage, but just being within grasp of it every single time. How has the adjustment been coming into this year? Because you went from a group of misfits last year to a group of star-studded players this year. From your experience as IGL and Yampi, but then also from your experience as a head coach, Pal.
Yeah, I mean, last year I think we were a bunch of rejects. I didn't have. It was my first year as an IGL. I had no expectations coming to the year, and then pretty fast I realized that we had a very good team, and I think the missing piece last year was a little bit of experience, and in terms of that would have made the difference in the qualification games, let's say, because those were, it's high pressure. Also for me, it was the first time as a leader being in a qualification match where I need to actually lead the team. And yeah, and then of course this year the expectations was different, and that was what made it harder. And I think we just grew up as a team. We've made some mistakes in terms of how we do, and as Pal said, that first month it's been rough, but we are getting there. So it was just the expectation before the season from ourselves, not in the public.
Yeah, I think for me it's different. Like my role's gone from like a teacher to more of a coordinator and focusing more on the leadership. Like we have guys with undoubtable experience in this team. I don't need to teach these guys how to play the game. We can give them reactions here and there. That's why we have people like Scott, like SOK, who are brilliant at the strategic and the in-game side as well. And they let me and Elias really focus on the leadership aspect. So it's more been about making sure that everybody is doing the same thing at the same time in the same way. And outside of the game, yeah, we've got a couple of rules for ourselves and our team culture. But yeah, establish the team culture more than anything else, and then lead it from the front, really.
Seems like you guys have really been listening to the advice of listening or sticking to the plan, which seems to be a
it's getting quite popular.
Yeah, it's a great quote, but sticking to the plan has got you guys this far. It's got you to a global, you've developed a plan, stuck to it in such a short period of time. And what I really want to highlight here is, historically, Vitality has never won against Fnatic. It's 0-8.
We win when it counts.
It's funny that we bring this up, though, because these guys were like Fnatic's kryptonite last year when you were on BBL.
Yes, that's true, actually, yeah. We
got a
won them.
positive record against them
Yeah,
still, no?
yeah. Last year we
3-2.
beat them twice.
Yeah.
But it must mean a lot as well for the org itself to be able to say, yeah, that's all in the past. We're now going towards the future. The future being London. And that's also a discussion that I would like to have. I'm not sure, because I know it's like this quick turnaround. You played yesterday, you're playing again today. When it comes to the teams that have already qualified to Masters, have you guys had a look over at those by any chance? Is there anyone you're really looking to play?
I don't know. I'm actually just very happy for Sociable from Foot, who qualified also earlier, because he was also in the team with us last year and we couldn't make it. So I saw him just before our match and congratulated him. So I'm very happy for Sociable that he can also experience the, the feeling of international.
Yeah, I think Bambino deserves a quick shout out as well. This guy's been grinding away in VCT and everything else for a very long time. Done his shoulder in as well, and then does an overnight prep night, and then comes up and in his first playoffs makes an international event. I think for me, I'd love to play against Global Esports. They hadn't beaten Paper X until today, 9 times in a row, and they did it on the 10th. So Tom, maybe it was your tweet that made the difference. Thank you very much, mate. But yeah, I think a team like that, where it's really pushing the meta and is a lot of very interesting ideas, would be really cool to play against at that sort of level.
Well, job's still not done, although you have that international qualifications. When we look at the bracket, you are in that upper final.
I want to jump in. You mentioned Bambino's overnight prep, but what was your overnight prep like, pal?
I want to say thank you, because yesterday after we won, they told me to not do anything and I could just, but I mean, I still couldn't do much, but yeah, they were having fun till very late in the morning, and I think they were up till the sun was coming out, so I want to say thanks to all of the coaches for letting me not do anything in terms of...
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to win very badly. So yeah, I think it was a 5:45 best time.
I needed some energy.
That's some shame. You did. But no, I think looking forward into that bracket now, there's still quite a lot of work for us to do. We don't want to be leaving here with just a top 3 finish. It makes our lives a hell of a lot easier if we're really going for that top spot. We're here for that final for sure.
Yep.
I'd love to see that. With actually the bracket now is gone, unfortunately, but maybe we can bring it back just to see in terms of the expectations moving forward as to who you're going up against, and also in the lower bracket, because it's a little crazy to think that Fnatic is in the lower bracket. Eternal Fire is in that lower bracket. I mean, did you buy them dinner by any chance?
That's a horrible lower bracket to be in, I won't lie. When I was looking at preparing for this and thinking, if we do lose, going down against the Heretics BBL, you've got a Liquid who obviously pushed us a long way yesterday. Eternal Fire, we know how messy they can make a game. That is a very dangerous lower bracket to be in. But yeah, bring us Foot. Can't wait for that one. Battle of the IGLs, I think.
Yes, yeah, I'm gonna be giving it to Sociable the whole time and then have a drink afterwards.
And he's gonna be the calmest guy in the world.
Water, sorry.
Water.
Yes. Yes.
To be fair, we have seen more barking from you. I think we saw it yesterday in the game against Team Liquids. Do you feel like that gives you like energy by
Possibly.
barking?
It's just like, it's always been like loosening up the team, right? It's just something, because when people are...
Oh, speak your truth.
Well, it loosens you up, yeah.
Yeah.
You should see Durka's reactions to another Finnish man barking away or twerking away next to him. It's fantastic.
On
and
this
you've got
point,
Kron on the other side.
I heard that Yampi did say that he would twerk if they won the pistol in that last map.
Yeah.
That communication was passed on to us.
Yeah, it was just, it's just, have people relax. It's not so serious. It's a video game after all. So I just told them that 9-3, give me pistol, and I make everybody laugh. So whatever.
Yeah, but you didn't twerk, did you?
I think so.
That's pretty obvious. I don't think we saw it.
I don't think we saw it.
You're very good at it.
We're going to see it in London, though, right?
I did something,
Anyway,
we're going to see it in London.
To break up the conversation about seeing Yappy twerk, that was not on my bingo card for this week. I would like your opinions on tomorrow's matches as well, because it is the start of that lower bracket. Of course, there's going to be a lot of pressure on the teams to actually be able to perform. Heretics is down there. If we can bring up the schedule again, actually, I just wanted you guys' prediction. Heretics BBL, and then it should be Liquid Gentlemates.
Liquid Gentlemates, yeah.
Do you want to throw in the prediction?
I'll let you do the first one, and I'll take Liquid and Mates. I do think Liquid are very good in this lower bracket. We see it time and time again. We saw them kick off this year.
You would know. Oh,
sorry.
You picked the one time where I've actually done something well enough to be able to drop that.
You would know what it's like facing Liquid in the lowers.
Liquid in the lower brackets is quite tough. They're quite good at knocking teams out from that position. And I think they'll kind of be in their comfort zone. They're good, they're solid. And I think Mates are obviously going through a bit of, at least from the outside, potentially rejigging stuff. We'll see whether they've still got the confidence to see it through.
What's the third team then, you think, joining you guys for Masters?
I think it's got to be Fnatic. I think they're good enough to put everybody else away pretty comfortably. Still, you're seeing the value of Boaster and the impact that he has on that team, his leadership, his systems, his way of doing things. Bringing Sivov into the team, I think Clem's been looking really, really good. And now it's just the case that I think they'll be able to put most teams away quite comfortably.
Yep.
Yampi, you agree with the Fnatic?
Yeah, I think so. Fnatic or Liquid, most likely, in terms of current form. But yeah, I think BBL is going to win the other game. I think they will have, like, they need, I mean, they also had a little bit of surprising of bad stage one. And I think they will have, like, it's a new system for them, right? Because they came as unbeatable on kickoff, and then when they lost the first game, it didn't look so good. But I think this time off from them has for sure done well. Like, they will be more fired up and wanting it more. So I also expect a big bounce back from them.
All right, well, congratulations to being on the London bus. Congratulations to your niece as well tomorrow.
Thank you.
I hope you make that in time. Thank you, both of you, for joining us for today. That's it from us. We're going to be done and dusted, but we'll be back again tomorrow, same time, same place. But before we say goodbye, we're going to leave you with the Razor end of day highlights. Enjoy those. I will see you tomorrow.
See you.
Now he's got the right weapon, but a tough job on his hands. Sociable falls and Sup right behind him.
One and
Clutch it out, and he can't quite manage it. Oras will hold the line. They're being patient, they're being passive. And in the end, they're being victorious. 13-5. A lesson taught down on that stage.
He can't do this, man.
It's now Sociable stands alone and finishes the leader of Foot with a Red Bull clutch. And anything they can do, Foot can do better.
Oh, he kills two! He kills two! We're back! We're back, come on! Missed my ulti! What the fuck?
He's missed the ulti! Oh, Austin, where are you aiming, bro?
Not to be in the opener. 13 for Vitality. Utter decimation on their opponent's map pick.
Pokemon boy! Pokemon boy, where's your money?
Looking good, and Sivov's actually killed Boaster. That's a disaster!
Oh my goodness.
And so it must be Kayak. It isn't this time! Streaks are there to be broken. Final bosses are there to be beaten. And at long last, Vitality heading to Masters London.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way, baby let's fly away. don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤 소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼